how was the West won? Well, on Friday we crowned Simone Andrian Western Series warm-up champion after an engrossing duel with the man we call the Dark King. Last night it was Maxime Chornikau who ultimately drew fastest versus Lo Shuang in the high roller. Today in the Merit Crystal Cove within the Merit Casino and Resort, we are switching horses, so to speak, and bringing you a cash game stream, a 25.50 game of Pot Limit Omaha, no less, featuring some very familiar faces, it must be said. My name is David Lappin, alongside Andrew Headley. A little bit later on, we will be welcoming James Dempsey to the booth. Andrew, can you take us through today's lineup?
Yeah, quite the lineup, David, we have ahead of us. Good afternoon and evening, everybody. We have Hadi Kadra in the mix here at 25.50. Regular, very aggressive tournament player. We've seen him a lot on our streams. And of course, we have Faradin Mustafov. Already seen him bossing it up in the early parts of this Western Series. And then we have Mr. Mindaugas Bimberis, who is a businessman who enjoys 5-card PLO very much, loves it here at Merit. He's also in the mix.
Yeah, loves to gamble him actually. He's going to be a live player. I think we need to watch him closely.
Yeah, we have Hasbani and Moshe, who are Merit regulars, also at the table. And yeah, there's a lot of interest in this game. 5 or 6 people on the waiting list, and none other than Nicola Schwiti is out there waiting in the wings, who's a very familiar name to those who enjoy tournament and cash game poker. He's waiting to get on the table, itching to get in the mix. Great lineup, David. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, you mentioned there the waiting list. I actually saw there are 6 names on that waiting list. It's often the case that when we do these cash game streams, we go a little bigger. We sort of make these guys play a little out of their comfort zone, maybe a 51-1-2 game. And then as a consequence, maybe it's not as popular a game to get into. I think it's a really good decision here by the powers that be to go for a 25-50 game, a game that would be in the room anyway. And as a consequence, we have a lot of demand here. In fact, we could nearly have 2 feature tables.
Yeah, I mean, as you just referenced, David, you know, if you put people out of the comfort zone, they may end up playing a little too tight, which doesn't make for great viewing. And we want it to be as compelling as possible, obviously, for you guys at home. So 25.50, a game's still going to play pretty big, I would suggest. And yeah, 5 or 6 guys waiting for the opportunity to join the table.
Well, let's go down to the stage now as we see these guys. They've got their chips. Not sure who's buying in deep, who's buying in shallow. Would you think there'd be any short stackers here? There might be 1 or 2.
2, 3, 4 seconds. It's okay now. You can't see.
Şimdi alıyorum.
3 seconds only is enough.
Looks like 5k, which by the way is the minimum. 5k minimum buy-in here, 100 bigs deep. We ain't letting these guys get in any cheaper than that.
Yeah, a little glimpse here straight away. Ayata deciding, David, he is here to play. Jack 10, 8-3 with clubs only working from limps in. Zubaydah completes behind Hadi Kadra, who I just referenced, bumping out David from the button with the ace 5-4-4.
Yeah, going to use position here. Obviously a single suit, small pair, does have clubs working nicely, but obviously wants to try and pick on these limpers a little bit with positional open, clear out the field a little bit. Let's see if he can use position. We see here he has the clubs of Ayada smothered. Actually the only man with an ace in hand as well. Here comes all spades, 10-8-3 of spades. Zubaydah has got the second nuts right now. Not invulnerable, because hands just never are invulnerable in this game.
Absolutely.
2 pair for Ayada, who happy to lead out at this one actually.
Yeah, right off the bat here, a lot of splashing going on. Ayata deciding to lead with just top 2 on this, of course, monotone 3-spade board.
Wow, what are we seeing here?
Kadra up to?
Felt like a snap fold decision for Kadra, but no, he's bumped it up to 2k, putting max pressure on both of these players. Now the 10-8 will really shrivel up here in the eyes of Ayada, and one wonders how Zubaydah feels about his second nuts. Obviously, we'll be thinking his opponent must surely have the ace of spades in hand. Whether or not it comes with another spade is the question he has to ask himself.
We said Hadi Kadra is very aggressive in the no-limit tournament streets. Look at the discomfort, David. Zubaydah absolutely hating life. How has Kadra found this raise, David? I am by no means a PLO expert. This seems to me to be pretty insane to raise here in position. It looks like a man who's going to fold.
Yeah, he's in a total guessing game position. Of course, he's stone dead if his opponent does have the nuts. And that's what he's deduced. So
what a start.
Absolute scallywagon there from Kadra. I don't know if he's going to show his hand. Probably doesn't want to. Might want to get away with a few more of these. We've kicked off in style here with some wildness.
That is absolutely insane. Hadi Kadra. You say, David, genius and insanity is a thin one. Somehow gets it through. And
really?
Tough to blame Zubey that, right? As you said, he can just be stone dead.
Yeah, it is a really tough decision there. Obviously, you
Ace of Spades?
capable of using the Ace of Spades
What you kept?
alone and putting it to the test. The fact that he didn't even have the Ace of Spades is remarkable there.
Mentally, you can change it.
Yeah, absolutely insane bluff. Gets it through. Very relaxed atmosphere, as you can see. One of the features of cash games, David, more than tournaments, I'd say. People are a bit more relaxed in general.
Yeah, and I think a lot more familiar faces to one another. They probably come along here to every festival. There's a few of these games in the room, so maybe they're not always sitting together, but there would be a usual suspect sort of lineup. So there will be dynamics, as we already see. A hand play out that, in isolation looks unexplainable. It was a fun one.
I believe that is Bimbiris there in C2, we just saw. Not C2, excuse me. 8 around the other side.
English during the
Playing this one blind, David. Even more of a tester, PLO chops.
Okay.
Looks like a limp pot.
cold water, please.
Good help.
Our multi-way. Jack 9-5, 2 clubs.
Anderson.
As we wait for our graphics to catch up.
A little bit of fun flying dark here.
Eight high.
بس هو كان سيت بتلاقيه سيت عشان البرد لو ما معه سيت ما بضرب اي ضربه لا معه سيت ضرب عشان بده فل
Laughing. He's obviously aware that there's a 30-minute delay here, so he knew exactly when the hand was going to be shown. He basically sort of virtual fist bumping us from outside the booth there, saying, "Are you not entertained, boys? I'm here to play."
His exact words caught my eye, gave me a little wink, and said, "Giving you something to commentate on." So thank you for that, Hadi. You certainly did. Pretty insane bluff. We know that Kadra, very aggressive, very capable, not scared to step outside the box. Here we go, graphics have returned. As we see action round 2, Faradin Mustafa did a fantastic game in the warm-up series event. Deep run for him. Made the final table. Round shoot Hadi with the double suited King 8-8-5. Raised to 175.
Yeah, a little more reasonable this time.
Absolutely. This is Bimbiris, who I referenced earlier. Mindaugas. Very successful businessman. David loves his 5-card PLO. He's here in the 4-card streets this evening. Calls from the button. Hasbani completing with the double suited Jack 10-6-4 in the big.
Yeah, clubs for Khadra here. Obviously, top for Bimbiris. And open-ender for Hasbani. So everyone with a little something.
Yeah, Bimbiris going to go ahead and start betting with that top pair for a little bit of protection. There's a 10. Bimbiris here is still good. 4-1 favourite. Look at this. Hadi's at it again, David. Wow. Donk here. Using that King of Clubs blocker, blocking King Jack. And still has equity, it's called.
Yeah, a little disastrous if you get blown off that equity by betting out in this fashion, but obviously has a good sense that... Wow, and he gets his opponent to fold 80% equity there, wow.
Khadra, what a start to the 25-50 stream. Well, this is a taste, David, of things to come. We're going to be in for a treat. He's absolutely fearless. We've seen him in our No Limit deep runs in MTTs. Not afraid to pull the trigger, not afraid to look silly if it goes wrong. Gets 2 pretty big bluffs through right off the bat. So David, tell me your background in PLO. You've definitely got more experience than me. Wouldn't be difficult.
I've played some PLO cash.
Sana attım ya, aç onu kardeşim.
No.
Yes, you.
Aç onu.
$2.25. If you want. Yes.
Aç onu.
Please push. Help to the dealer.
Restart the main event 11-5 with line 600, 1200. With 1200 penalty, we will shuffle the building.
David, more so than No Limit, I would suggest, where people just want to see 3. And that 3 is very dry. 6-6-3 rainbow.
Yeah, great spot for Khadra here, really. Although we see Hasbani's going to actually take a shot here. Well, we've seen a lot of funky play, it's got to be said.
Right off the bat.
So going to just pure rep that 6. Khadra in a bit of bother, really. Obviously, there's some wrap potential, but much more likely when you face the lead out that your opponent does have a 6. So won't be loving his aces right now. Going to proceed cautiously. He's a
quite
massive
positive,
favourite.
David, to be holding the 3 here. It's nice to block a full house potentially.
And here comes the 4. So that rappy sort of holding has got there now. Goes check, kind of quickly. Hasbani maybe just thinking his jacks could be good sometimes here. He's gonna
show them down. Hadi, 3 for 3.
Yeah, and Hadi had a sort of a call one situation there. Fortunate in a way not to face another bet. It's one of those ones where you feel obliged to be sticky just in case your opponent's doing that with kings. Kind of surprised to see it with jacks, to be honest, but you know, more often than not it will be a 6.
Also, this maybe chance in this. Take 100, yeah. You get all the chance.
As we take a look at Faraday Mustafov, hasn't entered a pot yet, but I can't imagine it will be too soon. before that man gets involved. In fact, right away, double suited king, queen, 7-6. A little bit of a connectivity in both parts of the board here.
Yeah, very playable. Round to 2, Koza. Suggest not so playable. King 10, 6-6. So got lots of people to act David to behind. Get rid.
Yeah, good fold there from Koza. Would expect Gimburas to muck this ace-7, 7-4, but now he's going to get involved here. Obviously has one nut suit. Pocket sevens. And yeah, there's players here to sort of mix it up and gamble a little bit, which is great to see, to be honest. It creates a dynamic at the table where more players may decide to take it to the streets.
Let's be honest, much more fun for us in the booth also to commentate on a lot
Poor old
of
Moshe.
random holdings.
Moshe there, old school, picking up his hand. Have a little fan.
Yeah, it does complete.
Moisha. I think Moisha is
Moisha.
maybe the pronunciation. If I'm pronunciation, what am I doing here? Pronunciation. 4 ways. So
Moisha flops the nuts.
straight away, double checking. Is it indeed the nuts? It is. Zubeidat has 7 high spades. Nothing to get too excited about there. And no reason for anyone to put chips in this pot, I feel, at this point. We do go to a turn, and now 4 cards to Broadway here. Anyone with a jack and a Broadway card has the nuts. Moisha gonna stab at it. Obviously, some players with 2 pair gonna be out there, but not tempted. Maybe tempted with a set, not tempted with anything less. And job done. Into the black for Moisha.
Yeah, very nice pickup. Cards back in the air.
Kadra straddling here under the gun.
Yeah, Hattie's here to push the action. We'll have to see it in the booth. Not the worst holding to pick up, David, when you do straddle. Of course, that 4 of clubs dangler, not ideal. Round 2 has Banny, double suited. 9654 is going to come in for a raise from the cutoff. Makes it 300 to go. Fatty.
1000.
Double suited ace, king, jack, 4. Gonna pot.
I like this.
Yeah.
Very playable one here. Even out of position.
Yep, bumps it up to 1k. Hasbani, undeterred, comes along. 2.1k in the middle already here pre. What a flop. Not flush draw for Fadi. Hasbani does have straight draw in there with the 4-5, but not too much to be working with. But he is going to go with it. Surprising, David?
I suppose he's got the pair, and he's up against aces. He's got the right equity for sure. I think that's what he's maybe expecting to be up against more often than not.
Yeah.
It sort of ends up being a similar situation against the hand that he is up against. Good card for Hasbani there, obviously. And with that one, Mustafov goes from small favourite to just 15%. He's hit this club.
Yeah. Can't pair the board either. Excuse me, can't pair one of Hasbani's whole cards. Club doesn't get there.
And Mustafov will be re-entering here. Rebuying. Oh, sorry, we were running it twice. Apologies, guys. Wasn't aware of that. No, it's both runouts to Hasbani anyway.
Yeah, Hasbani doesn't like that ace on the river.
Full 10.
He's going to get the good news. Straight away, pot of $8,225 going his way.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that hand is once we go raise, particularly in a straddle pot, we're basically playing 50 deep.
Right.
As soon as it goes 3-bet, we're sort of in a very shallow situation post-flop where it's very easy to get in stacks, obviously, with just some amounts of equity. I think because everybody's buying in for that 5k, initially at least, even when it's unstraddled, 100 deep's not super deep.
Yeah, okay.
So I think we're going to have what is actually very common in cash games, which is this early period where guys are going to buy in for the minimum, take a few 5k shots, but as the stacks deepen, maybe particularly if there's players at the table who you fancy yourself against, you might want to cover their stack. Then we might see guys buying in for 10k, maybe even 20k later on, but I think for the moment 5k bullets, and maybe we'll see Mustafov come in for more. I can't imagine he's walking away from the table. I'm sure he's here to play.
Makes a lot of sense. He's done his first sort of 20 minutes of play. We're in for a treat. Pretty much non-stop action since the first card hit the felt. Very nice early double there for Hasbani.
Kosa limping in here under the gun with double suited Jack 998. Looks like accepting the invitation to limp along here. Ayada with 3 diamonds in hand, but kind of a gappery sort of hand. A6 4 deuce. Hasbani is going to take the initiative here. Not going pot here, just raising it to 200. With double suited ace 8-6-5, so he's got some middly parts of the board working well. Also a nut suit.
Really? Why you fall? Why you fall?
Moisha. Queen 10, 7 deuce on the button. Pretty ugly holding. I don't think he's going to play this one.
Why you didn't call?
Mustafov, who has rebought for 56. No, he probably rebought for 5k, and he had 600 left over maybe in that pot. I would imagine
Should call.
that has happened.
What?
And Kadra in as well. So 5 ways. Immediately I see some clubs in the hands of Mustafov. The no blocker for Kadra, which could be interesting later down the streets if he were to get there. And a better flush draw for Kosa.
Yeah, a lot of mediocre sort of holdings on this board for most of the players. See Kosa here, 54% to win.
Yeah, and Hasbani with bottom 2 just can never really like his hand or know where he's really at. Kosa actually is sort of counterfeited Hasbani in the end. He had the clubs working, which were the main reason for his equity in that spot, but in the end actually counterfeited Hasbani.
Look at this from Ayata, David. Complete airball. Stabbing half pot, 500.
It's an incredible bet.
Wow. Faddy looks it up with the baby flush, and Kosa now with the best hand. Can't really call, David.
It's really tough here when Mustafov has called. I'm sure he was going to call this bet with the jack high flush, just in case his opponent has a worse flush. But now Mustafov basically calling with the worst hand he'd ever call with here. You know, guys can have boats very easily in this situation. So 7 high flush, incredibly low down, and you're just thinking to yourself, I don't think the jack high can be good often enough. One of these guys got to have a better flush, surely, if not more.
Yeah, of course, full house is optional.
Incredible that Mustafov
100%.
could find a way to win this hand.
Kosa doesn't like it.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Only has to be good, like 1 in 5.
Look at this, finds the overcall.
Yeah, sticky one.
Sniffs it out. Kosa.
Absolutely delighted to see he has a winner.
Faddy going to be very disappointed to see that overcall. Little shake of the head.
That's a great expression there from Faradine, who clearly not impressed by the call. Like he is only going to have to be good 1 in 5, but like I don't know. I think he might only be good about 1 in 8 or 1 in 10 there.
Kind of understandable for Faddy to be frustrated, right? You don't expect your opponent to be able to find a call there without at least a nut flush.
Like the call from Faddy
Hedef yaptım
on its own was pretty light anyway.
Pretty
So
gangster, yeah.
yeah. So it had to be part of his calculation that he could potentially get a better flush to fold in later position.
هيك بهاليد كان معي 5 6 8 قص بس توني ديناري معي 2 بير بطن
قص 6 7 بين
معي بطن 2 ما ضربت. I didn't see my card.
Kick things off here
Doesn't
with
matter.
He
his
doesn't.
jack 8-5, 3 diamonds.
Okay.
Unlikely to play it, but he's going to limp in.
Everybody here to play.
ما قص 2
Yeah, I think I'm going to stop making predictions on whether they play their
think
hands
we
or not. Yeah, I don't like the look of this. Oh, and he's raised. It's that kind of thing. Well, you see Moisha. Okay, setting the trap a little bit here. Bad aces, it's got to be said. He's got kind of Badoogie aces here. And he's going to be loving it. So cautiously. I don't mind that, actually.
Yeah, it makes some sense to me.
In a game where raising it up is still going to probably get all the callers anyway.
Yeah. See, it's still best. Only very, very slightly. Bunch of 1 pair hand straight draws.
Yeah,
for Bimberus and Kadra.
Yeah, Bimberus with the slightly better straight draw.
Roman.
Moisha going to probe here with the aces, try to clear out some equity, hoping to get probably heads up here with this bet. I think he'll probably get 3-handed with it.
Yeah, Bimberus does have backdoor diamonds working for him. Likely makes this sort of somewhat weak straight draw a little more palatable. Does come along.
Brick for everybody there.
He's still holding.
Roman.
Can't be comfortable here, David, as Moisha, right? It's
No,
almost impossible to be comfy here. He is firing.
So
Pot.
sort of repping sets here, Moisha. Or king-queen type holding. He does have the aces, so you know, the off chance that his opponents have draws, he's getting value, or if they have 2 pair, he's not dead.
Bimberus is flicking it in, does have a gut shot. Go with that open ender. With any consideration to turn this one into bluff, David? We're almost certain we're never good, of course. Moisha gonna get the good news here. Somehow managing to win a pot of 2.4k here just with 1 pair.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering if Moisha would have been better served bluffing there, figuring that he was behind 2 pair most of the time, but having those 2 ace blockers could have been used in that fashion. Now, as it turns out, he had the best hand and will be happy to drag in a pot, but I actually think that might have been the better way to go. Use your aces in that spot to sort of get rid of the 2 pairs by repping the nuts.
The ace 10.
Yeah.
بدي اعمل مساج تذكرت بدي اعمل مساج
Great result for Moisha. And a medium size one.
صارت على التي في هلا حكيتها يعني
هي ما بتحضر اصلا ما بتتابعهم
اذا حضرت بدك تدعي ما تكون عم حاطه الصوت. You're talking about his wife catching him, you know? It's like you don't care.
I'm not going to share his cards with the RFID reader that time, picks them up and tosses them in. As Bani going to limp along the King, Queen, Jack 4, 3 diamonds. Mustafov going to pitch the jacks. Kadra in there. We know he's in here to play. Going to open it with the ace 994, 1 suit, and Kosa with a Badoogie holding as well, but some high cards. Three ways we go. Equities virtually in a dead heat.
English during the
Oh, sorry, small correction there. It looks like we actually had a raise pre. So we had gone limp, but actually it's been decided that it was actually three calls to a raise.
Sorry.
Koza here with the best of it.
Yeah, flopping top two, pretty nice on a texture such as that. 7 does change the texture quite considerably on the turn. Understandably, the brakes are pumped.
Does improve to top 2 once more, David. 10 of diamonds river.
Yeah, it's almost like a blocky kind of situation. You can try to get value from a worse 2 pair.
Yep.
But you can't really make it particularly big. You have to sort of price it in that way, and he has picked a lovely sizing here.
Very nice little quarter pot number. Hasbani may feel obligated. Oh, he is. He's turning it into a bluff. Makes it 1.5k to go.
Now, interesting spot for Kosa, who will be wondering, why did you not
didn't
bet?
you bet the turn if you have 8-9, for
Exactly. And you are basically just repping 8-9. Like, I don't think, unless you have like maybe pocket 10s in your hand to go with the king, something like that. I don't really know. And then you have a 10 in your hand, so you're blocking that one. So it's like, does he ever check the 8-9 to set the trap for me? That's the question you have to ask. And actually, I think
Seems unlikely.
Yeah, which is why I think the blocker's a lovely bet, because it shouldn't really get raised, and then you get to maybe induce some light ones.
Yeah, and just some light raises, also get some light crying calls. Works very nicely. Can Kosa figure out, excuse me, the riddle?
Oh, it looks like he's going to take...
Wow, Hasbani gets it through.
Well, Hasbani... Having a little chuckle there.
Few big bluffs here early in the going. Hasbani, well played, great start.
شو معك تضحك علي؟
اسمع 3 4
قال له بلاش كده ونمشينا عليه مع الرفيق لو انا لكم انت على $500 بلوف
Good luck, Habibi. Yes, good luck, but not against me.
Al bunu da.
Yeah, raises 2175. Calls from Zubidat and Kadra. +1 and the cutoff.
Heads up.
Both with pocket pairs. We are going 5 ways.
Bring waiters.
Yeah, Bimbiris now turning in that flush draw. Kadra at it again. Gonna go ahead and probe David.
Yeah, and if anyone can, I suppose it's him with this mini wrap.
Oh, sorry.
Now he gets a C4. However, gets to do a bit of card removal.
Interesting. Pretty uncomfortable spot here for Hasbani with aces. Bimbiris, what do you do, David? Do you have the nut flush draw? Of course. Board paired.
Yeah, you feel much better about calling with the flush draw than you do calling with aces in a spot like this. In the same way as that if you are going to semi-bluff and Cadra's 7, 8, 9, it's kind of an okay candidate because if you are up against a 10, which you sort of
بربح عشان عايز الخزاريط كان معك ربحنا
these
فيها.
are
Open river.
played out.
Cadra getting it done.
What's the rabbit hunt here?
بربحك مظبوط بس ما لها معنى.
ما كثير.
ايه بس ما لها معنى يعني عرفت ليه؟
سعيد.
اوكي. طيب ما لها معنى يعني لو
كولنا. ما أنا معنى تكولنا.
ايه ما لها معنى قولك ما شو بدي اخذ هوديك الميتين.
إذا أنت عم تضرب أنا حكب يعني نفس
أنا
ما يفتح.
You see there Hasbani obviously winning that big one against Mustafov. That's 9k now for Cadra also bulldozing his way
Yeah.
ahead to this $2,700 profit, which has been a little bit more snug, a bit more circumspect, but has had a nice run of cards as well in the early going. Mustafov obviously sitting there with 5k. 5k I think on a second bullet.
Yep.
If you're looking to make some inroads, no better man to do so, I'm sure. And then we see a few players there who are in the red for now. Ibiris, Ayala, Zubidas. Numbers that's
ما تغير شكل ها؟
I feel like it's going to be bigger swings to come.
Action bubbling up nicely in the early goings. Guys, if you are just joining us, 25.50 PLO cash game action here at the Western Series in North Cyprus at the wonderful Merit Resort. So we see Zubidat limping in, David, with the ace, king, king, queen.
Yeah, really nice hand to limp in here. Obviously, again, have to do the holding, but you know, very, very big cards. Clearly, wants to be involved in this one. Doesn't want to be perhaps involved in too big a pot pre. Just going to limp in and undoubtedly flash any opens that are to come along. Big Virus obliges here with the Jack 9, 8, 4 spades.
Saudiler daha 20 dakika sonra diyorum canlı yayına bağlanacağım.
Yeah, see, still has
Sen
40%.
neredesin?
And look at this. Flops top two against the overpair.
İyi hadi gidelim.
Shield, Zubidat, obviously not the kind of word he was looking for, but we do have an overpair, and there are some backdoor potential escape hatches as well. Exactly what happens.
رومل can we put the
Turn
phone
is a
here to
7.
watch it?
See, that brings in the 9-10, which neither player has. Ibiris much happier with the
Why
position
it's
here.
not tournament.
Pair and a draw. Don't know if he will the breaks here, or will he bet again? Quite like a bet, and he goes for here 1k. Probably ends things here. Zubidat, you know, kind of being sticky as he should for one street with the kings. I think has to give up now. There's a straight possibility that he's dead to.
Yeah, pretty grim texture for just that one pair. In the tank.
Have a little think about it though. Let it go. And good decision there. Very well played by Zubidat, I think. Both players actually played their hands very nicely there.
Yeah, Bimbiris running down the kings. Nice pickup.
برضه تلاقيها تشيلي ما تخلع.
Asked me there earlier what my PLO experience is. I was saying to you that I played one PLO tournament per festival, maybe not even quite one, only one. And out of the other stuff that's going on, and it's like just purely there is the next thing up, but I'll give it a spin.
لو أنا أقول لك ما تخلعش يا زين يوم شلنامتي بتركلها.
Oh my goodness.
Definitely jumped in the PLO streets that time as well. Played some of the cash game festivals. I don't think you commentated on me in those, but I know you were one of the commentators at that
That's correct.
festival for a while. I
داني
only ever
شو يا حبيبي
commentated on PLO here at Merritt.
تمام وانت
So with that caveat,
ايه عم بلعب كاش جيم
to break these hands down as best we can for you. Andrew Hendley,
يلا اوكي ديل
PLO successes for PLO.
داهش ايه
I must confess,
في فرق كبير
I
بين
am a
داعش
slave to No Limit for the most part. Have played some
yeah,
PLO, I played some Zoom on Stars. I don't know why. I decided to dip
okay,
in
deal.
against probably the better players just to give myself a little, you know, I like to challenge myself, try and learn the game. But yeah, not the most experience in this format. But we live and learn, David. So we see Koza here. 81% with that ace jack 10. That's a gut shot to Broadway to go along with that overpair, blocking that 10. Always nice against your opponent. Zubidat now probing to see where he stands with that top pair. It feels like we're just flicking a call here, David.
Yeah, definitely can raise the spot like this.
Yeah.
I think that's the best turn. It is very possible he has a post, so just have to hope our straight is good. We only have to be good 22% of the time here. Could be good probably half the time here. So happy to do it, and that's what he does, gets to show his Broadway.
Yeah, Zubidat gets the bad news. Top two, no good. Nice start here for Koza. They'd make that nice overcall with the jack high flush three ways on the paired board. Pretty gangster stuff. Picking up another nice small one there. Yeah, I really was very impressed with his chops in that No Limit warm-up event just a couple of days ago. Straddling here under the gun. Hadi Kadra, you gotta love the action, David. Gonna attack this straddle with ace, 9, 7 deuce. Don't try this at home. Round to Bimbiris. Does have nut diamonds working for him, but not a lot else. Gets out of the way. Prudent decision, I would suggest. Yeah, very interesting, Hadi, actually, with this straight flush draw. Has that nice 7 blocker in hand, blocking the nuts. Somewhat uncomfortable this, David, for Ayata, but is going to call one with the overpair and king high spades.
Yeah, I don't think Mustafa will have any thoughts of using his hand for his blocker batting down. So many people are interested.
Oh, Zubi that has sent it in there.
Yeah, he's not got much
You're all
behind.
in.
Oh, sorry, has two
in?
pair.
Basically,
Good luck.
sort of calling and throwing it.
Ne kadar?
1825.
One more.
Lots of cards to dodge for Zubidat.
عادي بول شانس هذا.
Ne fazla gayet sev. Kenes, tabii oto.
Could make its way to the middle, but I think more likely now that they have to go to showdown. They play a bit more straightforwardly. You see there that Canada actually going to win this one.
Pas pas.
Does River a straight.
Böyle
River in the wheel. Hadi Kadra.
bir şey var mı şuraya?
How does he do it, David?
Cheeky little wheel, no one would see that.
No one's seeing that one.
Ne bileyim hatta kesip ben.
Tough for Zubidat. Very difficult to hold there, of course, against the two other ranges.
Demonstration there in that hand where playing the shot.
Şans.
Yeah, yeah.
Finish.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Going to be a decent amount of good fortune playing its role here. Lots of fair-ins in the game, like PLO. A lot more when you play it shallow.
Especially this game, David, too, right? The action unreal. Everybody getting in the mix with lots of different wide holdings. Makes for great viewing for us here
And raise blind.
at the Merrick Casino in North Cyprus. Kadra, relentless. In
Yeah, this is a real napkin-y sort of hand, let's be honest, you know. The trees asking to be set over setted, the three deuce of hearts asking to be flush over flush. It's a very optimistic open. He's all min-clicked. I don't know, maybe is it... The only thing I can think of here is that it's a straddle and we haven't identified it as a straddle. I guess we're about to find out, or maybe we're not actually going to find that out because we have an isolation stuff up. Anyway, ace, queen, queen, three clubs, and Musha. No one of these run down hands pretty pure. You always want to see a flop with this kind of stuff. Doesn't have the double suited variety this time, but 7, 6, 5, 4 does flop so well. Crack any hand really. Yes, you're supposed to move against tipping run down, but be very happy about this situation. And now on this flop, kind of a deceptive one. He's got ignorant straight draw and a bad flush draw. We see they're both live against Mustafov, who's got the ace, queen, queen, 3 here. Ace, queen playing at the moment. Now, interesting one now, open-ender for Moshe. The equities stay exactly the same. So, open-ender and a flush draw against top pair, who's not loving life, it must be said, Mustafov. Probably against one of the tighter players as well. Not going to be loving calling this, but feels like he has to be a little bit sticky.
yeah, pretty uncomfortable spot.
So many rivers that you're going to just hate seeing here.
Does find a blank. King of clubs, river, ace. One pair of aces is good. Can Moshe attempt an audacious one here, David?
Yeah, just a pair of 5s in hand here. It's not a great situation for Moshe. Very little chance that his hand is ever good, but he has waved the white flag. Mustafov, I don't think he's going to bet this, turn his hand into a bluff. I guess he has the
is
queens
going to.
working. Okay, so he's going to try and target 2 pair hands, get them to fold, use these queens. Actually, on reflection, it's
I think I
kind
quite
of a
like
tidy
it.
one, yeah.
I like it. Hard blockers, of course, to the nuts.
I suppose I was just seeing how draw heavy the board was, and when your opponent checks, maybe you
Sure.
feel like you're good. But actually, quite smart to target the 2 pair combos that are checking and check calling.
Yeah, I think you put
Sometimes
every 2
small
pair.
bets, but not big ones.
You put every 2 pair, David, in a really grim spot.
Definitely with the
pot
full
this
pot
river.
bet. Yeah, yeah.
Well played, Fadi. Bluffing with the best hand. It made a lot of sense to do so. Nice pickup. Is in for 2 bullets. I think just another example there, David, of his poker prowess. Recognizing it in the long term. prudent holding to turn into a bluff.
Yeah, probably thought, well, sometimes I'm good, and that's fine. I can put more chips in the pot. They'll be coming back to me anyway in that example. But yeah, there will be some times where opponent has 2 pair, and we'll get him to fold. Certainly some of those like rappy ones that were 2 pair, and you know,
With a draw,
a draw
like
as well.
An 8, 5, 6, 7 or whatever.
Exactly,
like
the
this.
kind of thing that he had.
Sure.
Yeah, actually very good recognition on reflection by Fadi there.
So we see Koza getting out of the way. Bimbiris showing himself to be very open to playing wide. Does limp in to King 10-5 deuce. Ayata does likewise. Ace 10-7-2. As Bani finds bad aces, he's going to ISO them. Makes it 250 to go. Round 2, Moisha. I do love the pick up the 4. Give the dealer a glance, not this time. Fadi in there again. Double suited, King Jack 8-5, clubs and diamonds. And Kadra, we know he loves to get involved. From what we've seen so far, we're going to see a lot of 4- and 5-way pots. Everybody looking to splash around. King 9-4 with 2 spades. Hasbani currently best. Bimbiris with top pair and a flush draw. Top pair for Faradine. Pretty dusty side cards to go with it.
Open, please.
So we see Bimbiris here. Bit of shade under pot. Gets aces to fold. Nicely done.
مع عمود اللون بس لحاله.
The 9-4 with the ace of spades got mucked there. I'm just wondering if that one had any potential. Obviously you can represent nuts and you do have the 2 pair, but yeah, tricky one.
Yeah, I think Hasbani just recognizing 5-way. We can be in horrific shape here. Could be potentially drawn to 2 outs. Does let it go. Cards back in the air. Did have a little gander around the tournament poker floor on my way in. We have day 1B of our Western Series main event ongoing at the moment. The place is booming. Great to see. Good numbers here in January out here in Cyprus. You see Moisha wake up with ace, king 5. I'm going to 3-bet to 500. Bimbiris in there again with ace jack 6-5.
Yeah, nice aces this time for Moshe. Much more content to put chips in the pot than he was when he saw the ace, was it jack 5 or whatever it was earlier,
Sure.
Badugi.
Kadra in there again.
Well, we've seen Moshe play his hands pretty strongly, it has to be said, when he has...
Yeah, this could be trouble. Kadra with bottom 2. You can see here, 2-1 favorite.
Might just get in. No, he's going to call and
Look
see
for
a turn.
look for a safe turn, perhaps.
Ooh.
That is the worst turn in the deck.
You could actually check this one back.
Oh,
it's
and
so
he
good.
finds it.
Yeah, love it.
Snap finds it. Beautiful stuff from Moshe. Of course, going to go for value, David. A question of sizing. It's absolutely launched it. Looks like full pot. It is.
Great check on the turn there.
In terms of river sizing, David, can we just go a very small size here? It's very tough, right, for, you know, I had like king 4, 9-4 for them to continue on the river. Is there any, I'm no big expert in PLO river sizings per se, but is there any little quarter pot ticklers to try and induce crying calls or potentially some bluff raises.
Particularly against that guy, I like that idea that you might induce something too.
بلا لون بلا شيء.
Yeah.
Miss Diamonds might go for it.
بلا لون.
شريني اللون
By the end of the stream, I'll be a PLO savant. What do you reckon?
I think you're doing pretty good now.
Thanks, mate.
Speaking of you doing pretty good, you're a very humble man. Had I had the day I had yesterday, I'd have been bragging already by this stage in the stream. Andrew Headley, guys, 400k in the bag, ready to go for day 2 of the main on Tuesday. We will be bringing you day 2 coverage on Tuesday, and I will be figuring out who in this room makes the decisions about
You don't
feature
want
tables.
me on the feature,
We want
I
you on the
promise.
feature table.
A face for radio, as they say.
Oh, no doubt. But I still want you on the feature table. It's good, just because I'm a storyline guy, just
Right.
for continuity.
Okay, lovely.
You know, you'll be stepping out of the booth after tomorrow, so now
and into the streets.
it would just be much nicer if you were still part of the coverage.
You just want the opportunity to flame a torch or flame a hero fold gone wrong. I know you. I know you very well.
James Dempsey just wants an opportunity to rail front row seat his horsey.
Yeah, he has a little sweat, so nice for James. No, it was a very fun day yesterday. 1 bullet, mostly smooth sailing. Had to make a big laydown early on. Went from 100 down to 60k, but from then on, it was pretty chilled out. And nice to bag 4 starting stacks on 1 bullet, never a bad thing. But for now, we'll continue this 2550 PLO as we see Hasbani flop the nuts. Not going to get any action, I would suggest. 96%. Pretty rare to see in PLO on the flop.
Bravo.
Shows the nuts. So we see our new player at the table, David. Beautiful FC Barcelona hoodie.
No place for you.
Is that not Bimbiris?
No, it's a new
Yeah.
player, I think. Isn't it?
I think he's just put that top on.
Excuse me.
I could be wrong.
I think you are wrong.
Can we get a graphic of the name of this man? I think we've been watching him for the last 45 minutes.
I don't think we have.
And Andrew has a head injury.
Oh my goodness. No.
We're going to see in a second.
Because Zaidabut left.
Okay.
He left that seat. Bimbiris is at the other side of the table.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
Otherwise,
we're about to find out. He's about to have a graphic in front of him.
Otherwise, I'm off to the doctors to get a torch shined in my eyes.
You're absolutely right.
Never
I am wrong.
What a legend. Jakovlevich. What we'll go with. Another classic test of merit poker pronunciation. Does limp in. Double suited jacks. Moisha overlimps, as does Faradine. Gonna have a multi-way one here unless someone pops it behind.
Javovlevich, often regarded as a doppelganger of Bimbiris.
They could definitely be brothers. Look at that.
Come on, right?
Yeah, actually is.
I
Uncanny.
genuinely just thought he put on a Barcelona strip.
We do see Kosa. Electa ISO, David. Very nice hand to do it. In position on the button. King, Queen, Queen, 9, double suited.
Both very handsome men, I might add, before I get into any trouble
Nice
here.
save, buddy.
Yeah. Before they start, like, inquiring into their lineages.
Do go 4 ways. Ace, King, 10. 2 hearts. What a flop for Koza. Blocks Queen, Jack. Does have a pair of kings working for him also.
Can't make a royal, sadly,
Can't
for
make
us.
a royal. He doesn't know it. That magnificent moment where you turn one isn't going to happen. Jakovlevich holding that Jack of Hearts.
Yeah, and Faradine proceeding cautiously here. Obviously, Jack Queen really stands out as the kind of cards players will play here. And when you're up against 12 other cards.
Yeah, Kosa deciding to take a free one, David. Is there any need to turn that hand into a bluff? Or do we just try and realize equity?
Yeah, I think it's okay to go either way, actually. You can kind of see it being a mix, if a mix is a thing.
Okay. Mustafov gonna probe.
Yeah, I like this now. Delay C-bet here with top 2. Obviously then depriving some Broadway draws of getting there. Trying to get some equity out of some flush draws. trying to get the king 10s and the ace 10s to call as well, and they're in particularly bad shape. Go for this nice small sizing, clear out some equity. Jovovljevic obviously with flush draw and blockers. Both players basically with flush draw and blockers. That's kind of what we're looking at here.
So like Koza can't really rep like a hand like Queen Jack would just always bet flop. Is that fair to say? 4 ways?
No, I think he definitely can, especially if he's got the flush draw with.
Okay.
I think he can probably wait to see. But again, everything has changed by the fact that we're playing so shallow. You know, wanting to get stacks in is not a difficult thing to do multi-way.
Okay.
When we really only have like 2 bets in the pot each time.
Got it.
So I think for that reason, it's actually pretty reasonable. Interesting to see now what Jovovljevic could do.
Any raising?
Yeah, like he does have, because it's a squeezy spot now. He's facing a weak lead and a flat. So he could actually spring the trap here and rep it, but he decides to call as well. Obviously trying to make his flush, which we know would be no good. Mustafov gets the check mark here on the very blanky 8 of spades. And I think both players not going to be too interested in paying off a bet here. Mustafov will be conscious that pocket 10s is out there, but I think we'll probably do the same thing he did on the last street. And wow, well, sorry, before I wax lyrical about how Mustafov's going to come with a quarter pot bet again, instead we see Jovovljevic now uses blockers.
But it's not the
Like,
same.
it's not a value bet, David, right? It's always a bluff.
It's
Gotta be.
I guess he's blocking some boats. Sorry, some 2-pair combos, I should say. And he's blocking the straight. So I guess he has a blocky sort of hand. But it is, I did not expect this. Almost like he's done what he could have done on the previous street. He could have just squeezed it and done it there. But instead he's acknowledged the fact that it's gone weak lead call. And he's overcall and led instead of raising.
Yeah, I find this one a difficult one to analyze. In my mind, if he has Queen Jack, he surely raises turn. No?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what this represents.
Koza looking somewhat befuddled. Doesn't have enough of it. Decides to let it go. And Jovovljevic fresh to the table. Well played, sir. Got the job done.
He don't leave me to buff. With the nuts.
Oh, I thought you win.
Yeah. Show.
Oh.
Oh, he does show.
You want to show?
Mustafa with the expletive. Really surprised, goading his opponent to show a bluff, and he got shown it. Fabulous stuff.
Hadi Kadra with the nod of approval. A man who enjoys a bluff.
That's great stuff.
Found a way to win that
Check
pot.
turn for the buff, yeah?
Yeah,
Bravo.
but I wait.
Very well
flash.
played.
If flash open, maybe.
Sends some weakness. Using the jack blockers. Along with the 2-pair blockers of the 8 and 4. Set blockers got it done.
So we're going to play one more hand and then just take the shortest of breaks. These guys obviously playing cash games. I don't know if they've a dinner break in mind, but, you know, little toilet breaks and little, you know, momentary pauses, not unusual in a cash game environment where there are no actual scheduled breaks. These guys have been battling for over an hour now.
As we see a multi-way pot.
Hasbani with the nut draw, but it is a paired board.
Kosa has that 4 of
Oh,
spades.
look at this. Sorry, I just see the 4-3 now in Kosa's hand as I run down
Oh, of course. Sorry, I
the
didn't see
holdings.
the 3 myself.
So an absolute stranglehold on this one.
Flops the nuts.
Very hard to be 87% 5 ways in PLO on the flop.
Hadi Kadra. Tell me someone who loves the game more. 600 here. 5 ways. with merely a pair of 9s. Nothing else working for him.
Yeah, that scant possibility of the 5-6 as well, I suppose.
Koza looks like he's lining up the fast play. Does do it.
Yeah, and this will blow Hasvani off what he will perceive to have been maybe some equity sometimes, but in this example, no equity whatsoever.
Yeah.
On that note, as we see Koza pull in a pot, we will zoom out for a moment, take a short break. Welcome back, guys. As Moshe takes a gander in his inimitable style.
I'm going to start doing it in no limit. Just pick up the 2. I'll do it on day 2. I like it. It's just like...
Yeah, like Maverick.
Look. Yeah, have a little look. Reminds me of that Mel Gibson card meme. Was that?
Maverick,
there
yeah.
you go.
We
You
were on
know
the same-
me.
we
You
were
know
on-
me with the movie references. I'm not that great, but I have seen the meme. Myself and David did have lunch with our wonderful partners earlier. And you always have all these movie references, and I'm like, look, I don't really know it, but I may have seen a snippet on the internet.
Well, it always goes to movies when we're sitting having lunch with Ali Najad, because he's another cinephile. So, yeah, the chats between myself and Ali do.
There's no need to insult him.
Whoa! Whoa!
I thought that was pretty strong.
Just going to stretch across and cut Andrew's mic there before we all get in trouble.
2 spades, 1.
Now another 5-way, 6-way pot, excuse me. Look at the equities.
Yeah,
Kadra, marginal favourite on this flop with the open ender.
I cannot see
Backdoor
different,
clubs.
color.
Turn is a jack. Ayata, top set. Vaults into a 71% favourite position. So we see Mustafov here. Dangerous Waters, David, has top and middle pair. Bet 700. Kadra wants to see a river. Bunch of straight draws working for him.
Yeah.
More faster.
Ayata now
150 each hour.
with the turned nuts. Mandatory raise, David?
Yeah, I think so.
I think we have to, right?
Yeah, there are draws out there. Obviously, your hand's pretty nice, but there's so many cards out there. You just want to get...
Does block second set also. Yeah, it has potted it, it looks like.
Got to be done.
That is likely all in, I think, with the chips in front of him.
Yeah, and you get called by 7s, 5s, and maybe even deuces when you do this. you might get called by some sort of super wrap
Yeah.
on occasion, but actually much more likely as you get rid of the wraps and the open enders and the,
Well open.
that kind of
No,
stuff.
I can-
Yeah.
The flush draws have to go away as well.
It's very important to deny as they rabbit hunt the king of spades.
Sure, you have to.
So Ayata does
Nice
deny.
Yeah, very well played by Ayala, recognizing that sometimes there's
Don't
a
take
time to fast play your strong hand.
Slams the jacks down onto the felt. Very nice pickup.
يلا straddle round.
Yes.
One round straddle. One round straddle.
No.
Okay.
So sorry. Because
Wondered if Bimbiris had
Really-
left, but he
really
does still
very-
have chips in front of him.
Yeah, you don't need English to you can straddle without knowing English. It's the hundred, you know?
Kadra,
لا ليك هذا
Kadra explain. It's a lovely bit of miscommunication here.
بالتكساس ليك هلا في كلاب جديد بالسعوديه على الجيجي. هلا تعرفت على صاحبه هلا بتفوت عليه اليوم.
ما بقي معنا مصاري اليوم.
20 or 30,000. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. He's right.
Kadra gonna pop it up here over the Mustafov straddle with jacks. The jack 5 of clubs working and a 3 dangler here. Looks like Hasbani's in there with a double suited
Take your time.
gappy sort of holding. Queen 9,
150.
7, 3. Moishes out of there. Mustafov is gonna set mine with the 10-10, 6 deuce. He's also got some spades. His spades are actually dominating the spades of Hasbani as it happens. Well, top and bottom, sorry, I should say top set for Mustafov. He's also got that bottom pair dangler, but sort of irrelevant in this situation. Kadra's going to bet,
you want?
and Mustafov
Okay, let's
with a
do
dream situation here. Kadra, open ender
Flush?
and the overpair.
Okay, I have open
Has
ended
plenty
and
of
flush.
equity,
Yeah,
but
it does have a flush draw also.
oh, and flush draw. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I missed the flush draw. That's no help.
This is for you or not?
Nope.
This is for me, okay.
Yes.
I have pocket tens.
Only?
Only pocket tens.
Only.
Oh, they are running it twice.
Seva.
Kadra needs to get there. Doesn't do it. Bricks both boards.
Nice etiquette there from Mustafov. As soon as the spade came down on the turn, throws over his 2 of spades to show that no sort of the opposite of slow rolling there, making sure his opponent sort of gets, what is it, information at a need-to-know basis.
So we see Mustafov find that double up. This is great. The action, amazing, guys. Hope you're enjoying it. Lots to unpack. Hadi Kadra going ballist early in the stream, bluffing away. Mustafov in for 2 bullets, but finds the double up as he approaches getting back into the black.
Yeah, I didn't notice Kadra running into us that time.
I know, right? Didn't run in and say, guys,
Look at me. We jest, of course.
we're only
here
messing,
about-
Hadi. We love you.
Bulgarian.
Bulgarian.
Yes, before.
Yes,
10 years.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly. I know you.
Yeah.
From Burgas, no?
From Burgas, yeah.
From Burgas, so that's in Bulgaria.
And Sunny Beach.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can hear Mustafov talking about some of the
10 years
destinations,
ago.
some poker destinations being mentioned there as well in Bulgaria.
For sure.
I've played in Sunny Beach. I've played in Golden Sands. Burgas is, I think, the airport that you fly into to get to Sunny Beach, as I recall.
Yeah, one country I haven't actually made it to. I've played at poker in a lot of places around the world. I always thought it sounded amazing. Sunny Beach.
Yalla habibi.
But then
come
I've
to
noticed
Dubai.
that everyone's young and
Come to Dubai,
partying.
Habibi.
Right, lots of dance music and stuff, David. That's not us, is it?
I don't know if it was ever me, and I don't think it was ever a version of David Lappin that it was.
So you go 4 ways. Kosa with the aces pre. Still holding. Very dangerous board, of course. Not going to want to put too many chips in here. Post, you would imagine. But he is going to go ahead. Test the waters. Around about a third pot. So we see the unimitable form of James Dempsey thrust his way into the booth.
7.
The unlikely shape of James Dempsey.
6 got 2 times.
Strado.
James is going to replace me here in the booth, so I'll make way for him momentarily now. Andrew Headley and James Dempsey, who actually, of the three of us, has played the most amount of PLO, I'm fairly certain. Can bring maybe a higher level of analysis than either of...
No, for sure put.
We're calling in the
Sometime.
big guns.
100.
Yeah.
Strado. One time.
Just 1 time.
Yes, one time.
Okay.
We will see if James can manage to enter
One
the booth
orbit.
with
Everybody
his
puts one
Americano and not spill it everywhere today. That's the
time.
real
For the game,
test.
for the TV.
That's always a hope. I must say here,
Popcorn.
exceptional work from everyone at the table to
3.
harass Kosa into this
30,000
straddle.
straddles.
He's only going to post it once. He's only
30,000.
going to do it one
Me
time, he
too.
says.
If you like have 30,000,
Yeah,
Strado all the
I
time.
want, bro. I want.
Ahmet,
They might be angling for a compulsory straddle all the way through. We might try and turn this one into a 25-50, 100 game, but looks like Kosa's, for the moment anyway, saying
Surrender.
one time only. Obviously, he's had a good start here at 7,800. Usually want to try and arm twist the guy who's up money to
425.
be willing to do straddles, right?
It's good for the game, David.
I'm not sure it is good for the game in a way, though, because what we've been talking about being great is how,
Yeah, I know.
you know, there would be more play in
It's
the
a good
deeper
sign.
stacks, and we're chopping the stacks in half now. But anyway, that's okay. We will just end up getting
But
more all-ins.
Roman, come and take 150. No think so much.
So we see Kadra attack this straddle.
Button good.
Jack 973 gets it done pre-flop. Who is that, David? You're the movie guy. That's got to be a movie guy on the T-shirt, right?
Steve McQueen, maybe?
I thought it might be.
Yeah. Think that is Steve McQueen.
That is, of course, Mindaugas Bimbiris.
That's, of course, Steve McQueen, the actor, not Steve McQueen, the director of movies such as 7 Years a Slave, Shame, Hunger.
Is it not the same guy?
Not the same guy.
Oh.
That Steve McQueen won the Booker Prize. Sorry, not the Booker Prize, the Turner Prize about 15 years ago and then moved into films.
Is the legendary actor still with us?
No.
He's not.
No.
Sorry, Stephen. Steve.
No. But the other Steve McQueen is still with us.
Cold water.
Good to know.
And he's a heavy-set black man, so couldn't be more
You're not going to
distinguishable from the old Steve McQueen.
Got it. Another straddle here, Bimbiris. Everyone attacking them. Mustafov with a light attack. We saw Kadra do it a moment ago.
bir tane de çay.
Cold.
Hadi
cold.
here is double
Şeker
suited.
olmaz.
Jack 10-5-3.
And
Hearts and clubs.
Why, Habibi? Why?
Bardak da aynı.
sorry.
And look at
And
this.
salvet.
How much?
Another
Red Bull
example of Hadi
Napkins,
pushing the action.
Ah,
Going to make it
Napkins,
1400 here.
I don't know. Napkins. Napkins.
Feels as if this
I
gets
don't know.
through.
Napkins. It's in
Unless
English.
Faradine feeling exceptionally
You from Dubai?
sticky.
And just for anyone sort of
from Dubai?
relatively new to
No,
PLO, really worth
Lebanon.
noting here
Lebanon.
the equities in this spot. You know, double suitedness is massive in this game. You know, you might be in there with an inferior hand, but it will have a lot of
Okay,
equity.
gamble. I
And you will have the betting lead, and
Welcome
it's
to
why
Dubai,
it's
Habib.
used as a three betting
Wow.
hand
Ah,
sometimes.
look at this from Mustafov.
You can-
Somehow
you
we
cannot
have
trust the game.
$3,000 in
Lot
the
of
middle.
cheating games.
Neither player with anything.
Where you played?
I have very bad hand.
And Kadra just launches
I
it
do not
in with a
think
gut
game.
shot only in bottom pair.
It's not a clean game.
This is a man
Sometimes it's not a clean game.
completely unafraid
Arjun.
to push
Is
boundaries.
he alone or with German? Where is it in GVC?
You are very professional poker player.
In which area it was?
Yeah.
If you watch TV, you know I am not. If you see the hand. hands.
Eğer
I
televizyon
have 10
seyrediyorsan o gördüğün
I have pair of five. I promise you, I play 4 cards. This is second time in my life.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I play
Yes.
4 cards.
Yes, yes, play one round. This round is straddle.
100. Euro 100.
Strada one round.
100 koyuyorsun abi.
Bir seferliktir her zaman.
Evet, bir defalık.
You win or you lose in the hand?
I don't know, maybe you lose 500 euro.
500 euro? No, it's a small game.
See a straddle here from Ayata. Hasbani limping +1. 10-8, 5-4 double suited.
Aces, I give you the money.
Hadi Kadra continuing the aggression. Makes it 500.
Now in Bashir have a very good game, very good lineup now.
We are going 3 ways. 500 ISO called in 2 spots by Ayata and Hasbani.
1000.
Top 2 pair here for Hasbani. We can see Ayata, equity favorite. Hadi Kadra flopping the wheel. Is going to get it in. Could see a huge pot here as Mr. James Dempsey arrives in the booth. Potential blood on the carpet. We have a 1k bet from Hasbani with top 2. Kadra here with the flop wheel. Sends it.
Run it twice, please. Run it one time. Up and
Does
up and
fold his 2 pair.
No, no,
Asks
keep fold.
for the rabbit hunt.
Open.
Dealer Julie obliging.
Okay, my straddle now, I'm going to the bathroom. I'm sorry.
No, I
As
know.
we- As I welcome to the booth.
Yeah, there we are. Just getting myself settled there as
Mark
that pot was
Peter
going on.
Dubai,
You were
yes,
calling the action nicely.
Playing
Marvin?
The check jam.
Marek Peter.
Little lonely 2-pair to fold.
German,
You know, in Omar, it's a bit different. Top 2, it depends which top 2 it is. You know, if you've got top 2 ace
You're
king,
thinking
things are
must
good.
be
You've got top
very
2
good
4
like
5.
the
It's
game.
just no good turn cards. Here we go. So you've got some PLR action on the go. They blasting? Are we gambling?
They are heavily gambling.
All right.
We've seen Hadi Kadra come out. This is the Western Series, and we've been in the Wild West. Hadi executing some wild bluffs. Went for one that was complete no equity airball 3 ways. Got the second nut flush to fold on the flop. Yeah, we've got Mustafov in there firing away lots and lots of multi-way pots pre. And there's an example, James. Hadi is just going ballistic. Queen 5-3-3, deciding this is good for a raise to 500.
Yeah, a little optimistic, if I'm being kind.
Listen, Hadi is just going tonto.
We're driving the action.
He is.
It's all good.
Interesting spot, James, for Koza. Double flush draw, ace king 7-3. Decides to call.
Yeah, I like this hand. Obviously, you know, important when you do have these double suited hands that it's suited to the ace and the king, of course. So much more valuable than if it was, say, ace king of clubs, 7-3. But
look at this from Bimbiris.
Wow, just pouncing on this. What he presumes is a lot of opens from Kadra and a flat from Kosei on the button, who's going to 3-bet a lot.
Hadi calls.
He does call. This is kind of a nicely set up situation for Kosei here. I wonder if he ever just decides to jam here. Hadra's just never got better than this hand.
Right.
Bimbiris is committed anyway. If you can jam and get him to fold, it's fine. If any jamming him to call, you're a big favourite in a side pot, most likely.
That makes a lot of sense.
And I mean, even if you do run into a really strong hand, ace king 7-3 runs pretty good against everything.
Absolutely, James.
I know.
But he's a good guy.
Yes.
Yeah, really, Hadi just in the mix.
Call name this guy.
It was good fun, James. You missed this. Hadi ran that massive bluff. We are, of course, on a 30-minute delay. And he just came round the corner, stuck his head in, gave me a little wink, and said, give you guys something to commentate on.
I love it. Oh, hello. Is this... I mean, I haven't seen how Bimbiris is playing. But obviously, this is a fold based on how he perceives Bimberis to play. No, obviously, if Bimberis is, we can see Ace Queen 10-4, but if he perceives him to be super tight here, like Ace King King or Aces, then obviously the Ace King 7-3 falls poorly against that situation. And the Ace Queen 10-4, actually taking the lead here.
Has Caddy called this off?
For 1200, he has. With wrap around the 4.
Wow!
I need a miracle.
My goodness.
Backdoor clubs.
You do open.
Bimberis, you're actually in the lead with just a pair of 4s.
Yeah, great spot to be in.
Trying to work out a run out where he loses. Backdoor clubs or a 3 or a 5.
Yeah, there's some straight chances, but yeah, I mean, obviously covering the queen as he is. 10 is pretty dastardly. Kadra only winning with a 3. That is not it. All right.
I think they're running it twice.
Okay. Has that been a feature of the game mostly?
It's been at pretty much every all-in, yeah.
I like it.
8.
And 8, of course, now would do it. 8 for the 3s would be Ace Queen high.
You win.
Wow.
What professional?
He actually improved both times, but didn't need to. A pair of 4s would have taken down both pots.
Yeah, great scoop for Bimberis. You asked the question, James, how's he been playing? Not too crazy, actually. I was a little surprised to see him pump this one to 2300.
Okay, so
he's been seeing a lot of flops and getting in the mix, but hasn't gone crazy pre.
So that kind of lends itself to the idea that the Ace King 7-3 can be pretty bad shape against a player who's playing very tight.
Yeah, I think it was actually somewhat reasonable laydown for sure.
Like, those hands, obviously, like everything in poker, dependent on your opponent's range. But just in the Ace King nature, it's so much more powerful than if it was, say, like Ace Queen 7-3.
Right.
That top kicker worth so much with the ace.
I add 5k chips.
In a situation where someone's 3-bit squeezing, because they're going to have potentially hands like they did there, like an Ace Queen 10 and a wheel card working with a nut suit. Trying to ISO.
Yeah, it's been a treat to watch so far. Very intriguing. Tons of action, which is what we love here in the booth. David had mentioned, James, that you're likely a more experienced PLO player than either me or Mr. Lappin. I think that's fair to say.
I have played a fair few hands of PLO in my time, and most of them coming in the live cash game arena.
Yeah.
Where the games play a little unorthodox.
Unorthodox is right. Have you played like a similar amount to Hold'em? Like, is it 50-50, 70-30 type thing, or?
I mean, I've played.
You played
lots
and lots.
So many Hold'em tournaments in my life. That's the thing with online, but you know, most of my live play these days is, for the last few years anyway, has been PLO games.
Right.
And you know, loosey-goosey PLO games like this one.
I'm loving it, to be fair. Learning on the job. I think I'm doing all right.
These are fun ones. Kadra going at it again. Queen 9-5. Not the finest hand, but if you're raising up with Queen 5-3-3, you're raising up Queen 9-5.
Haddy's having the time of his life out there, as we see calls from Koza and Ayata.
Yeah.
With kind of bad kings.
Yeah.
Does have clubs working.
I kind of like that from the small, Squeezing, it's really hard to play.
Yeah.
I think just flatting and just trying to make hands in this kind of game is good. And you will get the occasional flops like this, where your hand just looks so good. Obviously, he's got king high clubs. And the overpair on a deuce 3 board.
To give you Bashir
it's
number.
Just a dreamy scenario. And you see Kadra here with queens and 9 high clubs.
This is trouble, right, for Haddy?
Yeah, because he bets the 1k. Obviously, Koze here just misses this one. A little disappointing with that hand.
And does Ayata just always run this, James? Just decides it's time to get it in?
I would like that from the small blind position, out of position there. Kadra's going to call off with so many hands. You've got so many hands in bad shape. If he's got 9 and clubs, or you know, even a hand like this with clubs, you just got him boxed off.
Just go ahead and realize their equity over 5 cards.
Yeah, I don't think we really ever want to kind of quote-unquote slow play. You can't really slow play one pair in this game, but there's... You just don't want to... You don't know what the bad cards are all the time. That's the problem in Omaha. I think he should just come out with a raise here. Well, I would come out with a raise here.
Yep. I did reference, I don't have the most PLO experience, but it's felt just naturally intuition. Feels like a spot to just go ahead and run it.
Yeah, we're playing relatively shallow as well. Obviously, they're playing 25-50.
Yeah.
Notice a straddle on the 2 hands I've been in here for. So, you know, PLO is a game that... PLO is a game that Did he just fold?
He didn't. My goodness, Hadi. How have you got away with that one, sir?
Wow.
It's got to be too tight, James?
Yeah.
What, you're just worried you're against aces with the flush draw and you're dead?
It's the thing, if it was three-way, you can be in a situation where you're like, oh, someone's going to have a better made hand than me, and someone's going to have the nut draw.
Okay.
And it is important in Omaha to never marry the second nut flush draw.
Right.
It's such a big leak to be in there. But when you've got a broken board like that against a player playing a super wide range, we just saw him get in the hand before.
Right,
it's
yeah.
Like, if he somehow has better than a pair of kings and somehow has the nut flush draw,
then well done.
Good luck to you.
Sure.
Finish now. This is what straddles.
Yeah, very surprised to see that lay down. Hadi gets away with one.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because we're playing very shallow. I mean, a lot of Omaha games end up playing very, very deep. I'm talking those games you're kind of sitting like the short stack would be 300 blinds or something. And
right.
This is obviously everyone's got less than 100 blinds in effect because of the straddles.
Yeah, they are straddling, James, every hand we have seen. I mean, at the start of the stream, there was no straddle, but last sort of 30 minutes, everyone's in there, everyone's straddling.
The boys are warming up.
They are.
That's the other thing I like about Omaha games. Is everyone starts off with the best of intentions. You wake up, get to the game, right, I'm just going to play tight, play my hands in position, just try and make the nuts, don't do anything crazy. You fast forward 3 hours and everyone's in there with the queen 5-3-3 calling 3 bets.
Yeah, it must be easy to get swept away on the
on
the tidal wave of action. We see Hasbani calls this ISO 400 from Kadra with the ace-king 9-9. Action flop.
Yeah, obviously these hands not ideal, but against a player who's giving a lot of action, I don't mind giving a bit back. This. He's flopped a nut flush draw. Leads out. Oh, wow. Top 2 for Kadra now. He was, I imagine, fairly happy with his hand on the flop when he faced the lead. I think against a player who's opening every hand, and so far I've seen like betting a lot, you probably do just want to extend the rope and play a lot of hands as check raises or check calls. But
yeah,
as it is now, of course, Hasbani finds that ace and is kind of in a bit of a quandary. Decides to play check call for 1,000. I like it. Can have the best hand.
Does feel like a turn card, James, that we have to defer and check over to Kadra.
Yeah.
As the one most likely to have pocket aces. And now, is this mandatory value, James?
I would like to see no value, but
just sort of targeting worst 2 pair.
Yeah, it all comes down to the perception of the turn lead. The flop lead, pardon me. I'm like slightly curious to that. On a king 7 deuce board, I don't think many hands should, but yeah. So if he thinks his opponent maybe has a hand like a king with a rundown, like a, and it's just got queen jack in it potentially, would have just got there.
Right.
If he thinks his opponent has nut flush draw a lot, then obviously betting here is lovely because there's a good chance they've also maybe made a weaker 2 pair.
Yep. Yeah, Hadi, keep your eye on him. Being a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, that's really comes down to tendencies.
Okay.
Does he lead a set? Does he lead a set of deuces there, or set 7s if he's got it? If so, then checking back seems fine. I think more so than in Hold'em, where you find your value bets and your value raises and check backs or whatever, is so relevant in this game to the player tendencies.
Right.
They're way more diverse than they are in Hold'em.
Yeah, really enjoying the stream so far as we see Hadi picking up one of his stronger holdings pre-flop.
Yeah.
Double paired, double suited kings and 8s.
Yeah, Kozela can just get involved constantly against him. So these kind of hands are so much more beneficial if you have a nut suit, the ace jack 10-6. Doesn't play that well multi-way, but you see Kadra raise every hand and you got ace jack 10. What do you he wants to be in there. Mustafov, same thing. He said the ace queen 7-5, no nut suit, out of position, going to be playing 4-way, so just bins that one. With a nut suit would have definitely been in. Kadra with king high spades. He blocks the straight draws, which is kind of nice. With those 2 8s. Koze here with the decision. Top pair, but key the ace of spades.
It's very tricky, this one, James, right? He has top and bottom.
Oh, pardon me, top and
yeah,
bottom.
Top and bottom, but their equities we can see running very close.
Yeah,
Still tough to raise.
I'd like to see him call here purely because he's got the ace of spades and gets to win on a spade a lot if he is behind. He knows kind of what the bad cards are in terms of the straights coming in reference to his jack six.
A very dangerous board to attempt to fast play a hand as weak as top and bottom. Also,
yeah, you're going to get called a lot by, the straight draws with the flush draw, and you're in bad shape against them. And once you're all in, you can't use the bare ace. You need to be creating action once that's hit.
Can I just get out of the way?
Yeah, I mean, folding's
Open turn, please.
fine as well. You are in a three-way pot, and I mean, I'm not sure if Kadra's just blasting relentlessly or not, but
he has been.
I mean, so far I've seen his C-bets, they have been hands, like he had queens with a bad flush draw there, he's got kings with a flush draw.
Certainly driving the action.
I'm used to this music mean blinds going up, but of course, it just means changing a dealer. Alright, so I'm looking at those P&Ls. No one's got a bloody nose just yet. Kadra up a little. Fadi currently down the most, but 4K when we're playing 25, 50, 100 is
not a lot.
Is nothing.
Yeah, action bubbling up nicely. Can see there being an explosion here at some point. Straddles now have been pretty much mandatory last sort of 45 minutes or so. See Hadi there, 13K in front of him. Most aggressive player at the table by a distance. If you're just joining, guys, 25-50 PLO cash game action with myself, Andrew Headley, and the musings. Mr. James Dempsey just joining me in the booth. Mr. Lappin we have sent for a nice dinner. He will be returning in a couple of hours.
How many visits to the pudding table do you think he's going to have today?
It's always overs on 2. Always overs on 2. I'm on a diet, James. Haven't had one yet. You proud of me?
I am proud of you.
Thanks, mate.
Came with similar intentions. I did have like a scoop of ice cream, one of the kind of sponges yesterday. It's okay. I've done it before here, where I've gone for the whole time. No, I've gone here before when I've come with, no sweets for the entire trip, and it's a good rule because they are very tempting.
Life is also too short, though.
It is.
So we go 3 ways here. 9-3-3.
Ooh, Moshi. Got the kings and spikes his dangler.
Moshi with his signature, let's pick up all 4 and have a gander.
Yeah, that's old school poker, isn't it?
Checks it over to Kadra. I like it.
Yeah. Oh, he does C-bet this as well.
Mate,
he is relentless.
He's going absolutely crazy.
Because they're with 2 pocket pairs here, looks like he's still interested. Wants to spike one of them. 4 outs to bite. Of course, 2 over. The 8s is obviously a good thing. The deuces is always a little dangerous. I mean, 3, less likely someone has that. But you don't want to make underhouses.
Yeah, this is a little out of character from Koza from what we've seen.
Moshe just happy to run it.
Yeah, I think Koza's potentially just had enough of folding to Hadi.
8-8.
Wow.
Gets the bad news here from Moshe. Does pot it, takes it down.
Yeah. Went route 1. I'd be a bit worried with Kossi calling behind and your best card being a king as opposed to an ace kicker, and of course having a pair in your hand so much harder to get there if you are behind. But
Finish Straddle.
if it was a more coordinated board, I think you're keener to fast play, but on the 9-3-3s you can just take a slightly more cautious approach.
Okay.
2 times. No, okay, 2 times.
Same time.
Thank you.
Just pot it.
Yeah.
And if Kossi in there with a 3, is he going to fold? I mean,
it's going to be tough, right?
Kadra could have a 3, of course, because he seems to just pot any 4 and c-bet any flop. I was giving him credit for c-betting kind of tight, not tight, but like they've been reasonable c-bets.
Yeah.
He caught a piece. That one was just way out there.
Yeah, Caddy's in the Hadi, excuse me, is in the mix. A lot of fun to watch. Round 2
Yeah, I'm very much enjoying this already.
Ayata limping in. Hasbani gets out of the way.
No straddle.
We can play Chakalak.
What is chocolate?
Round to
Everybody
Moshi.
before put and put some money, and they open flop without betting. It's
This is not for TV.
Allah habal.
very good. Yes.
I'm describing a bomb pot, but they call it Chakalak. I prefer that name.
خلاص give me 200.
200. Everybody.
Was it Shakalak?
Yeah, maybe.
Loving that.
If it's 75, round up.
Look at this from
75,
Hadi.
round up.
On change dealer, let's play one hand bomb pot. No. Before flop, you put money. Everybody.
Too slow.
No, no,
Kadra
it's not-
raising
not
up.
of the time
You
to
could just go check and get to a flop quicker.
Hey, bump pot.
Jack 966.
No bomb pot.
Ayata,
Chakalak better. One
Queen's
board.
double.
I don't.
Obviously going to continue.
No bomb pot.
200?
Yes, sir.
I've seen Moshi play one of the tighter kind of ranges pre, but he is in there.
Yeah, this hand's just about okay. Obviously, when you've got a player who's raising this often and with basically every 4 cards, and you've got the button, I don't mind getting there a little wider. And, well, we miss the action between 2 of them. Kadra going to come out betting with this Jack 9 draw and the spades. Ayata having found middle set, but Moshi on the button.
Wow.
Peeled, found himself the nuts. Even has backdoor nut diamonds, pardon me. And a 10 blocker. If Ayata just plays this as a call. So has to be worried about the man behind. And of course, you just want to give Kadra a bit of rope.
Yeah, really interesting Kadra with that Jack blocker and a middling flush draw of his own.
Oh, I love this.
Oh, Moshi finds a little trap.
I really like this. I was really hoping he would do this. Because now they won't really give him King Jack. Kadra may slow down here, but Ayata's going to feel very strong that a set of queens is good if this turn is a brick.
Oh.
It is not a brick. Ayata makes a boat, although the underboat. Now this is actually a card he's slightly more concerned about because he's probably going to give Moshi more of the
Ace 10
Ace
types.
10, Ace Queen, and Ace bit of spades perhaps would call flop. So he's going to go ahead and bet his straight here. Kind of does freeze. It does freeze everyone and secures him a showdown, protects him against spades a little.
Is the 10 in his hand the key card, James, for Moshi? Blocking
it's
an
nice.
Ace 10,
It's definitely
blocking
nice.
a boat.
I don't think he thinks either of them would have checked aces full.
Okay.
So he thinks he's probably got the best. Can get some value against obviously Ace X of spades here for the 1200.
For Ayata can only call.
Yeah, Ayata can only call here for sure. You can definitely be beat. You think what hands are betting here? There aren't many.
Ever any folds, James?
I don't think we can fold.
Or it's just a little too tight.
Yeah, because he could maybe have 10s full.
Okay.
That bets. Like I say, maybe he does just bet with the nut spades,
Okay,
trying to maybe make a straight fold.
Looks a little uncomfortable.
Oh, you're not loving it, especially if you
Yeah.
say Mosh has been playing fairly snug.
Yeah, pretty straightforward.
Then it's not a great spot to be in. Like I say, remember, Ayata probably expects Moshi to raise a straight on the
Sure.
flop here, and might not expect him to bet the turn with it either. So if he takes that out, he's looking at the 2 pair combos that got there.
Let's call turn. Ayata half pot behind or so.
Yeah, he's desperate to see a check back behind him here.
Something we're likely to see. Moshi
Oh,
not.
it's going blocky. Oh, wow. That's filthy.
How much? 400?
That's filthy.
I like it.
Yeah.
Very nice. Just perhaps expecting our opponent not to turn an ace into a bluff. Get a
Yeah.
little value from a straight.
Maybe just, yeah, if there is a straight in there, maybe getting a little value. Maybe thinking he might even just be scared about raising with ace 10, so we get to showdown perhaps. If he's got ace, if he's rivered ace 4, if he's got ace X of spades, if he's hit 4, he can't really raise.
Yeah, very nice from Ayata. I wasn't expecting it.
No, yeah, it's
beautiful. Little 10%er.
It's well done.
Vurmuş da ben
He only one bluff.
tek az full olmuyor değil mi?
Yeah, we have no bluff. Huh? It's not allowed.
It's funny, isn't it, when we're sitting here watching day after day, watching Hold'em, and then your mind switches when you flick to PLO. Suddenly, that I've only got the Queen's Full.
How binding, Bashir?
A bit scared.
They start 50, 50, 100, and
always a challenge for
the
the no limit Hold'em brain.
And then 100 to 100.
Switch
and
gears.
Then 100, 200, 500, 1,000.
If you straddle, this 1,000.
Progressive.
Card.
Only a month. Amazing.
Yeah, card, no problem.
Amazing, I swear.
10,000, then 2,000.
Mimberis. It's like it is catching on. He's coming in for a raise with the Queen 10-10-3. I like this. I also a swift call in the next seat with really, really bad aces. Let's see. No suit.
No. I don't believe this. Me too, I don't believe.
I will change my play style, yeah.
He folded.
What happened?
The man who's raised every hand
You're
folded.
gonna miss me.
Is that allowed?
It honestly might be the first hand he hasn't V-pipped in some fashion.
There are some hearts out there. Fadi actually has the best heart draw. In fact, obviously the 7 hearts will give him a straight flush. But there's no way he'll be putting any money in on the basis of that flush draw. In fact, it's very hard for anyone to put any money in this pot at the moment.
Fadi in there, potting James.
Oh, he's got 2 8s, so he does block the nuts.
Blocks a set of 5s, also helpful.
Yeah, and backdoor diamonds. I actually quite like this. Once it's checked to you, to just pot this. You can make plenty of better flush draws fold, which is a huge benefit here. People are in with Jack high, 10 high, Queen high, even King high flush draws. They're not going to check call here, so you suddenly liven that up.
And of course, can make hands like aces and queens with no real improvement alongside them, but has...
He's won the pot for sure.
Hayata, though, just not
wow.
a believer. Very sticky.
Well, when he picked up the second flush draw now, well, this is for sure go time for Fadi. You know your opponent's got the nuts. They might have called to try and get lucky on one card. Now you pick up the second flush draw. You're not dead for sure.
The aces flop call, James, perhaps holding the 6. Is that part of why it seems pretty dusty?
It's just hard. It was like a 4-way pot.
Pretty difficult to improve.
Yeah.
Tough one. You see Faradin Mustafov pick that one up with a nice semi-bluff. A lot of strings to his bow. Of course, saw him earlier in the week. Final tabling the warm-up event. We've been very impressed with him actually across our coverage. Really playing well and testing himself here in the 2550 PLO streets. Cards back in the air. Hayata under the gun.
Yeah, so it seems like we've abandoned the straddle for now.
Beautiful little ace jack 8-7 double suited for Hasbani. Really are seeing, James, lots and lots of multi-way pre-flop spots.
Oh, Bimbiris finds aces in the big. Again, pretty dusty ones though with no suit.
Yeah.
1.4.
Hasbani
beats him in the pot.
Yeah, wants to get in here. Now this is one of these hands that ace jack 8-7s. They actually play really nicely heads up, but they get pretty hard to play multi-way. So he needs to hope that this somehow gets around. But I mean, we know Kadra's been dealt 4 cards. Mikhailovic, that hand, no use. Mochi depends on the other card. He's out. Kadra's going to flick at him from the button. So, is he just going to... Again, these are the sort of hands. Double suited hands are really good, but when you've got 10 high each way and you're in a multi-way pot, they really do shrink up.
Yeah, likely at least one flush draw James crushed, if not
good
both.
point. He thought about it, but he's like, I can't play this four-way. Heads up, I would have said go for it, whatever. You're up against pretty much aces, or his perception is he's up against aces, he'd be correct.
Maybe like a 10-10-9-8, would we consider it a bit more?
It's just hard.
Hard to realize.
Oh, there's the 10-9-3 flop. Shout out to the man pressing the buttons backstage, giving us a close-up of the disappointment.
Oh dear.
And Hasbani,
yeah,
with the wrap, the bottom side of it again, very dangerous in these multi-way pots. But we know it's against probable aces and against Kadra's range of basically any 4 cards, so we have to be less concerned than usual. Bimbiris.
I don't think Kadra's in here. He's out. So
yeah, they're running this one. So they just. How was it?
Yeah, heads up all in.
Okay, there. Yeah, there was no discussion about running it twice or anything.
Ah, okay.
The queens would have got there.
Next time, deal me out.
Hasbani decides to go for a short break. Fresh off that double up.
I come back.
Bimbiris there, I think, content to check. Call Hasbani, potentially fold if Kadra put money in behind. Kadra much deeper stacked. Hasbani takes a little visit to the bathroom, takes a short break.
Yeah, they'll double up, pop to the bathroom, have a little celebrate. Yeah, one of those hands again. In a normal game, I wouldn't advocate peeling the ace jack 7-8 against that 3-bet, but because of the makeup of the game and the style of the game, I can see it being
in for the
profitable.
action. Yeah.
Because obviously in a normal game, say you go multi-way there and the 10-9 comes out, and you've got the jack 7-8, a game where people are playing tighter ranges, hand performs pretty badly and you can never really fold it. So people are just on top of you. You see there, obviously, he made a straight, but it was a second nut straight. If someone was in the king, queen, jack.
Queen, jack, you're in big trouble.
You just goosed.
Yep.
So it's a game where you get to play pretty loose in heads-up pots. You have to play pretty tight in multi-way pots.
Makes a lot of sense. Moshi's signature pickup. I'm a big fan. I think I'm going to do it, James, day 2.
Yeah?
In a homage to Moshi, just every time I peel the cards.
31 minutes.
Just going to pick them up.
If anyone betting, it was 31 minutes. I wonder how long it's going to be. Oh, I was going to bring up your day 2.
Lappin already did it. He's already plotting to get me on stream, which I would rather avoid.
I
just know that Lappin wants to mug me off. I know it.
We were sweating you in the stream because when we cut to a shot, you were in the background. And all while we could see you still there, we were happy. We saw you chatting away to the likes of Maxime Chilot. And
he's a great fun guy. I had a really fun table.
Oh, Bimbiris with the boots again. Going for it over this host of limps.
I had Nina Krasnilikova was on my table.
Nina, yeah.
A lot of fun. Shout out to her. She was very fun.
And you had Sibkatova, I think I saw at one point as well, didn't you? When I walked past your table, I think sitting opposite you.
Yes.
Russian girl.
A lot of fun. It was a good table. We had fun. I hope I will have fun. Look at this.
They're all in for the 500. Fadi playing the nut clubs. Kadra looking for a 9. Koze with a nice kind of semi-connected double suit. Again, one of the hands that plays better heads up, but on the button, we're going to play it as it is.
Yakovlevich has spiked it.
And I wonder, I mean, Bimbiris has got so much of this. I like to see him just check here and kind of look like he's got aces and doesn't like it. He's going for a tickle bet instead. Also works because you think, oh, he might just do this with aces.
Yeah, having those nut diamonds, James, you don't mind checking, trying to keep let someone else bet.
It's almost impossible for anyone to have anything because you've got one of the 6s. If they have got the other 6, they're going to bet it anyway.
Oh, he has the other 6, excuse me, I didn't realize.
And then obviously with nut diamonds, you're not worried. You'd rather check and someone just makes a... You see here, Koze's in with the queen high diamonds. It's like, you don't mind him seeing a turn because he can't beat you.
Got it.
As it is. We go to this turn, and yeah, it's going to be very hard for him to fold because it kind of just looks like it might be aces, aces with diamonds.
Does flick it in. Did improve to a gut shot on the turn.
Needs a lot of pips.
Eights, nines, and tens working.
King 6. Oh no.
It's,
Flush.
this is where if I'm Bimbiris, I show the ace jack of diamonds and make the guy think he's got unlucky, and then he'll go like, oh, and then you show the other ace, and then the last second you show the 6.
You're a cruel man.
It's important. It's a big part of the game. You got to mess with them. Yeah, nicely done. I think leading's obviously also fine. Like he led for the small sizing because you do want to lead there with aces quite a lot on the king 6-6 because if no one's got 6, you're probably just going to pick up the pot.
Okay.
If you've got aces there with the ace of diamonds, especially, you want to be betting. No one's got 6. You thin them out. No one's really going to call with a non-nut flush draw on a paired board. Done a lot of equity. So balancing that up with that one, but obviously that is the best ever aces you can have. Aces with the 6 and
what
the diamonds.
Spot. Yeah, Bimbiris there, pre-flop, James, wouldn't have been thrilled going 6 ways.
No.
Finds the dream.
He was not enjoying that one little bit.
Do you have a long waiting list? We referenced this earlier. Do you expect this game to have legs?
Put me on it.
Oh, there's 5 or 6 people ahead of you, James.
Start second table. I'm sure they have. I'm sure the other 5 or 6 waiting are playing on another table.
On a feeder. Yeah, we have Nicholas Schweety out on the waiting list, waiting for an opportunity to get in the mixer. Expecting a long one, James? You think this goes on till midnight-ish? A bit longer, potentially?
These guys will go to dawn.
All right.
Yeah, it's great. It's just it's a nice look at what goes down here at Merit. Every time we walk past where our entrance is to the backstage, we kind of pass by the high-stakes PLO tables, and
yeah,
they're always chock-a-full, and there's always a lot of action going on. It's a good place to come and play. For either we focus so much on the tournaments; they're amazing, but it's a room packed full of cash games as well.
Yeah, truly.
The smallest game is 5.15 no limit hold'em.
Right, and I mean that can play pretty big.
Like $15 big blind is the smallest game.
Sure.
So it gives you an idea. No small stakes action here.
Yeah, it really is a fabulous place to play poker as we go 6 ways here again pre.
Oh, Moshi.
Moshi.
7.
Drills that 7.
And well, I outed with the hearts.
Yeah, has to tread cautiously, of course.
Yeah, it's very hard to continue on paired boards. I think, again, also depends which corner the bet comes from. He's in the small blind as well.
Coach?
Looks like he wants to take a stab at one card. All these times come 7-7-10. Obviously, it's far more likely your opponent doesn't have a boat yet. The problem is, when you catch, is it a card that's given him the boat? Now, obviously, you can have a read that the cards around the 7 are the most dangerous ones. Which kind of makes it awkward that he's got deuce 3 and hearts in hand. Those are the kind of hearts he wants to see roll off on the turn.
No help on the turn.
Is he? Moshi has any concern here. Obviously, you're always concerned about the hand that's one better than yours in this game, so the ace-7. And look at that, he does just check back. Gives a free shot.
I suppose on the positive side, James, you could induce some bluffs.
Yeah, I mean, and especially if your good cards come. Here we go. Here comes a bet. Obviously, slightly concerning again that the hands he's going to call with. Maybe he had a hand like 8-9 jack with some hearts. If he had a 7, you've got the king queen jack. There's a chance he's down there with the smaller ones. Very small bet. Looks so milky.
Yeah, 40% or so.
Yeah, this bet is trying to look like a potentially kind of the same hand even. I think I'm going to go a little bit larger. Okay.
Moshi sniffs it out. Takes down a nice pot, $5,200.
Yeah, nice check back. Got him.
Yeah, very impressive so far, Moshi. Some deceptive checks.
Yeah.
Saw it earlier when he flopped the Broadway straight. Didn't work out on that occasion, but made a lot of sense.
Yeah.
2 check back flop. Inducing the bluff there. Well played.
No one. Broadcast.
All right, we're going at it again. Some limps.
This might be our first limp pot, James. Someone has ISO'd invariably.
That's Banny. Liking a bit of this. Aces and deuces with backdoor nut clubs. We've got doing the front running here. Is that Bimberis betting? Was it?
I think maybe Koza took a stab. Oh, you might be right, James.
Someone's had a go. I think it was Bimberis bet.
It was. Oh, wow. Drills the king.
And then I guess Hasbani called and Jaklahovic is well behind. No, he folded. Koze, pardon me, yeah, with that gut shot and backdoor clubs. And yeah, just drills the king. Easy game. Koze came up betting.
Oh my goodness, and River's a 10.
Wow.
No problem.
Wow, just had a stab.
Timber is.
I like this because he's. I've seen him in here. He's been kind of a little bit frustrated in the hands. I know that he's been here for sort of 35, 40 minutes, but it's not really gone his way. And then he has a little go at one, and instantly it pays off.
Look at this, Bimberis hating it. It's such a small bet. Might be the perfect size, and James gets paid off.
Yeah, it's one of those you don't really understand what this hand could be, but at the same time, can't really fold at such a small price.
Going to be disgusted to see the Queen 10-10. River in the best of it. Koza scoops in a medium-sized one. See Mustafov there in your picture. Sure, he will be firing away in our remaining tournaments of the week. Guys, if you're just joining, 25.50 PLO cash game action here on the feature table. There's been plenty of that action so far. I have to go and check Hadi Kadra's temperature. I think he's folded 3 hands in a row.
He said, all right, it's time to tighten up then.
But he's back.
Yeah, but with limps rather than raises.
Yeah, straddle from Mustafov.
Let's play 5 cards.
Let's play 5 cards.
A discussion of perhaps playing 5 card.
We play 5 cards.
We're going to go to a short commercial after this hand. Bimbiris wakes up with the goods.
Yeah, he's had a little rush of starting hands for sure. This one, beautiful.
Round 4, round 5. No English.
Pot it. The ace, ace, queen, jack with a suit. Beautiful hand.
Yeah, I believe he's had aces 4 times.
Yeah, obviously, not always the hand you want it to be.
5 coming. Okay.
Yakovlevich, nice little rundown hand.
Yeah, again, these are the sort of hands that like aren't great in multi-way pots in normal games, but in merit games, they're going to do just fine.
We're in there.
Yeah, they're so attractive when you look down at them. You think, oh. And so often as well, you know, you make your hand, it means you've always got some sort of free roll, or improver, should I say. You've got 2 pair and a straight. You can always get there against the other straight. I saw the queen of clubs, I think, in the window, which is a big card for Bimbiris, and what a flop it is for him. Yakovlevich, with the bottom wrap and the 9 high clubs, deciding to go all in. Only had 1,000 left, so it entirely makes sense. And he's just going to get the bad news that he's actually up against a really bad hand, all things considered. But even then, you see the equities. He's still 28% against aces, a gutshot, a broadway, and a nut flush draw.
Not anymore.
He's not dead, right? You can have the 7 of clubs. Not to beat.
Yeah, Bimbiris holding. Nice little rush. Building momentum. Up over 10,000 now. We are going to a short commercial break, guys. Please join us again in a couple of minutes.
And welcome back, straight back into the action here at the Merit Crystal Cove. Myself, James Dempsey, Andrew Headley on the call as we watch a very active 25-50 game.
Active would be an understatement, James. Things have actually, incredibly, if you can believe it, slowed down just a little in the last sort of 20 minutes. Everyone taking a little breather.
Yeah, but Bimbiris,
wow,
right in the rush, popping up here with the Queen Jack 9-8, and the man he just defeated, calling with 10-10-4-3.
What a flop.
Flopping at top set with the open ender. All of the hand.
Yeah, massive flop for Yakovlevich.
Oh, I just realised Moshi's in there with set of 5s.
Oh,
we got top set against second set.
With backdoor nut club. No, excuse me, just backdoor baby clubs. But blocks that deuce also.
But he has, yeah, backdoor nut spades.
Yeah.
2 backdoor flush draws. Middle set. This is a spot where he could definitely elect to slow play on such a broken board. there are only a handful of bad cards. Obviously, you also I like it. You also find out a little bit behind you, and just in case someone else is in there with the set of 10s and comes out check raising now here, you can probably get away from your hand. Like you say, because you hold that deuce as well.
Sure.
Making it so much more likely a check raise would be the absolute good. Look at this Bimbiris. Not necessarily done with this one yet. He's thinking about having a little look. Wrapped around that 10. Again, something maybe heads up. Be more inclined to do than in a three-way pot. So here we go. I would say Moshi heading for a hiding. Maybe a card that does save him. Although he picks up clubs, actually. So, Erklehevich making the nuts with a set. Only 3,500 back with 42 in there. I wonder if he goes for sort of like a real exploit tickly size here. Give your opponent a chance to check raise. If your opponent happens to have 3-4, you're loving life against them with the free roll, you'd imagine.
Yeah, it feels like an incredibly invulnerable hand, James.
Yeah.
Apart from against clubs.
Yeah,
that's basically it.
It's always possible on Omaha, but I like this. He has gone for the real tickly.
Very nice.
Just he wants to open the action back up. Actually, sorry, 1,600. I thought it was less, but this is fine. And he's just going to get the check raise, it looks like here, which is exactly what he wants. And this is why you bet to give your opponent a chance to do this.
Moshi still has 30%, James.
Yeah.
It was looking a lot worse on the flop.
Well, you can hit an ace, of course, a 5. Or the flush. Well, quads will do.
Ah, okay. What you wait?
I have street, I have everything.
Moshi gets the bad news.
Yeah, that was a cold one.
Yeah, first substantial pot that Moshi has lost. Pretty unfortunate one, James. A bit of a cooler.
Yeah, especially when that turn card came. You know, if you got showed a 3-4, you'd be like, oh, it's my own fault for not raising the flop.
Sure.
But I like the call. Because one of the situations where, you know, an ace, 3, 4, or 6 are bad cards, but only bad cards for you're thinking more for action than for getting actually outdrawn. Moshi's little glance, like, you still stacking those chips? You do it a bit quicker. Seen a little bit of one-handed stacking going on here at Merit over the last few days. I'm going to incorporate it.
Sometimes you got to drink the moment in.
Yeah, just take a little time.
I did have a bit of fun with the table out in Vegas one year. We were all drinking red wine, as you do, playing a tournament at the Venetian. And every time, you know, sometimes when people have a little bit of inventory before they jam, you know, when someone counts their stack or whatever. And for whatever reason, we made a rule, you have to do it one chip at a time. So it took a very long time, counting out 50, 60 chips.
Yeah.
For jamming.
Things you do for fun, eh?
Listen, I have a very boring life, James. What can I tell you?
So then, Bimbiris kicking things off with a limp, the suited ace. Hayata behind with the 3 Broadway suited ace combo himself. Kadra with a real one. Ace, king, jack, jack. Nut suit. Popping it up.
Yeah, it just looks absolutely beautiful. Still go 4 ways.
Queen, 3, 4. Puppy feet. Hayata. Top pair. Nut clubs. This is definitely a spot where he can just come out betting or check as well. Like I say, it's always nice when you do check when you've got nut flush draws in multi-way pots that you give the chance that if it comes in, you can cold deck your opponents.
It's a very dicey, James, for Haspani.
Yeah.
Has a deceptively weak hand versus Ayata's exact one.
Yeah, he's going to take a card, see how to progress. He does have position. And maybe on a card like this, he can perhaps rep a different kind of draw.
Yeah,
Alta gets the river with the best of it, and they will just go check, check.
znači pre.
Haspani just hoping he's up against the nut flush draw here. He was, but it came equipped with a queen.
Good.
button good.
Yeah, could have been a lot more damaging to Hasbani. Some very bad turn cards were available.
Yeah, I can't imagine he was going to go bananas if it came a club and faced another bet, but you're right.
Yeah, I was more thinking if the 10 comes, we both have to...
Right.
Both
top 2 and...
would have top 2.
Sharing flush draw.
Yeah.
I'm looking in everybody's hand.
Late.
You face this table.
Huh?
You face.
Yes, action man.
Boys are watching the stream on a 30-minute delay, enjoying it because they just seeing what everyone had in every hand. I mean, in fairness, most of the hands have been tabled. It's been non-stop action. I thought we were going to be in danger of having 3 folds in a row there, but Hasbani looks down at King 9-8-7. Double suited. Pops it up, and a somewhat normal hand taking place here. Mustafa going to play from the button with a double suit in hand of his own. And Kadra, here we go. He's got double suit. That's how you play it. King Queen 10-5, and look at that. Both suits live. Oh, Koza, it's a cruel hand. You look at the ace, king, 8-3. You're like, is my ace really off suit?
Yeah, Hadi deciding to bump this one up.
Yeah, what a spot he's got himself in here in terms of the having the live suits, having the betting lead, and having the best hand. Hasbani flopping the joint with what was the pre-flop equity favourite. Mustafa, the 6 high spades, checking back and finding 2 pair. Hasbani finds a flush draw to go with his flop straight. And Kadra with the King Queen 10 wrap.
Just under pot from Hasbani, looking to protect the nut straight.
Yeah, so it gets awkward. Mustafa doesn't think Hasbani's probably got the straight because he checked when check 2 on the flop.
Yeah.
So trying to work out, does he have a weaker 2 pair? Does he have the same 2 pair? Does he have a stronger 2 pair? And so does he have spades to go with it? Kadra wisely folding that King Queen 10 on the 2 flush draw board. Not much future for that hand. And a pair up. Now, this is the spot where Mustafa certainly fires some bluffs, but he'd bluff there, I think, if he was more confident he's up against the 7-8.
Right.
But when he's made the assumption on the flop when it wasn't bet that it's more likely his opponent has some sort of 2 pair. Then maybe he's made a boat, and you would check it over there with the Jack-9 combination with the 2 diamonds, the 2 spades. Your opponent's going to have a lot of missed draws, so you do.
Right, it makes a lot of sense, right? You can just check it over. Mustafa gets the bad news.
And of course, he might not even be trapping Hasbani. He might have like made a bad boat and isn't sure. If he's got like a 5-9, doesn't really want to bet that for value. Would rather check and pick up a bluff. Yeah, I wonder if the bet would come on the flop. Repping a straight more if Fadi would have gone for it.
Hayata going to tickle around under the gun. 8-7-5-5.
I'll judge it.
Because they flick it in a chip. Ace 10-10. What's she with the best? Anyone with one. Kind of a not complete lockdown board, but a board where we don't often get to a turn.
Yeah, certainly not going to get to one this time. Everyone with a whole bag of nothing. Well, she takes down a little one.
What's your name?
Hadi.
What's your name? Hadi.
You give me Fakhreddin Mustafa.
Bülent.
Can you give me 3K?
Nice to meet you.
Me too. Play tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Jose turned into Kadra. What's your name? Nice to meet you. Do you want to play tomorrow? I love that.
No nonsense. No schmoozing. Any plans tomorrow, my friend?
Do you want to play tomorrow? Love that. First impressions count for a lot in this game.
250.
True to form. He's Queen 8-6 double getting popped up on Beerus. And a couple of baby pairs. Spani actually being quite a nice one here, the 10-9-9-7. Nice spot to be in when you know there's a good chance Kadra's going to be popping it up. And it's fairly easy to play post. And again, like, you know, the baby pairs making bottom set, never ideal. But we are playing relatively shallow.
Yeah.
It's much harder to do if you're 200 blinds, 300 blinds deep to start playing with hands and make bottom set. But in this kind of game, there's a lot of action. It's a little bit easier. How's Spani thinking about taking this upstairs? I shouldn't think so.
Doesn't seem like a candidate we'd use.
I think he'd already called. That's right. We were just catching up. Ooh. 10-7 flop.
There is
with
the bottom set.
Yeah, and has Spani with top two. Lock us to a straight. Kadra with 6-8 of hearts. And Beerus with the hearts as well. It's a bit more reassuring when you have got that bottom set.
This could get very interesting. A 9 would be the death card.
Yeah, look at Kadra going nowhere. I think he's got the 6-8 of hearts. Not ideal when he's closing the action three-way, but he's also got the backdoor diamonds.
God, James.
And the backdoor diamonds is certainly something he was looking at there. Wow. Then Beerus. Goosed. Bottom set. And that's the scariest card, like that middling in card. You just can't bet it. This should actually freeze the action from Hasbani as well, of course, having top two, so he blocks people having that kind of hand himself. He's also got that set now, so it's much more weighted towards Kadra having some sort of draw. Has Beerus going to go for like a little block here?
He's going for it.
Yeah, gone for a little block, setting his own price. What? Hasbani just snap folding.
Folding the set?
Yeah, he just knows he's got to be up against something better than what he's got right now, and it's so hard for him to fill up holding a 10 and a 7 as well. Worried about Kadra behind, who has just pumped it up with the second nuts and the 2 flush draws.
It's okay, 4,000. How much?
How much is it?
4K, it's okay.
4?
You say pot?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
5K?
Beerus now in the situation thinking, well, if my opponent's got Jack 8, then I might be live here with both my full house draw
4-5
and my flush draw.
Yeah, we can see those hearts crushed. Very uncomfortable spot. Could be the biggest pot so far if he continues. Biggest pot of the night.
From what I've seen in Beerus, I don't think he'll continue here. I think he's recognised that he's going to play this hand and decide to block the turn for the reasons. But then he's looking across and it's the man giving all the action.
This is it.
You start leveling yourself going, well, he could have this, he could have this. And like I say, if he's just got the straight, then we're in really good shape. Problem is, if he has any kind of hearts.
Bluffs, James, from Kadra, like an ace-8 only, if you get me, ace-8 of diamonds or something blocking his straight.
Yeah, some sort of 8x that's got 2 flush draws maybe.
Sure. Deep in the tank.
Yeah, I like to fold.
Does find Correct decision.
Maybe it was a black card. With a lot of pips. I think it was...
I reward 5k. I rebuy 5k.
Example of me showing my no limit fishiness, James, I believe there.
Well, in fairness,
folding the set of nines.
It was a very small bet. It was
didn't
600.
we have the right price? That's what I thought we might call.
Yeah, you do have to worry about Kadra behind.
Okay.
Very bad dribble. I have double flush.
I'm going to have to go into the PLO lab. I would have been flicking the call in.
I think I would have done as well for 600. But
same, hoping for the pair up.
Probably just saw a bet and was like, oh.
Makes some sense. Certainly understand. Very dangerous board.
What?
As it stands, nice pickup for
No,
Hadi Kadra.
I go. I take it already. Yeah, I put in the table.
Don't put the button if someone goes toilet.
Moshi
Yeah,
limping in with aces.
Mid blind.
250. Doesn't matter.
See if he gets a couple of calls.
If someone
Before
is
gets round to him, this would be a nice spot to spring a trap.
Working perfectly so far, James. ISO from Kadra, call from
Just want
Kose.
everyone to call here, just make the squeeze that much bigger.
Wow. Gets
He's just going to keep it coy. Bad aces. Does have a nut suit though. It's kind of fun to have aces in spots where your opponents aren't expecting it, and well, there's a good flop for him in the form of nut hearts. Kadra though, finding a set of eights. But Kose, I just noticed.
Has top set.
Yeah, wow, they've all got a bit of it.
Hasbani with queen high hearts.
Yeah. Embarrassed anyone whiffing.
7.
I see this plays like Kadra comes out betting. Kose, the one behind him. Now, if it was like a king 8 deuce board, I think I'd like to see him trap. But on this board, and with his stack size the way it is, he's just got to go for it, and that's what he's done.
Does Moshi now have to fold, James? If this gets potted up?
I don't know. I mean, we know an ace is good, and we know a heart's good.
Right.
Could be a 3-way all in. See here, he's 37% equity. Way enough. Oh, he just respecting the raise of Kose so much.
For Kadra now, very ugly.
Yeah, Kadra doesn't like it either. He's seen Kose, obviously. I don't think we've seen Kose go really make any big bets. He did run that kind of slightly peculiar bluff in a very different situation, but this one potting up with the rest of the table behind on this board. The thing is, it's such a draw-rich board, but look at the cards Kadra's got. That 7 of hearts.
Right.
So crucial. You really want your opponent to have a 7, knight, 10 kind of hand. And of course, he's got 6 as well, blocking the set of 6s, which is another hand you want your opponent to have.
Yeah, we really haven't seen Kose go crazy with any draw, any draw type holdings either. Holding that 6 starts to weight him towards top set, you would feel.
Yeah, the 7 of hearts and the 6 are just such terrible cards to
He's
have.
going to put it in.
Yeah, he just decides, obviously.
You have kings?
Yeah.
No, one time. I have 8.
One time only, with 1 out. That's
Kings, you win.
Kings are good. $11,000 pot. Going the way of Kose.
How much?
yeah, these sort of shallow stack games, it's still really hard to get away from those kind of situations. Because your opponent can be in there, I'm mentioning, the wrap and the flush draw and stuff, but they can have 2 pair in the flush draw. Yeah, again, unlikely when you've got 8-8-6 in your hand, but those hands you do very good against.
Service.
Could even be just like a king and a flush draw.
Sure.
Great hand to go with.
Good job. Nice hand.
Thank you.
Okay. Cold water. And bring me cold water now.
Ucuz atlattın ha.
Well, the drink was going to be behind the cold water.
Dem
He asked for
düşebilir
cold
diye.
water and said, and also,
Şans.
actually just the cold water. What was it? What was the other drink?
Strategize. Right. Who ordered the drink? That's the first question.
Was it going to be a hot chocolate?
Oh, something alcoholic, surely. I'd like to make a read on who ordered the water for deciding their alcoholic tipple of choice. What was it Lappin ordered the other day? An amaretto sour?
He loves the amaretto sour. I had a couple of them last night after we finished.
I'd never heard of such a thing.
I think that's fine that you haven't.
I'm still wet behind the ears, James. That's the problem. Kadra, fresh off losing a big one. I believe he's reloaded to 10,000.
Koze over limping. Suited ace. Yeah, in these kind of games where you're playing a full table, the hands that go up in value are these kind of hands, the nut suit, and then of course like the big pairs, because you just make nut flush and top boat a lot.
Right. Can you call
They're the ones that really get you paid off.
A couple of very connected hands here for Bimbiris and Yakovlevich.
Queen 4, couple of clubs. Hasbani with the straight draw and flush draw. Bimbiris with... Where's Bimbiris' hand gone? It disappeared from me. There you go. The worst flush draw, but a pair.
Hasbani with the old royal flush draw.
Yeah.
Straight flush draw out is dead.
2 flushes made. Bimbiris with a 9 height. Hasbani with the jack height.
Neither of them likely to go crazy.
Yeah, Bimbiris betting here more. It's kind of like a protection bet than anything. You don't really expect to get called by a worse flush, but you don't want to give a free card to 2 pairs. Hence the sizing, just half pot. You know, most of the time you're going to see everyone check round to you in that case if you do get called. So he just gets to check back.
This one going to go check, James, most of the time.
Yeah, did his betting on the turn just to protect against 2 pairs, protect against the sets. Get a little bit of value.
No, flush. 8, 9, 9 high flush. Yes.
Yep, second up flush, just playing it coyly. This is giving me an itch to go play some live PLO.
Actually makes me want to dip my feet into the waters. I'm sure I would get smashed around until I found my feet. But you know,
fine.
I'm a quick learner. In theory. I've been wrong before. Straddle back on. Mustafov. Being a little quiet by his standards the last little while.
Yeah, not really been down to any situations.
Fairly card dead. Bimbiris driving the action, ISOs to 500.
Yeah, this is a little step out from what we see from him thus far.
Yeah, spicy one.
You see, we've seen Koze playing a lot of hands. He's actually got kind of a really awkward one, but I can understand he just wants to be in every pot, as most of these guys are.
Hasbani, another. Very connected holding.
Mustafov looking at dust. Koze glancing at both his phone off the table, watching the stream and the hand in question. Yeah, Hasbani on the button. He'll speculate with some connectors. King 9, 4 board. There's Koze. Top pair. So you see Hasbani there kind of wrapped around the 9. Checking, hoping to find any kind of middling card. That one of no use, and to do such a nice card for Koze to see. He's almost certainly ahead on the flop, but he's almost certainly ahead now.
Yeah, beautiful turn cards. Bimbiris, just those pair of jacks. Very difficult to continue here, James.
Yeah,
I don't think we can.
You need your opponent to have Queen Jack 10 to ever be good here.
Sure.
And you've got 2 jacks. maybe there's some 3, 5, 6 kind of stuff going on, but very, very hard to try and keep anyone honest with an underpair in this game.
Does, of course, have Hasbani behind, also still to act. Muddies the waters even further, but he is going to call. What's a raise, is it, James?
Raised.
Wow. Talk me through this one, Mr. Dempsey. I am lost.
I don't know, but he just...
Look at that. Cozy forced to snap fold. Tough to blame him, right?
Yeah. That's a tough one. I mean...
Ya sen ne işe yarıyorsun? Allah aşkına bir üfür bir şey yap ya. Niye?
Just recognizing that it's very hard for his opponents to have 2 pair, perhaps, and thinks he can make them fold on 1 pair. Because, I mean, it does put loads of pressure on a 1 pair hand there. I mean, Koze's in there with ace king, but there's no big hand he can make on the river. He's drawing dead to like a set if one's out there. If he's checked like a set on the flop, which is possible on a completely broken board like that.
That's something I wanted to ask you about. You don't see too often sort of no equity bluffing, right, in PLO?
Yeah.
We have seen a few. That was a big one. Just something that you don't see too much of. Maybe like just a feel moment from Bimberis, just thinking, right,
it's just looking at that board and going, because it just doesn't. Like he might have 2 pair, but most of the time he's just got the king here. Man behind's not showing no interest.
Let's put him under it.
King 9-4. That you can't call with, can't go. Oh, I've got a flush draw. I'll call with that.
Savage bluff.
Yeah.
Hele bir o eli getir bana ya. Gireceğim, her el gireceğim. Getir.
That's Banny's turn with the aces. Over the Kadra straddle. I wonder if he just limps it. Well, he's going to come in for a raise. Just limp here and let Kadra do the raise for you, and then
right.
Repot him. Ah. Ace, king, king, 6 with a nut suit behind. That's a beautiful looking hand. Let's see if we can see it in pretty poor shape this time out.
Blocking aces as well, James.
Yeah.
Something of note. Big flop for Hasbani, nut flush draw, and that overpair.
Yeah, but look at Kadra.
Yeah.
6-8-9 draw. It's always difficult playing straight draws on flush draw boards. The 6-8-9 is the top end of the wrap. There you go, he's not even going to put a chip in. Drawing to a straight on a flushy board is not where you get your bread buttered. And yeah, talking about that ace, king, king, this is one thing in these kind of games. As I referenced earlier, how you want to kind of adjust your ranges to playing even the trashy big pairs, trying to make big boats, is kings actually have a lot more value in that sense, because when you flop top set with aces, obviously it brings in straight draws in both directions.
Yeah.
When you flop top set with kings, obviously far less likely that you need to even make your boat to win. You've got fewer straight draws to race against. So it's a little nuance. I really like it when I have a hand like that ace, king, king. So I've still got my nut suit, but when I hit my set, I'm in much better shape than if I hit a set of aces.
Absolutely. Well, on that note, the venerable Mr. David Lappin has walked back into the booth.
Is he a set of aces or a set of kings, do you think?
Looks like a set of queens man to me. I'm not even sure what that means. Right, guys, I'm going to love you and leave you. Tag Mr. Lappin back into
Andrew,
the booth.
Go enjoy your dinner.
I will go and have a nice dinner, and I will see you guys in around about 90 minutes' time, where I will relieve Mr. Dempsey of his duties. See you soon.
As they do tag out, the hands come thick and fast. And a rare, nothing of a hand. It seems, although it depends on the other card, Mr. Moshi's hand. Certainly some that can connect. He has top pair. He has a 7. The deuce is a napkin. The other card must have been very poor. And well, speaking of things that aren't very good and a bit depressing, welcome back, David.
Always happy to join you, James, in the booth. Has this cash game gone off the rails?
Yes.
That's what I want to know. It has. Oh, good, because
Yes.
it was not off the rails. It was sort of in its early stages when I left.
Well,
You sort of
I'd
felt
say
like it was bubbling.
I'd say it's kind of where it was when I came in. There's just a lot of Kadra raising almost every hand.
Right.
Although that has slowed down a little bit, but also just a lot of people putting a lot of chips in with some suboptimal hands post-flop. And we've run a few all-ins. There's been some cold decks, as is the case in this game so often.
Have we had any new players, or is it the same
it's
lineup?
Same lineup. Bimbiris has been doing quite nicely, playing a lot of pots, getting the right side of it on more than one occasion, but also had some setbacks. Hispani here, doing very well himself.
Thought you were bringing sexy back there. Sex packs. It's confused. Short-term memory's not great, James, at the moment. I was a bit worried about you this afternoon, James. You were in Communicado for about 16 hours, and I was like, I think as a decent, human being, I'm supposed to check on this man.
I was in the spa for most of those 16 hours. I'm surprised you know, I managed to visit the buffet this afternoon for a little lunch and a spa trip.
Lovely, lovely. 6 ways.
Yeah, that's about right. Kadra doing the front running one once again. He just, of course, ran second set into top set 10 minutes ago. Which is a bit unfair when you're the guy driving all the action. That you flop a set of 8s on King 8-6 and you're not good, but there we go.
So 4 9K stacks and 2 3K stacks going to the flop here.
A little bit for everyone here. Mustafov with top 2, Moshi with the open-ender backdoor diamonds. Yako here has the live hearts. Bimbiris with an open-ender.
Yeah, Bimbiris might like his hand a bit more as he's got open-ender and
Pardon me,
hearts.
sorry, and the hearts, yeah, and backdoor diamonds.
But we see that his equity, well, his equity 6 ways is very poor. His equity could improve as some of these hands vanish out of here.
This checks all the way around to Faddy, who, Queen Jack on this kind of board is dicey because so much bad stuff can happen. But thankfully for him, he's kind of shallow in reference to the pot, so doesn't really have to worry too much about it. It's much harder to play this if he had 10k in front of him, bets here, gets called, and there are so many bad cards for him. Yeah, you're right. Bimbiris could get trapped into playing this one.
Yeah, I think either way, Jakolevic will let it go. I don't think that's enough hand, but Bimbiris definitely has a little bit more ways to go about his business here.
Is he very... Oh, he's called. I was going to say, I don't mind playing it so much if we do find out a little raise here. Maybe kick out some of the non-wrapped straight draws. You want to get rid of them and maybe make a hand like this Jack High or King High flush draws fold would be really beneficial.
I think the Jack High flush might fold anyway. It's it's just
this
so
one,
shallow is the issue here.
This one will, because it's Jack High flush with nothing else.
And then kind of interesting for Moisha here, who's got a wrap. Looks like he very quickly made the call here. Going to look to spike this one.
In backdoor diamonds is also a factor for this hand.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty good turn card. The nuts with the nut flush draw.
Yeah,
and
Moisha,
Bimbiris, of course, picking up diamonds himself.
I love the way Moisha pulls his cards up to confirm, yes, indeed, that was the Jin card.
And he's only got 2k left, so 1/3 pot, one assumes. Just go ahead and bet this. Of course, Mustafov just in a horrible spot now. Oh, he's going to check it to Mustafov.
Oh, filthy.
Going to be more than happy to take his free card. He cannot enjoy this ball at all. Wouldn't want to put $100 in, let alone 1,500.
Bimbiris.
And the river, the 8. Wow. Bimbiris going to feel for sure he's got the best of this. The second nuts. I mean, they've both got like less than a 1/3 pot. Can't seem to do anything but...
No, in most worlds, he has to do his own betting as well here.
Yeah.
I feel like we're going to see a bet of around about Well, he may as well stick it in. Sorry,
Yeah.
they both have sub.
Yeah, they both got sub
two,
third of the
so
pot, so
you're going to have to call off that bet. You may as well make it.
yeah, try and get a crying call perhaps from Mustafa if he's in there with a
set.
flop set, or
Yeah.
Moshi somehow made like aces up with the nut heart draw.
He's actually gone less. He's gone 1200.
Actually, it's just super milky, just trying to get those hands I just mentioned, a set or an aces up type holding to call. And it's going to be funny. Moshi asks for...
I wonder if Moshi's
does.
better served to just call
Yeah,
here
he
and try
does.
and bring his man in behind.
Just hoping Faddy's got maybe a set of queens and... What do you have?
Yeah, it would be reasonably difficult if...
He has nuts.
he has nuts.
What do you have straight? Sees it, brings his own chips back. You think, oh, maybe a split pot. Then he tables the nuts.
Why not go in? Friend.
Trying to get you, Faddy. That's why I didn't go all in.
Yeah, I think
more value in trying to get the 1200 out of you than I was trying to get
400 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting there is, you know, Faddy with the second nuts would actually be in a pretty gross situation there. Probably has to make the call.
Right.
So I actually quite like it. You make the crying call like you have a set. Maybe the guy's bluffing anyway. You definitely have to be in there with the second nuts.
I think you're right there. Faddy got 9-10. He's going to think, well, I've got a call here and I'm probably chopping against the man who's called on my right.
Yeah.
Be very hard to call with the set, but you may still do so. But yeah, certainly I do like the flat. Just, I think more likely to get the 1200 behind than you are for the 1000 in front. Especially when you're a man with Moshi's play style and reputation at this table so far, I'd be less inclined to think he's running some advanced bluff.
Sure.
But you never know in Merit.
Moisha, gonna take a gander at these. Pull him up. I love the expression. Is it Bimbiris who's beside him, or is it Jack Oklovich? They look so alike.
Oklovich, yeah.
Yeah, I love his sort of honest look, dead ahead, don't turn his eyes, where clearly he's being flashed a card or two. Credit to him for his honesty there.
Yeah, nice to see.
I've been put in that similar spot by the odd opponent down the years where you just try to cast your gaze away from their holdings. And it doesn't matter how many times you tell them.
Yeah.
That's
Obviously so much more common in this game. More cards in your hand.
Yeah, that's true too.
Bimbiris coming out with a 3-bet. Aces yet again.
Yeah, nice aces too with the king and the 4 of spades working with the ace of spades.
Yeah. Pretty good looking flop for him. Form of a pair board against one opponent, but it is an opponent who can certainly have every combination of 6. Good discipline there from Kadra. Yeah.
Not getting sticky.
Obviously against maybe some players you might stick around for one bet with that 10, but he's just giving his opponent credit for having him out over pair.
Yeah. How has Kadra been getting on? Obviously, we saw a huge and very audacious bluff right out of the gate from him. One that certainly suggested he was here to entertain us.
Oh, he's entertaining.
Has it been working out since then?
He was going up and down, losing small, and then, as I say, flopped a set of 8s on King 8-6 and was up against a set of Kings.
Not a lot you can do there.
No. And the other one giving all the action. Someone plays back at you. You've got plenty of reason to believe your second set might be good. Especially when it was a flush draw board. A lot of hands are going to be jamming in on you. Because they're the man who had those set of kings.
100.
A limp in here on the button. King, Jack, 10-10.
He never understand. Never understand.
Osbani with a very ropey hand here now in the straddle.
Yeah. He elects the checkers option. Seven, eight, ace. There's some connectivity here. Jose has the best of it and has the nut spade draw. I like that check back because good things happen.
Ding, ding, ding, ding, ding.
When you make the nut flush. Unfortunately, this isn't one of those instances because no one's really got anything to pair him off. Bimbiris obviously 2-pair. The other 2 drawing dead. Oh, he's checked it again. Like it. So sneaky.
So will the 5-6 now, Ayada call a bet?
He's going to go for a curious bet. Oh, he's got just a... Sorry, I thought you said he... I thought Hasbani had the straight. I like this. He's just got a solitary spade, but it's just thinking no one wants this pot. I'll have it. With the 1 spade blocker. It's kind of suspicious now when Kose raises, but what else are we supposed to do?
Yeah, and Hasbani sort of let Ayada off the hook here because if Kose was to have bet, Ayada probably with a tricky enough one given that it checked through twice.
Yeah, I think quite often when you see the check through twice and then someone bets, it's usually the sort of
Queen high
second or
flush.
third
No
flush.
Yes, I agree.
What?
Queen.
You have a flush?
Flush. Queen. Good?
I say listening.
If you say good, I call. Good?
What? How I say,
You don't
bro?
speak
How I
English.
say? Very good. It's very good.
Ahad. Sunday it will be good. Not today.
I have just ace.
Welcome one and all to those of you joining us today on our Merit YouTube channel. We're a break from the tournament coverage today as we've got a little bit of 25-50 PLO, a very
I'm sorry, sir.
action-packed game.
What's your name?
You understand English?
Little.
Tony.
Tony. No, you are not Tony. You are not Tony.
Tony, I swear.
Tony. Okay. Tony. Good. Good fold.
Good.
I have king.
We got to the bottom of the hand. Checked at 10-9. Coming for a raise. Faddy with a rundown suited ace. Not ideal, of course, having 3 spades, but decides he wants to run it with his shallow stack. Kadra just flicks it in casually behind with the 10-6-6-3. The action man.
Yeah, loves a gamble, Kadra.
You did miss a quite good exchange where Kose turned to Kadra. Like, what's your name? Hadi, okay. Do you want to play tomorrow?
Amazing.
You've got to give action to get in the games. Wow, what a flop when you peel the 3-bet. Flopping at the joint on this Queen 10-8. Couple of hearts is somewhat scary. And Mustafov, you know, he's flopped enough of it that I think he just has to put the last 1,000 in.
For sure.
He's not going to have the option of doing so. It's going to be bet into him.
And Kadra with a live hand here.
He's going to fold to the lead. I think if he'd found a check here, I think Faddy would have just decided to run it with some fod equity. But yeah, Kadra with hearts.
Just a quick double check that he does still have the nuts.
Yeah, it was getting scary though. The second flush draw out there, of course.
Give me a sizing here, James.
Pot seems reasonable. Give him a discount. I think here you just want to maximise your repping Jack 9 on a very scary board. I don't think there's any reason to bet anything but pot. Different if we were on a rainbow board. Certainly might have to have some more bets in there. And if we're there with the nuts or there with the draw, we want to maximise our forward equity. Sometimes I think, David, in these kind of games, it's almost reasonable before the river to play all your bets as just pot. These kind of games. As it like a, if you're going to have just an overall strategy,
sure,
just bet pot is not bad. You're playing kind of shallow stacked, a very loose game, a lot more two-way pots. When you do bet, you're not really probing a lot in this kind of game. You just see a lot in game people do that, but like it actually does make sense in this kind of game.
Yeah, equity's running so close, I guess. Just pushing whatever edge you have.
It's like an easier way of playing. Obviously, you know, the perfect thing is to obviously have some very bet sizes in loads of different situations. But for those watching, maybe thinking about giving some PLO a spin or wondering about the situations, just default pot betting is actually okay. Kadra's a believer. Faddy's in with a suited ace. Mine's an ace sideboard. They've got the same hand in ace jack. Both with a gut shot. Ah. Okay, so the graphic's slightly wrong here because that makes a lot more sense, especially with the last hand. You can see Faddy's got a lot more chips back here. He's got another 5k or so.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's topped up without being registered in our system. Any PLO titles on your Henan Mob?
I think there is something in there. Probably like the Sussex Storm or something. I do love some PLO. I was saying to Andrew earlier, this game's certainly getting me dreaming of jumping in.
Go on.
Play some PLO.
Go on. Andrew and I will commentate the entire session if you jump in.
When I punt it off, you're just going to be sitting here cackling. Well, I'll hear you from...
You could give us a piece and then we wouldn't. You could free roll us.
Even then, I think you'd enjoy it more.
There is precedent to this. Gabe Kaplan jumped out of the booth and into the game on an early season of High Stakes Poker.
I do remember that. Yeah.
Negreanu, I think, took over his commentating duties and gave up his seat. And then Gabe proceeded to bluff everyone's pants off.
I was about to say probably much to the upset of everyone else. Negreanu gave up his seat because
he's the biggest whale.
He lost quite a lot of money in those games, as I remember.
I don't think he had a winning season of High Stakes Poker in a dozen years. It's actually quite difficult to find a high stakes cash game stream where Negreanu actually finished better off in 20 years, which is impressive considering he's probably one of the most televised poker players.
Goes 8. He's going to find this hand a little bit profitable. Flopping the nut flush.
8.
That's Banny with the weaker flush. And look, this is one of these spots here. He's got the ace of hearts and the queen of hearts. Obviously, you don't want to have the queen of hearts because you're blocking the second nut flush.
Yeah.
I think that just leads you more towards having to play it a little slower, perhaps. He's doing his best to look unhappy, but he kind of made the same reference and the same joke that they made the pot before, where he had the nuts. It's almost like... I hate it if he raises now after this long. All this talk.
Yeah, I think...
very big money, bro.
I think he's actually doing quite a good job of...
To me, I think he's about to fold, in my mind.
So if he flats here, I think he looks like a man with two pair who doesn't really know what to do, or maybe a set that's Well, no, Seth's going to be in there already. So, yeah, I think he's trying to sell the 2 pair here.
One time.
On time, he says.
Oh, pure speech play bluff here. One time. Throw me out an 8 there, please, dealer. That's almost what he's saying. Hasbani.
It sets up nicely that if it does kind of break, Hasbani may feel the need to fire again, where he wouldn't have done if he hadn't said anything. He might just decide he wants to bet.
8.
Yeah. There we go. Fire again. Okay, a small bet, but...
I don't think you want to spring this trap
no,
yet.
you can't spring the trap.
Look at this. Oh, wow, we are getting some gamesmanship here. I love it.
Do you think Hasbani's in the situation where he thinks, because they've just got like a 7 high or 6 high flush here?
I absolutely believe my man here. I think this is actually a brilliant Hollywood job. Kosei.
You have ace all in.
Wow. He's selling the story of top 2 pair now or a very bad flush.
Yeah, bad flush is what I'd be thinking.
Like a kind of a 5 high flush. No, don't raise. I think Hasbani may check back anyway now on river.
Yeah, but he certainly would bet the queen hole, the jack high flush.
Yes, no, you're absolutely certain of that.
Got the clock called on him?
Oh my god, it's actually a really good job. He's sandbagging his man here.
Play super slow.
Playing super slow, Mustafov not happy. They'll be less happy when they see the outcome here.
Cool, okay.
Oh, this is actually kind of genius. This is kind of genius, to be honest. He's selling the story of a kind of inexperienced guy who's not kind of sure what he's doing, sort of been bullied into this call now. Oh, and it's a
action killing card.
Kind of is.
You win with your fool. You don't have a flush.
No. Are you done? Show them.
I have flush.
He's actually unfortunate.
Really
he played it like he had the hand that he was kind of repping the speech play, which is then over-repping his hand, which is a little curious, but a fun hand nonetheless. My favourite thus far of this evening, even though it's a pretty small pot relatively.
Yeah, because it was just a pure acting performance. It was really old school. It was like hands from the 1990s.
Yeah, you see that and then they go raise. You're like, oh, fuck, bore off, you know.
Yeah. Oh, that was great fun. Mustafov almost played a role, a little cameo role by calling clock and then getting the guy to sort of go, oh, fine, I'll call then, I'll call. Come on, leave me alone. Amazing stuff. Kadra straddling.
That was great from Kosei. We haven't had a hand like that either where there's been anything like that. That's what makes it so good.
I think Kosei's a total shark here, pretending to be the meat in the sandwich.
Hasbani was like, you never had a flush. And then he just shows him the queen of hearts making out like, yeah, I had the queen, but didn't show the other hearts. So he still thinks his man never had a flush.
Totally.
Thinks he was just in there with the queen of hearts and king 8. Got lucky.
Yeah. Yeah, really, really wanted to see a brick on that river. I could have had some fun.
Kadra raising up from the straddle, getting it heads up. Actually flopping best on this ace-3-4. Board that a sneeze will win it. There's a sneeze. Quite a loud sneeze.
Hello.
He's taking his time here, but if there's any way we're continuing with this hand. Might want to fight back with some weaker ones against a player giving so much action, but hard to do it there with that pot. I'm going to throw you guys to a very brief commercial break. Please don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, guys. Just a little interlude. Scheduled interlude. I believe we're going to take these very brief.
We've got to sell the backgammon.
The commercial breaks, basically, they are ads. We're watching the ads.
Oh, that's a good flop if you've got King Queen.
Ayata. Hasbani going to throw out a feeler here.
Yeah. Kind of nice, obviously, you bet here, you can certainly make some diamond draws fold. You see he's got the 8 of diamonds, so very hard for them to continue. Obviously, you're pretty much dead anyway against the king. Wow. Kind of like that. Arta coming out with a sort of block bet here, knowing he'll be up against a flush.
A snap fold from Hasbani.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, just beating nothing at this point. Not falling for it, but I kind of like that. I saw a sneaky little block bet from him before when he had queens full of aces. Actually, that hand was over so quickly, and it was such a tiny pot compared to the rest of this game, but I really like how it was played. What we need now, we're reaching this sort of point in the game, we're a few hours in. We need someone to put on their 3-bet pants. Just start really ramping up these pots.
Okay. Yeah, they're finding their way to big pots regardless, but yeah, I suppose given that we've seen quite a few 5-6 way action, I'm kind of surprised the gamblier sort of players out there aren't just going to squeeze and try and get some people out of the pots in those situations.
Actually, one of those who may be trying to do that here with aces.
He played bad aces this way earlier, sort of navigated a kind of flop that he decided was safe enough to proceed and actually did it quite impressively. And then we did see him raise up better aces.
Yeah, I've seen him limp call ace-5 deuce, I think it was, with a nut suit before.
Yeah, so
certainly going to play just as limp calls with them a lot, which is quite nice deception-wise, obviously, if you're limp calling a lot.
Yeah.
As I was sort of making the point to Andrew that limping in, seeing a flop multi-way with a nut suit is a lovely thing to do because you make that flush.
Yeah.
You can snare one.
And we see here Mushy has the open ender to go with, so every reason to continue here.
Yeah, bottom end, but it is Kadra doing the running and kind of Don't give him too much credit, although in this instance, he does have the best of it with top and bottom.
Moshe is going to...
Ah,
And very quick fold.
punished it. All right, there you go. You build it nicely.
Yeah, Moshe's... I've been really impressed by the way he's gone about his business here, I have to say. Circumspect, but also very decisive in key moments. Selective aggression. Looks like a wily operator. Don't be fooled by the pulling the 4 cards up to himself trademark move.
Twice there I wanted to break into song. I wanted to sing Smooth Operator, you said Wily Operator, and I want to sing Don't Be Fooled by the Rocks That I've Got. You said Don't Be Fooled. I'm in that mood.
Jimmy from the block here.
I worry for the ears of those tuning in if I were to break into song. It's not pretty. A reasonable part of my childhood being sort of forced into the choir.
Oh, I also was in the choir. Between the ages of, I would say, 8 and 12.
Yeah, once you get to 12, you kind of go out of taste, don't you, for those involved?
It was just you got off class. You didn't have to do like a real class. It was like choir class, and you just got to like not do history or not do something. It was a pretty sweet spot.
Step up with a nice spot here. Ace King 9-7, not suit, popping it up. Interesting that he does decide to raise in that seat because you got Khadra behind, and I feel like with the strongest hands, you're just going to limp there, let Khadra raise it up, let everyone call, and then jump on top of it. So I kind of like the seat that Mustafa has. He does get to spring that trap when he wishes. Can make this game play a lot bigger when he wants.
Moisha now with a very tasty holding. He's got top 2 and a jack-high flush draw and some other cards that sort of interconnect with this board potentially down the streets.
Yeah, I'd like to see him just either go for a check raise here or pot it. This kind of in-between bet. He's going to get called by a lot of hands and then forced to play a lot of turns where there aren't really many good ones. You see Ayata just keeping it careful with bottom set on such a rich board.
Yeah.
Almost looking for like an offsuit 3 or 4 or 5. Oh, 3 or 4, sorry.
So new nuts now, 6-7. Obviously Hasbani has the 2 7s in hand. So some blockers.
I like this, Moishi. Obviously, still has that top 2. It has a 6.
Yeah.
And has a jack, so he's blocking some of those sort of straight wraps.
Yeah, and it looks very nutty now from Moisha, given how he's played. It does feel like 9s and 8s. Very possible.
Khadra's continuing here with just the gut shot. What does he smell?
This is a very, very optimistic play. He does have bottom pair as well now, but you know.
How can Ayata continue here with bottom set? Surely he can't. Like, what's the good card for him? I suppose he's got the ace of diamonds, looking to bluff.
Yeah.
Maybe enough for him to continue.
That could be the backup plan, all right. Tight fold from
I'm
Ayada, but I'm behind it. Yeah, I agree. I think it's just a very dangerous sort of situation here. Hasbani is going to call with his blockers to the nuts and his open-ender.
Yeah, but he's got that mini wrap.
What is Khadra doing in this pot? And will there be a plan?
Oh, unbelievably. The 8-9 is still good. Checks through. And
Khadra obviously decides that after the call behind him, he hasn't really got a play.
What's Ayata going to think when he sees this? And instead of deuces were good and he could have called.
Yeah, let's get a one shot on Ayada, please.
Khadra's looking a bit sick, but I mean, obviously he was in far better shape than he thought. It was still going to be hard to win that one.
Sure was. Please, can we see Ayada?
Yeah. It's hard because I think it's easy to fall into that trap. Obviously, Ayata can call there and just jam when a diamond comes and almost certainly win the pot, but all the times the diamond doesn't come, it's like, is he ever going to win with a set as deuces? Probably not. Can't really imagine, other than that scenario there where it was somehow 2-pair betting again, neither player having, of the opponents having a straight and a brick coming. Ayata, he's looking to the skies. But it's this game, it's like any form of poker, but especially PLO, you get these situations where you just have to fold the best hand.
Sure.
Moishe just turning that kind of mediocre value both ways into a win by betting. Nicely done. He's on a bit of a heater.
Oh, Moishe's gone from 5 to 16 with relative ease here this afternoon.
These pots are starting to build up. Straddles are back on for the most part.
Going to have to fly dark with Moishe by the looks of things here. Oh, Kadra has a real one. And Kadra's got 20k now in front of him. Did he top up?
Yeah, he definitely topped up. And look at this. Mustafa electing to raise again rather than, as I suggested, Bruno plays his string. I would play his, from his seat, I would play a strategy of just limping always with Kadra behind.
Sure. When you have the live one who'll do your dirty work for you.
Right,
and then
you
can
want
back
to
raise as well.
You want to back raise, but also you want to see like hands like this. You might want to play multi-way.
Yeah, good
or
visibility.
Not, you get to see what everyone does. Yeah, it's a lot nicer. Well, that's a garbage flop for both.
Yeah, hating life now. I wonder if Kadra throws out a very small bet here.
I think he can afford to check once more. He's aware that Mustafa was going to play very trappy against him. Fadi now feels like he could bet his opponent off a one-pair hand. That's what he's gone for. And maybe this is the argument for potentially betting. I don't know. There's another reload.
Oh, we might call here, Kadra? No.
No. But this is the argument, like you mentioned, maybe firing out about the turn to stop yourself getting bluffed on the river. The 3,000 is quite chunky.
I thought we were going to see the boss move, the chips being handed to him from the
just
thing and then just going straight into the spot. Just let go though.
Nicely done.
Mustafov recognizing, sniffing out weakness there.
Yeah, I think maybe a smaller sizing might be more beneficial to kind of rep a little bit more thin value. I think that's why he perhaps thought, hey, this guy's saying he's got a flush and a flush only at this point. As if he'd gone smaller, suddenly some of those straights and even two pairs are possible. When you look like obvious aces, because not that Kadra has obvious aces when he 3-bets, but he hasn't done a lot of 3-betting. He hasn't had the option to, in fairness.
No.
Yeah, another fun hand.
Moishe now with an attractive ace queen 10-9 one suit, going to limp in.
Yeah, okay.
Very impressed by Moishe. He has been very happy to try and create as much depth as possible post flop. Obviously he fancies himself in that sense. Mustafov with a nice run down here, 8-6-5-4 double suited. Kadra going to just 3-bet liberally. You talked about, are we going to see a 3-betting monster? Well, I think we have one now, Kadra.
Yeah.
King Jack 7-6, 3 hearts.
Yeah.
This is fruity, and he's going to get after it. Bimbiris going to get after him with the Ace Jack 8-3 one suit.
Yeah, he's just recognizing that Kadras is in there with kind of anything and just happy to play his hands.
Is Moishe back raising here?
Moishe's just in with the Ace Queen 10-9 with a nut suit, which is a lovely hand. Okay. Fadi with one of those hands again, it plays beautifully heads up. But in this kind of game, it still plays just fine.
Yeah, we're going 4 ways, 2.5k in the middle.
Here we go. Game certainly moving up to another gear. 3 in the window. Not a bad looking card.
Mustafov with the nuts, I think.
Yeah. All the way up. 4-6-8.
Kadra with 3 hearts in hand.
Yeah, and top pair and a gut shot.
Moishe has completely bricked this one.
And the funny thing is, in this kind of normal situation here, Mustafov, you'd want to come out betting. But Kadra's just shown a propensity to c-bet so thin.
So true.
I would like to see him check. I mean, Mustafov's done the more standard thing here. Kadra going nowhere with the king high hearts, gut shot, top pair.
Bimbiris and Moishe with absolutely nothing here. We're going to war. 7.5k in the middle. Yeah. Less than pop behind here. Mustafov, will it still be the nuts after this card?
No. A swift check back. Sneaky, sneaky from Khadra. Wow, Mustafov, well done.
Very impressive.
Do you think he was like, well, he didn't bet the turn, he must have it. This player wants to just slow down. It's too scary.
Yeah, right.
We have naked first draw, yeah?
He didn't even consider it was like a two-pair or potentially set turn into a bluff. Was just having none of it.
No, snap check back on the turn, snap check on the river, snap bet, snap fold.
Yeah. You're taking a bit more time with all the hands there.
Mustafov back on the horse here, 8, 6, 6, 5 diamonds. Khadra hasn't seen a hand he doesn't like for quite some time. Coming with the 3-bet here, Ace Jack 6-4 double suited. Action round 2. The big blind now looks like Jakovlevich going to get involved here with King, Queen, Queen 9.
Yep. This is just
the
new theme. Fadi flopping a flush. Khadra flopping the nut flush.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
Mustafov not getting away, I don't think, for this step.
No, I think just going to play the check call game a couple of times. Look dejected. Look like he's trying to make something. Another diamond going to make it even harder. Khadra with a swift check back again, and another diamond.
Worth pointing out here that Jakovlevich did pick up some equity on that turn, but he was out of there.
Wow, and this just looks a little suspicious again, of course. He checks back and then wants to check pot, and then wants to pot it where checks on the river, but
so hard when there's 5 diamonds out there now.
Right, against this player, I just don't think we'd get to fold. But again, it is suspicious that he took that line of checking back. Why did he not just bet the turn? If he was bluffing, would he not just bet the turn? The 8 of diamonds. Why did he let me get here? And again, it makes sense. It's weird if he doesn't have it. If he does have it to check the turn, he would deny against the full house draws.
What a fold!
Great fold, Musta.
2 world-class folds there.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Against the laggiest guy at the table.
Yeah, this one I don't think I'd have found.
James, it feels bad when you're losing pots, but when you're actually saving money in those situations, saving bets, it's massive.
Yeah. Right now he's feeling a bit annoyed. When he looks back, he'd be like, oh, did well there. Oh, I did well here. Obviously, the hand before he flopped the nuts, he's every right to believe he's going to double up. Khadra's going to feel a bit sick. Like, hey, I'm the guy who gives all the action. I've made some really good hands against some really good hands and not got paid off. No surprise to see Khadra raise it up out of the straddle. That is his MO.
Khadra just wants to play bigger pots.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Game's not big enough for him.
Kosa lurking behind with the kings.
8-6 deuce. Musta with top and bottom. Khadra going to c-bet, because he always does.
Yeah, his hand is in a lot of trouble here.
It's just difficult in this sandwich to play. I mean, King's rate to be the best hand, but you're up against a player who can have that board. He can have every board, and he can put a lot of pressure down the streets. And the way Koza set out his stall in this game, I'm probably going to see him fold this, but is it a little too tight if he does fold? Maybe, but I think it's okay. You know as well, Fadi's going to be check raising all his hands, which is what surely he's going to do here.
Here we go. And I think Kadra calls here.
Yeah, Kadra calls. Overpair, deuce as well.
Yeah.
Backdoor clubs, backdoor hearts. Good card for Mustard to see. See with the hand he's holding. Doesn't know what he's up against yet. He's now got a flush draw and a straight draw.
They could be running it twice here. We've seen that before.
Oh, wow. I think it was once. Oh, no. I think you're right. But obviously he's counterfeited Mustard on the first run out. The stuff of not liking seeing that turn card either. Up against a lot of pairs with an ace. We'll get a half.
Just get a half.
Yeah, when he sees the ace come, he's like, oh, you just got ace 6 and some like just so unlikely he's won. Fadi looks like the kind of man who's a few hours into a PLO session. Like, you see a lot of unbelievable shaking head, everyone looking stressed. The moments of joy are always short-lived in this game.
Excuse me, you play? Yes. 75.
And I have to say, a lot of the players who we would have to define as not the action players at this table are really going about their business in a very intelligent way, because when you've got an action man like Kadra bloating pots, you can play this kind of limping, seeing flop sort of game. You can wait until your decisions are going to be much clearer, equities are going to be much more defined later down the streets.
Yeah.
You know, the other option is to battle with that guy and go, okay, let's go, let's start flipping coins, and I'm going to try and get in 60% maybe as best I can against you. But I've actually really enjoyed watching some of these guys adjust and play a nittier brand of poker. They're still getting in there with some hands, but they're doing their best not to blow pots. They're not raising. I actually think it's a very sensible route to take. Always got to factor in the dynamics in any poker game, but especially in a wilder PLO game with a real loose cannon, shall we say, in Kadra, who I don't think has failed to get to a flop for the best part of an hour now. I'm not sure he's taken a hand off, to be honest.
No.
Bimbiris in there with kings. Motley collection of hands this time around. All willing to put 300 in.
I mean, Jaglahovic pre-flop got the equity of 0. It's never nice to see.
Wow. Is that even possible?
No.
I presume it's not.
9-3-3. Bimbiris with a 3 and the overpair. See, very treacherous at these multi-way pots. You want to be careful betting because you run into an ace 3, but also you kind of need to bet because all the cards could be bad news for you. Anyone can make a full house at any point with a pocket pair that won't call the flop.
Yeah.
And of course, with a king 3, you're ahead against most of the 3x hands in this kind of game. I think in a lot of other games you'd be up against sort of ace 3 at a reasonable frequency when the danglers become a thing. But in the loosey-goosey games...
Well, worth noting the Kadra did call there with the 9 Queen Jack Deuce. Folded to a big bet on the turn.
Yeah.
That was a little spewy, a little optimistic maybe.
Bimbiris picking up hearts, obviously just looking to bet big there, hoping his man's got a 3. Get max value. Not going to get raised if your opponent's got 3 deuce anyway. So you kind of set the price if you do want to elect to check back rivers. I've been impressed by Bimbiris.
Yeah, same. Kosa folding an early position there with a hand that pretty sure most of the other players at this table would have played. So I agree with your read there, James. He's on the tighter side. Don't think it was an incorrect fold. Tight is right here. And, well, just when I said Khadra had not taken one off, our graphics failed to display his hand, and I thought he had taken one off, but now he's in there. He is in there.
Yeah, it's not often that I go to the default would be a glitch in the graphics. But if it's implying that Khadra's folded, then that is the case. Čaklahović. With a couple of queens, gut shot, now diamonds. Khadra finds the 4, the innocuous looking 4 on the turn.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Spanny calling, of course, with Jack 8 and diamonds. And did he just hit a diamond on the river?
Yeah, diamonds just got there, James. Better diamonds folded. Taking a look at our waiting list now, James. Nicholas Schweezy in the wings.
Ooh.
Wonder how keen these guys are. Obviously, they're playing other games. They're in the room somewhere playing.
We were speculating there's probably the same state game going off stage, a feeder game.
What's the system here? Is it a must-move system?
I mean, I guess so. I don't think run them independent games actually, normally. I mean, obviously this one being a bit different, being a stream game.
Sure.
I imagine there's, the waitlist is probably operating a must-move side game if that's the case, but I'm not sure what the usual operation is here actually. They run them as separate games. I do like the must-move, kind of rewards players for getting there early and starting games.
I agree.
You get to be in the main game all night.
I don't see, I see.
So often you see someone, I play for 7 hours and my game starts to go a bit sparse, and the people who've been playing for 2 hours over there suddenly get the full game with all the action.
Okay.
It's a little disappointing. Must-move game, for those wondering, is of course there's a 25-50 going and there's a waiting list. They start a new game. It doesn't run as a separate game. It just means when someone leaves the first game, the next person on the list moves from the secondary game into the main game. As opposed to, as I say, the game that's been running for 7 hours starts to get short-handed, and suddenly the game that started last is now the full game. You're not rewarding players for starting the games. I do remember for a number of years
650
gaming the system somewhat at the Palm Beach.
Oh yeah.
In that, like, being in the game, starting it was good. The game was always a bit meh to start, but like later on in the evening it'd be good. But if you could time it right, get kind of in the must move at just the right time, you'd get like a decent number of hours with the players that you wanted to play with. Would come in a little bit later.
Yeah.
Then obviously your game goes a bit thin. You have to hang around a bit to get in the main game, but you basically are never out of a good game, if you know what I mean. It's like a number of stars would come in always around the same time, a few hours into the game. I say that like I did that. I was just too lazy. I just turned up, played.
Yeah, you just backed into that strategy.
A couple of times. But it's more I saw. I'm not going to name who it was. I saw him doing it a lot. And I was like, what's this guy up to? Why does he always come in like late when he's doing nothing else with his day? And I realised.
What was your ratio of cash games to tournaments when you do your Vegases?
In Vegas, I pretty much just play tournaments. There's enough tournaments to be getting on with during the summer, I think. Also, I feel like mindset-wise, I did find that I used to do a lot more mixing, but I'd be playing like a 10-25 Hold'em game, which is like a chunky sized game, and then going off the next day playing a 1K tournament, getting down to a third of starting stack. I'm just thinking, I need to bother with this, I can just go play 10-25. And that's a bad mindset to be in, I think, when you're having to fight for every chip in a tournament. So just kind of separate the two. If you're out and there's nothing else to play, take that some downtime. You don't get a lot of rest during the World Series. It's true. Every day there's something to play.
You probably get a fair amount, though, do you?
Wow. No, the re-entries mostly these days.
Two tens in the hand of Moisha here. Wonder if he deploys them.
And this 6-7 kind of working. He does have a straight draw. Kadra with diamonds.
Quite like a bet here from Moisha.
Yeah. I'd be with you. Kadra doesn't need an invitation.
No.
Moisha, as I say, does have that straight draw, but I'd imagine with these 2 tens, perhaps playing a more devious strategy here as well. Well, unfortunately for him, it does come a diamond.
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't a decision to give up on those blockers. It was a decision to play them in a more sophisticated fashion.
Right, it makes a straight now.
Yeah, it's
that was his plan, was to kind of make a straight maybe, but also still be able to rep slow played straight. Here we go. So he's going to go for a little block.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to fire out a quarter potter. Oh no, back we go. The check. And is Kadra even going to bet this?
Wow,
he
just
is.
Snap bets 2,000. He plays with a lot of pace.
Oh,
Kadra.
snap call.
Yeah. I wanted to see it. Action players get action. And Moisha's kind of slow at all these kind of showdowns as well, so Kadra's still not sure he's won.
No good.
You've seen this a few times where he sort of shuffles the cards and then tables a better hand.
Have you shown them yet?
I think we're there now. Well, what would normally be a level up is just a change of dealer. That's how things stand at the moment. Hadi Kadra with the chip lead, if you will. You see a little minus next to a name. He's been giving the action, and he's, I'm sure, got designs on making this game bigger and getting a bit out of it. You're pointing at some stacks. Maybe you're not. I thought you were going to say something really in depth there.
No, I'm just interested by the switch up from the beginning. Obviously, this game is going 2.5 hours. Maybe we're getting towards 3 hours now. Everyone pretty much bought in for 5k, but this is what happens. This is how it develops. You're used to this more than I am, James. But early doors, people will sort of short stack games, try and spin that 5k up to something more meaningful, and then play kind of deeper. Maybe they turn 5 to 50 over the course of a really good night. Players obviously losing their stacks will rebuy and continue battling, and as they do, stacks do get deeper. It feels like we've about twice as much money on the table as we had at the beginning. Maybe more than twice. Moisha. Again, content to just come along for the ride here. No aggressive actions really from that man. Pre-flop anyway. Queen 9 deuce. Rainbow. Not sure what the dangler is in Moisha's hand. Could have top 2 here. No one else has a queen. Well, he definitely has top and third pair now. But 10-jack makes a straight. Nobody with 10-jack. Probably checks round again. And the 9 pairs. So Moisha now with pretty strong full house here. Second nuts. Surely goes for value here with just one player left behind. even though that player is Kadra. And just unlucky for him, nobody has anything to fight back with. Ship another one to Moisha.
There's an unfair tease of some tunes.
Was that Edith PF?
I never know the name of that tune.
It's got a French bistro sort of music.
Yeah. Ooh, French bistro. Got me hungry. I'm going for my dinner soon. That's why I'm hungry.
We're very good. We rescheduled everything around your life today, James.
I reckon it's just because you had a table book somewhere.
Do you know what it was? It was because I had to go feed my kids.
There we go.
that's the reality.
But like, yeah, we changed the schedule ever so slightly. I texted you, went, oh, that's good, that means I get dinner. And you went, yeah, that's why we did it.
That is why we did it. Do you think I want to feed my kids? I jest, of course, but you might, if you've been tuning into this stream for the last few days, you might be thinking to yourself, David does mention how he's minding his children when he's not working a lot, and what is going on? Are they being minded? I just want to say that I've been told by the good people at Merit to make the point that there's a kids club here. You can bring your children, you can work, you can even be me.
A lot of kids clubs.
There's loads of kids clubs. I think there's 3 kids clubs. If it's the summertime in August, the pools and the kids area, the pools are amazing for the kids. They absolutely loved it when they were here in the summertime, and. Yeah, it's very well kitted out that if you are a poker player and you want to bring your family.
Look at this. Hasbani with a raise, which we haven't seen a lot of. And Moisha coming out with the limp raise with King, King, Jack 2. A certain change in tack from both of them. Obviously, unfortunately for Moisha, he's flopped a boat, but Hasbani with none of it. I like this little check back. Nothing worse than flopping a boat, checking it back, and your opponent just mucks.
That's amazing. I think. Like, he even had a king. Like, it wasn't just like nothing. That's fabulous. I absolutely love that.
It's almost like he just thought, oh, you got quads.
Yeah.
You only hand your limp raising with his aces. Somehow you got quads.
Quads or top boat.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
they just muck to no action in the heads-up pot. And your opponent's got a boat. Genius. Moisha. Now with another nice looking hand. Ace King 10-6 with a nut suit. He'll limping in. And Kadra this time the one doing the raising. And why not? With the 10 trade deuce. Hard to read this man.
Standard. Has been standard from Kadra to raise any unopened pot. As we said, he just wants to juice up the action.
Hasbani this time with the aces with a nut suit. He's going to make it 13.50. I like this. You know, the shallowest stack. Just a lot of flops he gets to put the last 4,500 in, and quite often he is going to find it multi-way the way this game is played out.
Kadra just flicks in the call nonchalantly. I wonder if Coase is tempted.
He's just texting his mate. What do I do with ace, king, queen, 4 if someone squeezes behind? I jest, of course.
Okay.
He's going to give some respect to Hasbani here. Obviously so difficult playing these non-nut hand. The king spade draw rather than the ace spade draw.
Yeah.
The ace you'll feel like is probably a dead card.
Ayada's going to love this spot in a way. Like, he's got an original razor.
Right.
Okay, it is Kadra. And then he's got a 3-better, which looks like aces.
Right.
And he's got this sort of pure cracker, and they could be blocking each other, and you've got all of that part of the board to yourself.
It's interesting. We saw Koze with a better hand than this earlier in a similar situation fold, but maybe feeling like he's got himself into this game now, sitting there with 12k, winning nicely. A little keener to gamble. Still, though, Ayada is enjoying this on the button.
Yeah, equity favourite here, Ayada.
Yeah, great shape with that hand. Obviously, it won't always be the case that he's completely clean. He's not expecting someone to be underneath him with the 8-7-5-4, but that is the case. See 2 players up top on the king 9-9.
Well, interesting spot here.
Yeah, it's just a flop. Well, he's got it's one of these weird ones. We've got the nut hearts. He does decide just to rip it. It's one of those where he kind of optioned there. Obviously, with a lot of his hands, he does. With a lot of times he's got aces, he does just want to rip. You kind of also don't mind checking.
But you don't love if a 10 jack or queen comes off.
Right, and you want someone to make a low flush. You want it to look like you're giving up with aces. But there's also the third avenue of just kind of like a really small bet with the aces, trying to knock out everything, like a fake nervous bet when you've got aces with nut hearts. All options were available. We had a very similar spot earlier. I think, no, you want to play it that way. How you're going to play it with your dry aces as well, which is just jamming in if someone's got a 9. Good luck to you.
Good luck to them.
It's also nicer, of course, when you are in there, when you have squeeze with the ace-king kind of rundowns as well. You want to jam, and maybe you yourself have got like a queen, jack, 10 with an ace or with a king. Just wants to jam, make better fold as we saw there. Ah, Mustaf. Straddled with kings. Kadra's raise. Let's see how many callers come round because he's going to be very much incentivized to jam from the straddle if he gets the opportunity.
Yeah, Bimbiris probably going to come along for the ride here for 300.
Yeah.
Ayada's out.
Things.
Has Banny's in.
Yeah,
double suited.
Very speculative hand. Again, in these kind of games, I can't fault anyone for playing any hand.
Here comes Mustafov. No, just a flat.
Yeah. They're not great kings, but I thought he might just take the opportunity to try and get it heads up with the man who's giving all the action and not have to worry about pretty much any flop other than an ace-high one, I guess. Queen, jack, 6. Some spades out there. Mustafov with the king-high flush draw. Way the best of this one now.
Spades.
2 spades, 1 trip.
Moishe getting
6 queen jack.
Told that they're, yes, indeed, 2 spades. Queen, 6 of spades. Jack of clubs. I do think Mustafov would probably go with his hand here, but doesn't want to bet. Would rather like check jam, I assume.
I think just checking in flow in this game seems to play, and he's made the dreamy hand now.
So Moishe with the inferior flush.
Yeah. So I'm going to check around for the second time. And this is where Fadi's just having a terrible time for this game. He finally gets this really good situation. No one bets. No chips have gone in, and now it pairs up. Kadra can't help himself.
Is Kadra firing out half pot, roughly? Yeah, he is. And I think just because it's Kadra, despite the fact that he's bet 7 ways or 6 ways or whatever it is, does Mustafov have to just flick it in here?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, he might even get, the overcall from...
Yeah, Moishe's just suspicious. He goes, look, Kadra's never got it. Blasting every spot.
But does Moishe calling maybe get Mustafov out ever?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it certainly complicates it a little bit. Like, it obviously lays a better price at the same time.
It more than anything. Yeah, I think it sweetens it.
Okay.
I think you're happier that someone else is called almost. Like,
doesn't look like a man who's happy, James.
Yeah, I mean, because everything's been going against him all game. But he's thinking, like, how can Kadra have a full house when he's blasting away in every pot and then wants to check the flop? Like, what house has he got here? Seeing he's got deuces full? Jack deuce? Doesn't make sense. He can't have a house. Well, other than those two. And then Moishe just going to call with a flush as well in that sense. Yep, nicely done. No, Moishe was right in that I knew he was bluffing. Called with the 5-high flush, but there was one man behind who could spoil the party.
Of course. Watch I beat.
That's not.
Watch I beat. Yes.
You should be snapping this, he said.
Well,
maybe here full house.
I tend to agree.
Yeah, but maybe here full house.
But you know, you're getting beaten up in a game. You do start to see the monsters under the bed. And there are a lot of monsters and a lot of beds in PLO.
Because he is active. I'm not scary from you. Not scary.
I know, but even from him, you shouldn't be scared.
I don't see you are in the game.
My card's here.
Yeah, but they don't see. I'm old.
He buff. He buff.
I know. That's what I think. He has.
He Mr. Buffer.
If I see 2 feet, right?
بجرب ما بضربها بركي ماشي شاف 6 في عم ركز
The three what you have is was the straight.
Yes, straight forward.
Hasbani gonna pop one up over the Kadra straddle. Ace Jack 5-4 in the cutoff, trying to perhaps ensure the button. It's not occurred. That's where he's got some action from, and of course Kadra, yeah, probably have a little look. And finds trip fours against Hasbani's trip fours with a better kicker and the nut flush draw.
Yeah, trouble here for Kadra on quite a few runouts.
And Jaklahovic as well, sticking around with just the 9 high flush draw, but also those 2 sevens working. Kadra raises it, and what a dream spot this is for Hasbani now. Hasbani can look like he's just got aces, maybe an ace-king hand, the nut flush draw. Well, that's actually a bad card in that sense.
Can Kadra get away? I feel like he can now.
Wow, just no dice, not going to give him a spin. I'm surprised he fought that quickly. It was very unlucky for Hasbani that ace-king. I think he was on course to win a nicer pot without it.
Well, by virtue of the fact that we've got around to the cutoff, this is going to be one of the smaller pots pre-flop. Even Kadra's not going to raise this one up out of the big. Oh no, he is. Of course he is. Queen 10, 6-2, all spades. Javovic calls, and Moisha calls with the ace king 9-3, hearts working. Flop is Queen Jack 4, 2 clubs, no clubs for anybody. Kadra with the best of it. Moisha with the draw. I feel like Kadra has made a bet here. It's not on screen yet. There it is, pot with top and bottom.
He's usually made a bet of some sort.
And then
1.5.
Moisha taking a bit of time before letting go. This
1 for 3.
whole thing, Kadra taking down a little pot there. Are we keeping tabs on the VPIP? Says Kadra. Is he in the 90s?
He's winning.
He's in the 90s.
We're keeping tabs. He is winning. Yeah. 90s.
Sorry.
You go for it. Just a nice name to say.
It is actually.
Soothing.
Moisha with the 7-4-XX in the bin. Mustafov. Is that a 3-bet with kings, queen, 8?
I guess it's just he's got the raise and got the 3-bet from Khadra, who actually has a really reasonable, strong hand to be 3-betting with the small, but there's actually a nice spot. I was going to say Mustafov I would like to see him adopt that strategy of limping a lot with that man behind, but button being the exclusion, obviously, where he's going to have position on his man, so raising and getting 3-bet by that man is amazing, because he's going to play a lot of heads-up pots now with position in in larger pots.
Yeah. It's a particularly advantageous spot here, but like you said...
I like this call. Right, like some people might fall into the trap of just 4-betting because they got kings against really right range, but I think keeping it deep in position forces your opponent to make a lot of tough decisions. And this is a lovely flop for Musta, because obviously the king's still good, completely broken board, and he blocks a queen.
Khadra is going to bet his queen here.
Yeah, and as well he should.
Interesting point of the hand here. Stack to pot ratio around 1.5, and Musta surely contemplating a bet here. If he can get most of his stack in, probably happy to do so.
Yeah, there's options here. Obviously, Khadra slowing down does kind of look weak and just wants to deny. Maybe get action from a hand like this still.
For him?
And a tough enough spot here for Khadra.
Yeah.
For him?
No club in his hand, so unblocking those draws.
Yes, 2-7.
Has the top queen. This could easily be a hand from Mustafov, like a 7 with some connectivity that took one off on the flop. Could be a queen with some clubs.
Yeah.
If he had better than
7, 7, 9, 6.
Would you have raised flop sometimes?
I pay for 7. Yeah.
You know, set with slow play, but
Queen no good, Taide. Pass. Queen no good. Okay. No, I show you. Queen no good.
Okay, he believes you.
Queen good. This is enough for you.
Indeed, just going, yeah, that'll do. Open the river. I don't know which card it was. Just have a look at that one.
This is the river?
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
This is the river's like, to know. Sure.
You have 4? Yes, Queen 4. I win you. Queen 4 beat me, yeah. But I beat you, I told you. Queen no good.
Yes, I know. You tell me out because you are scared, of course. If you have 2 pair, you are not going to tell me 4 heavy.
I have queen. I have queen also.
Someday.
Queen, king, king, Kate.
Oh, you are dead. That's why you told me.
No.
You are dead. You got a lucky turn. You deserve. I give everyone a gift.
Time you have cards?
No, I never have cards.
How much? 250.
Straddle pot, I think. To 100.
No, the raise is 250, so that had been over the 50, so it was unstraddled, I guess.
Thought I saw briefly someone flash with 100 there, but yeah, okay.
Either way, it's 250, 4 ways. Bag in the pot. Let's go. Khadra. Pair, gut shot, flush draw. He needs far less than that to do the front running.
Moisha up and down here. Quick call from Khadra. Probably gets rid of the other 2 here. Gooder for Ayada with the backdoor diamonds. Not enough. And Moisha looking to hit.
Man, 8 improving. And Khadra. Near lock on it.
Yeah. Useful 7 blocker.
Ooh, Moisha. Getting creative.
Spicy.
Cadra piecing this together. If he had 8-9, wouldn't he have bet the flop himself? We've seen Moisha do some big betting with 2 pair. He won that kind of rather fortunate to win a 4-way pot earlier with top 2.
If Cadra doesn't make a boat, and he hasn't, it's kind of a pretty tricky spot now facing a bet. But
Moisha, this is, if you go to bluff, finding an ace when you hold an ace, you block ace-8. It's a pretty good spot to carry on, and ace-8 is actually a plausible one for him to have had on the flop, and 8 with something else in. Pretty rather it wasn't the ace of hearts.
Ah. No way Cadra can bet this baby flush.
Secret out a little bit as that one gets tabled. Yeah, it is hard to bluff the ace up. If you've got ace-8 there, it's because you've got ace-8 with the nut flush draw kind of thing, and when that one's the one that comes, it's a little tricky to rep.
I have 10, 9, 8, I have 10 jack, I have 9, and they have the as come in.
What is this silhouette darkening our door?
Looks like it's a bodybuilder.
A stack builder, perhaps. A man who has 400k in the main event going into day 2 in a couple of days' time. That's a nice feeling, isn't it? Have a couple of days off, probably do some sparring, some buffets.
And a pair of wide shoulders and some spectacular pecs from where I'm standing.
We are, of course, talking about the one and only Andrew Headley, who's going to relieve me for a moment so I can go and get my dinner. But I'm not letting it get in here just yet. I want one more hand. I reckon Hadra's going to raise. That's my read.
James, Cadra played every hand for our little session there.
Really? You've cracked it, have you?
Yeah.
And I mean, and the VPIP is hard because he hasn't checked his option many times.
No. But that is like 100% of hands in the second hour and a half. And I think he probably played almost all of them in the first.
He missed some in the middle frame because he was away from the table.
Sloppy. Sloppy.
Yeah. Here he is 3-betting ace 10, 10, 9 over Jakubovic. Is open with a nice looking Jack, Jack, 8, 8. This is a nice one to shallow the stacks a little bit because when you flop your sets, you much easier to get them in. See, getting in a set of 8s in a very deep stack game, not ideal. A set of 8s in a shallower stack game, much more likely to be kosher. I love these little 2-paired hands.
Yeah.
They're just easy to play. You either hit or you don't. And he's hit.
Do.
That nut spades for Kosa as well, with a 6.
Check.
And somewhat wrapped around the queen. We're going to check straight through. King on the turn. Jakubovic looks like he's counting out chips now. I wouldn't fault him for this, but I don't know if he could ever find another check. Surely get action from Kosa, as it is. Counting out betting. But this board's so scary now. Like, what are the good cards for him on the river?
Cadra with the double gutter here.
Yeah. There are so many bad cards on the river. You just want to see an offsuit deuce through 4. Everything else.
But Kosa priced in now by the Cadra call.
Oh, yeah. Kosa was anyway. He had kings up and a nut flush draw. He might even decide to raise here.
One?
With the kings up and flush draw. I think when it's the nut flush draw, I think I'm much more inclined just to call and allow someone to hit a...
Is Kosa thinking about a raise here?
That's what I'm saying. I think if he had like the king high flush draw, I'd be more inclined to do it. But with the... try and knock out the ace high flush draw potentially. But when you got the nuts, you want to let people get in here.
Oh, wait.
Oh, Cadra
had raised. Oh, wow. So Kosa overcalled the raise. Okay, we're with it now.
Called as well. Well, I'm surprised Jakubovic didn't just decide to run it at that point. But look at that, he's found the offsuit deuce. Was he just looking for a blank? He didn't want to get it in 3-way against monster wraps and flush draws. Is that what happened here? I think more likely maybe there was a graphical misrepresentation there, because that's the only thing that makes sense, and looking at this pot size as well. And now on the brick, I mean, hard to fold. You beat all those draws that have missed. Obviously, you block the nut flush draw. But all the middling cards, the 7, 9, 10, the 9, 10 jacks. Obviously, we do have a jack, but in this game of Omaha, you're always going to have some reason to not call.
Who?
Was the opener.
Yes. Time.
Top called him again, but he will make the fold. As he does so, David, we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. When we come back, I will have disappeared. Andrew Headley will be in the mix.
Welcome back, guys. It's the Cadra show here on the feature table in the Crystal Cove. He is playing 100% VPIP, Andrew Headley. Expect him to continue to drive the action.
Now, when you say every hand,
I mean,
Lappin, do you mean
every hand?
Every single hand. So I've been away for 90 minutes, and he has played
25 hands.
25 hands in every time. What a champ. Well, there you go. 7-6-4 deuce. Single suited. Deciding to ISO.
And what's a bit more surprising, I suppose, is
adjusting.
say like a flat there by Jakovljevic, where so much has gone in already, he could really do a big ISO. And guys just not interested in that. They just want to sort of play flop poker, turn poker. With generally going to the flop with around this amount in the middle, a K to 2K, depending on how many of them there are.
Yeah, interesting flop here. Moshi and Mustafov with the best of it in terms of equity. Moshi top 2. It's a draw to the wheel.
What?
Cadra in there, 1K.
Oh, Moshi, all the pairs.
Yeah, ready to go, ready to rock and roll.
Open, open.
Open to.
Okay.
Let's make it 4.5k. Kadra, quick release. So since I've been gone, Mr. Lappin, hello everybody, by the way. Pleasure to be back. 2550 PLO action. Have people been topping up stacks? Or has there been any significant movement? People got more money on the table, or is it much the same?
I think Kadra did top up early in the frame, if you want to call it that, in the little session when it was just me and James. Mustafov, I think, has chipped up a little bit. No, not too much extra money going on the table. No new players either. Obviously, we have that waiting list. Some guys maybe very keen to hop in here, waiting in the wings. But there is a 25-50 game going on as well as this one. So no doubt those guys are, you know, just in case there was a danger of them being rusty.
Sharpening the tools.
Sharpening their tools over there on the outer table.
Yeah, we could be in for a late one then. Nobody wants to leave the game. A lot of action. Looks to be playing pretty deep now. Most players with the bones of 10,000 in front of them.
Yeah, that's kind of what's happened here, is that everyone now has got a double stack, whether they bought it or they earned it.
Right. As we see Kadra, he really is box office. ISO in Queen 6-5 deuce. Does have clubs working for him. Ayata calling behind with queens. Cozy in there with a very interesting double-suited Ace-Jack 5-3, covering top and bottom of the board. Very interesting Ace-King 9. Cozy with a flush draw. Kadra with the nut flush draw. Nobody going to be thrilled to put a whole heap of money in here. Probably checks through. Does. 8 of spades turn. Cozy still best here. Can't know it. One pair only with the baby flush draw. Kadra gonna elect to semi-bluff here. Bets the pot. Look at that. This one's gonna get through.
Yeah, picked up a gooder to the bad end. Maybe not a meaningful amount of extra equity there, but yeah, deciding the delay c-bet, the nice time to try and take one down as a semi-bluff.
9 is good.
Kadra, as we know, just fearless. We've seen him in our no-limit tournaments here at Merit. He is the guy in there for some spice more than most. Gives me a memory of myself and you covering, I believe it was the warm-up in the Gangster series, if memory serves. Him and the gentleman on his left were just going to absolute war. I'm sure he 4-bet jammed deuce 3 suited in a spot that most players would not even have opened.
I used to
A lot of fun to watch.
Now no more games.
Hadi Kadra.
Yeah, he is a live one. He is a wild one. He loves the game. He's straddling this one. Bimbiris, does he limp in behind? Look to get the back raise going?
Yeah, I don't mind it.
If I'm there, it's good.
He has done it.
If I am there, it's good.
Knows that Kadra specifically likes bloating the pots. And if it goes multi-way, we can have some disguised aces.
Big game.
On Hadi now in the big. And he does pot it.
Yeah, he obliges. Metronomic.
I've been embarrassed. Set it up.
So he can get about a third of a stack in here.
Here we go.
Let's all go on
it.
it.
Does
And
repot.
Yes.
Believe. See a 1k chip there. Doesn't quite pot. 2.5k. What we know of Kadra.
He'll give him a spin.
Probably will give him a spin. Don't think Yakovlevich can call here.
No, too much in there now. He's only committed 100.
Hello.
Wants to get involved. Problem is, right, Kadra can just reopen.
2-5.
2000.
2005.
We are wasting time.
Anlamadım.
His signature.
Evet. Görünmüyor
Mustafa
mu?
bossing people around here. You're wasting time.
Yeah.
Yok görünmez ara.
And Kadra, as anticipated, giving him the spin
Orada
here.
budur.
Stack to pot ratio of 1. Kadra picks up any pair. I think he's going with it here.
He does have a fairly live holding. That's about. Now he does have King 6 of Hearts.
Yeah, his hearts.
Bimbiris hating life here. I'm not hating it, but you understand my point.
You still have to put it in here.
You're gonna have to put it in. Backdoor clubs working for us.
You have a choice. Finally.
You only need 33%. That's the nice thing.
How much you have? I tell you if you call or no, really.
Hadi Kadra pokes his head into the booth. We are on a 30-minute delay. Gives us a chance to say to Hadi, just continue doing what you're doing, sir. A lot of fun for us in the booth. Keep on doing what you're doing, my friend. As we see Kadra put Bimbiris in. Don't think we can fold, David. 2.5k invested already.
Not against this man.
And we have a 6, right? Blocking the effective nuts.
Like,
flop nuts.
Kadra can literally be in here with a dangler 4 and some cards. You know, it's like it's not the situation against some very tight player.
It's not a comfortable spot, of course.
Yeah, you don't love being almost dead in some worlds, but there's just so many worlds where you're way more than 33%.
Yeah, we can see here, 58% to hold if he puts it in. Might get this through, David.
Oh my goodness
me. I know you're not going to open hearts.
Bimbiris.
You win.
Open.
Runs out 10-9.
You win, yeah.
No. Aces hold.
Aces would have held. Wow. Potential 17k pot there. Hadi Kadra continuing to boss this table around.
307k.
Finally. First hand I win against you. First hand. You know you will take it back, so you are relaxed. I know. I know.
Listen, very jovial atmosphere. Players having a lot of fun. Jose here under the gun, lets it go. Ayata, very playable hand. Straddle off for this one. Jack 10, 9-7. The Badugi variety. Moshi finds bad aces. Content just to limp. And Hadi, well, no reason for him to change his strategy. He's boosted his stack to $24,000. Gonna raise it up.
Give me the money. You are put and give me the money.
653. Ayata won't be going anywhere here.
What is he saying? He and him.
Flicks in the call. Jack 10, 9-7.
You are all kind liar.
We'd imagine, David, from what we've seen of Moshi, that he will just complete. But no.
Finally.
This is what Kadra wants. He wants to loosen the game up. He wants the guys starting to fight back. He wants to take some shots against guys with aces who reveal themselves.
Right.
Like, what I'd much prefer now is for someone like Ayata with this kind of rundown, and not maybe the Badugi form, but something like that to start mixing in some back raises with that. Now, Ayata is in the mix here as well, and there's a bit of a wrap going on.
Yeah, interesting stuff. You can see actually the favorite here against top set.
Yeah. Moisha and Ayata likely to get stacks in here. Kadra obviously no business being in this particular true L.
Interesting here from Ayata. He's going to go with lead. Potentially try and secure himself a cheap turn, David, and if he does get raised, just put it in anyway. Would imagine that's the plan. Look at this. Does get a free turn.
Wow. Little surprised by that. I guess it's the factor, it's the Khadra factor behind thinking he's capable of doing something crazy here. We got to get those chips into the middle at all costs. Safe one for Moishe.
Moishe gives him another free card.
Oh wow! And like Moishe could definitely have got his man here to put some chips on the turn, but he's actually induced. Now remember, Moishe with the back raise.
Yes.
Looks like he has aces or kings.
Just checks. That's right, Moishe. You have the second nuts. A little bit of posturing here. We know a raise is coming.
What?
Yeah, you raised.
Surprise.
No call.
Surprise.
Just called.
Oh.
So second nuts. Not being
bluff, yes?
Fold, fold. Huh?
Aç kağıdını açsın.
Fold, fold.
Oh, he has raised.
He fold. Fold, fold. Fold.
Yeah, I saw him toss out 3 1K chips.
Fold.
Being asked to show a bluff.
Shows 2 cards.
Okay, graphically, I think we had a kind of a
He
momentary
opened,
blip. Confused
raise.
me. I was like, what is going on here? If we only
Play.
flat the second nuts in this spot. Thankfully, not the case, Moishe.
N9.
Aynı
N9.
görüyor ha. Aynı görüyor.
Yeah, I have to just keep our eyes peeled on those 1K chips. Interesting, David. I'm by no means PLON boss. Interesting decision to allow a free turn. Is there a... I'm not entirely sure the rationale behind it. We want to charge our opponents for these wrap type draws.
Yeah, I think we want to put in the raise on the flop, to be honest, but because of maybe the Khadra factor, we don't. And I understand that maybe deviation from the norm, because Khadra is such a factor in this and maybe is capable of a crazy move. But once that doesn't happen and your head's up on the turn, yes, you got to charge your villain 100%. So he's taking the line that he's trying to buy a free one because he's got some equity to the nuts. You don't want to just give him that. Don't let him realize.
That's played. Managed to induce a little $1,200 bluff.
Yeah, it did actually work out.
And it might have worked out similarly.
Yeah.
May have chosen such a sizing.
Blind.
We see Bimbiris here with the straddle. Ayata double suited.
What? Sorry, hang on. Something.
Sammy
There's been a glitch in the matrix. Khadra found 4 he didn't like. I'm going to assume they were all the same card. 4 deuces.
Same in the same.
We see Koza bumping it up.
Same in the same.
Very nice looking at King, Queen, Queen 3, double suited. Ayata here.
Roman.
Still tried carefully, David. Dominated suits wise.
Don't miss this game.
Come to play. Very good game.
At 4, don't be late, huh?
Moishe probably wants to take a little peek. Does. 3 ways here.
Break even and go eat.
Kosa with his resting defeated face. Quite a wily customer. One of the first hands that James and I presided over. He absolutely sandbagged his opponent with some incredible Hollywoods with the nuts.
And it worked.
Yeah.
Moishe here flops trip aces. 82%. Hard to be much bigger of a favorite in a PLO hand. Koza here does have a gut shot. I think nothing else working for either player. Likely that this is hand over.
I agree.
And as we announced before, we're gonna, when you come back, we're gonna...
Short of doing something a little crazy.
So Andrew, while these guys take a moment or two over their folds, I want to ask you about the main event. That's obviously taking place right now. Day 1 yesterday, day 1 today, day 1 tomorrow, and then we're back for day 2 coverage of that one Tuesday, Wednesday, and then final day Thursday. Cannot wait for that, by the way. What did you make of the field? What was the field size? on the day 1A. Obviously, a lot of guys maybe going to be arriving in for this one. I reckon they'll get a bigger field in the warm-up. But also a lot of people here already, you know, they sort of settle in for the 2K, 5K, 3K main, and then all the sides as well. They're very happy to play absolutely everything. What did you make of the overall standard? What was the field size like on day 1?
I think we ended up round about 150 runners, which is not bad at all for 1A. It's interesting, there's always a very eclectic mix in Merit. We've commented on it before. Lots of unknowns, lots of kind of wild cards. There are some very good regs in the field, I would say, also. So it was really quite interesting, sort of big mix of playing styles. Some people really willing to gamble a lot, I think, because it's 1A potentially. You know, they're going to have 2 more starting flights to try and bag a stack. So yeah, a real large mix of different players. I saw Yurosov out there who won the last main event. He has piles, like 700k or so, I believe. Strong British contingent are over with myself. So yeah, intrigued to see how things pan out.
And how significant a factor has it been that you've been in the booth for quite a few streams now, getting a sample, getting a taste of the regulars, be them the very strong playing regulars, or the more unorthodox ones, or the more spewier ones, for want of a better phrase, and just being able to sort of navigate more differently from maybe your average tournament that you might play in the UK or Ireland, or
that's a good point.
On other poker tours.
It's quite fun because I find myself looking around the room and being like, oh, there's so and so who I've covered. There's Yurosov who won. There's Dota who we saw the other day. And thinking to myself, right, if I get on their table, I might have some kind of idea of what's going on. We'll just break away from that for 1 second.
Yeah, Kosa's got pair and up and down. Ayada's got top pair and a kind of wonky gut shot, and Kadra's got nothing, so he bets.
Kadra's got nothing but a whole load of heart.
And, none of these guys have a huge amount of anything, so if Kadra was to continue the aggression on a later street, it could get the job done here.
Yeah, Koze going nowhere yet.
Yeah,
it's like a flat.
I wonder to what degree these guys are starting to adjust to the wildness of Kadra. Obviously, Koze there with backdoor nut diamonds as well.
Yeah, Koze with just enough continue. Against perceived range, never mind the Kadra range.
Kadra doesn't fire another barrel here. Obviously, he's going to get to river with pretty much as bad a hand as is feasible. So will he choose to bluff? Now, Kosei, remember, has just made trips.
Like this from Koze, trying to induce some nonsense. Kadra, too smart for that.
Yeah, so Kadra just one and done there. On a brick turn as well. I'm a little surprised that, obviously we see his hand and we kind of don't expect him to be in there in the first place on the flop. But given that the nuts didn't change on the turn, I'm kind of surprised we didn't see him continue the pressure.
Yeah, decides to pump the brakes on this occasion.
So back to you, Andrew, and your observations, both having benefited from being in the booth and seeing at least a decent sample of the kinds of players we have here at Merit. You did say to me, I hope it's okay to say this, because I know poker players like to keep their strategy close to their chest, but you're also a commentator, and I think it's kind of fair game to ask you this, is you did say to me that you made a very conscious decision at the beginning of the day to go for a much more exploitative style than you normally would. You are a bit of a Mr. GTO. I know that from talking some hands with you, and I feel like you abandoned those principles in favor of something you thought might actually make you more chips.
I think it's more just deciding, because there are so many wild cards in the field who I don't know exactly how they're approaching the game, and probably fair to say that there's a lot of field play out in the field. And maybe just taking it back to the old school a little bit of just deciding how much do I need to bet here to get called, how much to get a bluff through, and maybe abandoning some of those sort of, okay, I must follow XYZ plan. That's fair enough. Can't argue with that.
That's a nice break.
And you've perfectly set it up for when I then play against the GTO guys and they think I'm messing around.
Good.
Thank you, David.
Well, and then you've messed that up by saying that.
Yeah, but I'm doing the double bluff.
Only 400.
Speaking of double bluffs, Kadra Ace King, Queen 4. He does have clubs as well. One of his more legit holdings, it must be said. Looks like a premium, really.
Really does.
And he's actually way ahead of his opponent in this instance here. Kosa with 9-7-7-5 double suited. Moshe 10-9-6-5 double suited.
Yeah, Moshe with a fun looking one, and Kadra. Oh dear.
The dangler gets there.
Big trouble. Kosa flopping the nuts. Well, yeah, the effective nuts. Flopping a full house.
And does he play it super slow? I think he just simply has to. Lots of potential draws.
Oh, the acting.
If he could, well, this is what I said
Beautiful.
earlier. This is what I'm talking about. And here's the beauty of it. Here's the beauty of it, Andrew.
Right.
When he did this, in the other hand, he didn't have to show river. And he had an amazing moment where the guys were all like, yeah, we know what you had, we know what you had. We know you didn't have a flush. And he shows one, he did have the nut flush, and he shows the Queen of Hearts, not the Ace of Hearts, just the Queen of Hearts on its own. So and said, no, I did have a flush. And then everyone's like, oh, you definitely didn't have a flush now. So he played it so beautifully to sandbag his opponents. And he's going to do that again this time. Kadra's in big trouble here.
He really is.
Moshe has open-ended as well. I wonder if he's tempted in any way.
I don't think so here. I think there'd be a mistake. Any diamond turn, for example, isn't going to be a good enough card for us. If it completes the straight, it can already be dead. We can see that he is.
I think he's just wondering how different the ranges are when Kadra bets and people respond to that. Like, it's going to be so much lighter than it normally is.
Yeah.
And therefore, you know, it's not one of these situations where you don't want to draw not drawing to the nuts. Maybe you do sometimes because actually there's a lot of nonsense in there. Well, Kadra is in big trouble now.
Wow.
He's improved to a boat and there is no escape now. Kosa, there's no point in acting any longer. He's just stuck him in.
Twice or once?
Twice or once he asks him. And I think Kadra's way of sort of indicating that I got you. Do you want to do it twice or once in a cruel fashion?
7% only for Kadra.
I don't believe this.
What a gross turn.
King or a 4. No dice.
Easy money.
Let's run it one more time,
I think
dealer.
they are running it twice.
And another lady.
You win.
Hadi gets the bad news. Full house, no good.
Oh, I win. Oh, I win. I win. I win.
What? No, he knows. No, he knows. I don't buy this.
Oh, no.
Kosa.
Unintentional slow roll.
No, Kosa knows.
No.
I think he has been sandbagging these guys from ball one. I think he's been trying to sell this story that he's really amateurish and isn't sure what's he's bumbling around.
The cart. I am close the I don't believe it.
I think he wants to still keep that image of the guy who's not kind of sure what's going on. I don't know, it's my hunch here.
He's doing a magnificent acting job if that is the case.
He is the Daniel Day-Lewis of Merit.
So hard this game.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, very, very hard.
Told Kadra he had lost the pot.
Very, very hard.
I don't buy it. I'm sorry. If he is genuinely unsure in that situation, and that's a genuine emotion, I am sorry to him. But I feel like as a commentator, given what I saw earlier and the really, really audacious acting job he did an hour ago, add to that one, and knowing that it would blow his cover in a way, I think maybe, just maybe, we're watching an Oscar-nominated performance.
I mean,
and it is award season, so maybe this should be a GPI award category all of its own.
Don't you think that you're just too cynical for your own good, David, at times?
GPI award.
I believe that. I believe that piece of acting, if it is acting. Excuse us, Kosa. I'm with you. Okay, I believe it was an honest mistake. Although perhaps I'm just a sweet summer child.
Just for the record, my saying that he's acting is me saying that he's being very sophisticated.
Yeah.
You saying that he's not acting is you saying that, yeah, I do believe he's a bit of an idiot who'd make a mistake there. That's what you're saying, Mr. Headley.
No.
I'm actually complimenting the man. In a game of skullduggery, I'm the one complimenting him.
It would be a genuinely epic performance if he was indeed planting a seed.
Open 7 and cut it.
Doubt.
Yeah, so you can relax. Yeah.
So we see Kadra back at it, 500 to go, picks up callers in Kosa, Yakovlevich, Moshe. In fact, everybody calls. We are 5-way. Ace, Queen, 10, club, club. Kadra, top 2 pair. Let's have the best of it.
Yeah, blockers for Jakovljevic.
This one's going to check through. Kadra, of course, a little worried about that flop straight possibility. Still has the best hand, 54% favorite. Jakovljevic with that flush draw. Does have those 2 jacks in hand, David, that could potentially try a semi-bluff. Koza going to step out here. Does have a 10, blocking some 2 pairs in a set. Does have those 10 high clubs. Does have a gut shot. Of course, we can see.
We haven't seen Jakovljevic make a move such as this, but this would be a great time for one.
This feels like the exact time to go for it, if we are going to. Let's it go. Sides, there are better spots. Faradine in a gross one. Top and bottom has Kadra behind. We can see with a crush him holding. Nice fold.
Quick call.
Pretty normal fold, of course. Very difficult to continue against any aggression with just pretty dusty 2 pair. And Koza able to bluff.
And gets a quick fold, I assume.
Very nice. Maybe you're right, David. Look how quickly he got that bluff in. And with such composure.
This guy is pulling the wool over everyone's eyes right now. I'm sorry, but like, and and it's on a half-hour delay, and I know I'm being really obvious about it. So if they're listening or their friends listening, and they may be getting tipped off in real time or 30 minutes into the future in terms of this, but yeah, I'm not so sure.
There you have it. Bulent Koza out in front. $20,000 in front of him. $15,000 win for the session. Moshe there up 11,000. As we see Hadi Kadra down 19k according to the graphic. In there battling Jakovljevic with a small profit. Mustafov and Ayata both in the red, both with some work to do. Bassem Hamed, we have a new contender perhaps. Seat 6. And Bimbiris basically breaking even for the moment. Star of the show, that last sort of 15 minutes. Bulent Koza, 15k in the black. 25.50 PLO cash game, guys, here at the Western Series. Myself, Andrew Headley, and the wonderful Mr. David Lappin taking you guys through. As we wait for Mr. James Dempsey to return, he will come and relieve David in about an hour's time. And myself and James will take us on. Could be a late finish, David. What do we think? This one going on to the wee small hours. Nobody's showing many signs of wanting to leave the game, that's for sure.
Check.
Have a straddle from Mustafov. Koza feeling himself incredibly wide, limp, 7-7-3 deuce. We are going 4 ways. King high flop. Mustafov with the nut flush draw. Favorite in terms of equity. Moshe and Jakovljevic both with top pair. Of course, can't be comfortable with it. No real backups. Jakovljevic with a gut shot. Nothing much from Moshe. Look at this. Koza waking up. Very interesting, David. Decides to raise here. With just 7 high hearts and nothing else. Very likely that this clears out Moshe and Jakovljevic. No, Moshe. Facing a bet and a raise, David. This seems dicey.
Very dicey indeed.
It's going to continue. Wants to see a turn. Mustafov going nowhere. Nut hearts. I'm surprised to see Koza take this spot. He's going to wish he didn't.
Yeah.
8 of hearts turn. Nuts for Faradin Mustafov. Moshe, gotta hate this card. Yeah, as we see Mustafov announce himself. It's 1K. Feels like a fold, of course, for Koza. Has a player behind. Can just be stone dead. Of course he is, with just 7 high hearts. Yeah, I've seen him get sticky though, David, with some of these flush combos. Look at this. Reaching. Very dicey. We can see he's drawing dead.
Yeah, I guess just testing his man out once here, but I agree with you, Andrew. This is not a good spot.
Yeah, I don't think we get to continue here 3 ways. Does get a board pair, which potentially slows down Faradin. I think it will a lot. You know, Koza gonna have some sets that raise flop. Goes check, check. Not flush. For Mustafov. Gets the job done.
They resigned.
Probably folding river anyway, right? Regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just whether he could have turned his hand into a bluff there on river. I don't like it, but
No,
you know,
yeah,
just like, I don't know if that was like part of the equation when he called with the bad flush. I guess it was just purely that sometimes he'd be good and not face another bet.
Yeah, perhaps just feeling momentum was on his side. Flicks in a call, keep his man honest. As it stands, Mustafov takes in a pot of around $4,000.
He put, and I think you start the straddle, yeah?
Okay.
He. Okay.
No. Straddle?
One more. I agree all the time.
Hi, give me 10,000, please. Yes. Hi, how are you?
Beautiful looking hand in the straddle for Koza. Ace, King, Queen, Jack.
Not in a hurry.
2 seconds. Only 2 seconds.
Nut spades.
How much pot?
Yakovlevich, Moshe, and Mustafov, I'll call. Koza, of course, going to bump this one up. Yes. Ace, King, Queen, Jack. Gets rid of Yakovlevich. Moshe with the signature peel.
The signature.
I love it.
I like that.
I already promised I'm going to do it. I'm doing it just with the 2. Just pick them up.
You missed the straddle.
I don't think it has the quite the same panache as with the 4 cards.
Sure.
Does call. Going to get in some trouble here. Ace high. With that queen kicker, you can see that it is dominated. Koza with 2 gut shots working for him to Broadway also. And, excuse me. Motion, pretty bad shape here. This is going to be a test, David. 1K fired in from Koza. All those straight draws working for him. Face cards that can improve to higher 2 pairs. Moshe, I'm going to call 1. There we go. Koza turns the nuts.
Yeah, hammer lock on this one now.
Yeah, Moshe drawing to a chop. Pretty grim.
Yeah, just 3 jacks in the deck.
Turn does bring second heart. Perhaps something for Koza to factor in. I'm going to lace this one.
Yeah, the beauty of this spot is you're hoping your opponent has maybe sometimes got the same hand but no redraw. And you get to get it all in, 30k, with, you know, maybe 10 or 12 extra %.
Moshe here. Very dicey situation. Does have a queen in hand.
One card to see.
I think he will realise that. Ooh, little flash there as well. I think he will realise that there's no chance.
Yeah, lets it go. Prudent lay down. Koza continues to accumulate. Straddle here from Bimbiris. Hamed, new player at the table. Finally have some new blood.
Yeah, we've exercised 2 of our list dwellers so far.
Koza gonna pot it. Excuse me, makes it 300.
Is that the end of the hand? Sorry, did we not see a flop?
We did not see a flop. Maybe.
Has that happened today?
I believe it is the first landmark moment.
Wow. And not even not even a particularly good hand to isolate and get everyone else out. It's a nonchalant, sort of innocuous. No flop scenario. Anyway, let's not get carried away. I'm sure this game will come back out of the muck soon. Apologies to anyone watching who's disappointed by the action. It's been a tough 2.5 minutes, Andrew.
I know.
It's been completely lacking in excitement the last 150 or so seconds.
It just gives us a moment to take it easy in the booth.
It
has been non-stop.
Straddles, and he has the aces underneath. Wow, it's going to be a happy sight when the action gets back round to him.
What's happening? The action's died.
Kadra's just mucked.
Hadi's had enough of playing every hand. Limps around. Hayata gonna check. Does have some nice potential. Nut flush draw. Some wheel potential. Look at that. The very disguised top set. No one gives you credit for it here ever.
Second of flush draw for Bimbiris.
Yeah, we don't know what Moshe's holdings are. As he peruses the 4 cards. Hayata gonna come out, half pot. Little tickler. We know Bimbiris likely to continue. Has an 8. And the second nut flush draw. Now this is spicy from Koza.
This is very unusual.
I don't know what is going on here. Has some plans, perhaps, for later.
Well,
that's a pretty bad card.
He's made a 2-pair in a situation where he really didn't want to.
Yeah, Bimbiris improving. Open-ended now to go with that flush draw.
Oh, and he's going to lead at it.
Oh, wow. Very interesting, because Hayata can't raise. Don't think we can raise here. There are some made straights. Very awkward, David, in fact, though. A lot of draws out there also. Do you, of course, lose to 6-9 and 4-6? But the pot is bloated.
Yeah, Ayada's, remember, in the straddle, and he just checked back the aces here. So, like, nobody's putting him on a hand this strong. Obviously, if the board pairs, particularly if it was to pair a 7 or a 5, it would be big trouble for Kosa.
It's counting out call.
He can't fold, so it's just a case of whether he tries to, you know,
makes a lot of
push
sense.
off a few draws here. Bimbiris the only one actually drawing.
Big river incoming. Best part of $3,000 in the middle.
And the strike gets there.
This. Bimbiris finds lightning in the jar. Ayata hating life now, of course.
Yeah, disastrous spot for him. He obviously decided to tread carefully with the top set here, and has been run down. It's Kosa who's going to take a stab here. No, he's checked. So he's done that thing again where he's picked up a low.
Yeah, it wouldn't make too much sense to bluff with this hand.
Bimbiris looks for value here with second nuts.
Yeah, Ayada. Pretty grim situation.
Yeah, you just can't beat anything right now.
Gonna make the crying call.
Frustrating, obviously, for Ayada.
He's gonna get the bad news momentarily. Kosa, a little bit of posturing, never calling with this one. Bad 2 pair.
You think? Yes.
Mustavov getting really impatient with Kosa now. Not helped by the fact that he's winning so big in the game too. He's just really, really getting under Mustavov's skin. Again, I think it's all by design.
I'm not sure what the delay is here. Oh, sorry. Bimbiris has exposed his hand. Ayata, the old hand funeral.
Oh, it's a long funeral.
Yeah, very long. I believe Dara, your partner in crime, told me about the first time I'd ever heard the term. Liked it.
It's a nice term.
6 minutes.
Hand funeral.
One hand.
Bimbiris
6 minutes.
runs
one
down
hand.
top set. Nice pickup.
Speaking of Dara, I'm going to do a little plug on his behalf. We talked a little bit there a few moments ago, Andrew, about you deciding on a more exploitative route with your poker in this poker room. I think that's a very smart decision, by the way. It's generally something we need to think about more live than we do online, but there are also particular poker rooms or particular tournaments where it applies more. And with that in mind, Dara's actually at the cusp of releasing his 6th book with Barry Carter, Beyond GTO, Exploitative Poker Strategy. Will be coming out on Tuesday or Wednesday, I believe. Amazon take a couple of days to process things, but I know it's already gone to the publishers, so to speak.
Lovely.
And that book will be out very soon. Dara O'Kearney, of course, one of our Merit Poker commentary team. He's presided over a couple of stops here in 2023. We might see him back at some point in 2024 as well. But yeah, Dara O'Kearney, master of poker in many forms. Obviously, the Satellite Strategy book being the big first early seller, the one that he brought to market first, but has released books on Endgame, on Mystery Bounties, on PKOs, now a book on exploitative poker, which sort of pairs nicely with last year's book on GTO.
Yeah, I like it. Can sort of have a look through both, pick the bones, pick the little nuggets of wisdom and knowledge that suit you best.
Yeah.
We wish Dara and Barry the very best of luck. I'm sure it will be another success to add to the collection. I'm still waiting for a freebie from Dara, you know? We'll give him the love.
You never know.
He's always carrying around those boxes of books at the stops, and yet I've never been furnished with one, David.
We do some giveaways. You can start retweeting things for the chip race, maybe.
Okay. I'm trying to be more active on social media. I'm not very good at it. I'm too long in the tooth.
You're too cool.
I don't know about that. As we see Hamhead, very nice ace, queen, jack 10. Drawing 2 nut hearts. Kosa with the king, jack 10, 9. Bunch of playable looking hands here, David. Look at this. Moshe spikes the 8. Incredibly dry board. 8-8 deuce.
Yeah, not insignificant that he has the nut 8 here. Obviously, chance to hit a 6-8 or 3 down the streets, but also just that it's ahead of a king 8 or a queen 8 right now.
Yeah, Kadra does what Kadra does best. Takes
He's
a
back.
stab.
Oh, I was just, where was he for the last 2 hands?
Just taking it easy. Relaxing. Hamed can't continue here, I don't believe. No real backdoors of any kind working for us. Now, Moshe, can you find the slow play? Very rare to have your opponent 99% versus 1%. If he does find a just call and a diamond peels off.
Okay, quick test. Show me the route to victory here. What is the 1%?
Oh, hang on a minute. It is a backdoor flush. No. No, it isn't, because Moshe covers the diamonds.
Yeah? I can't see it.
Backdoor kings.
Backdoor kings, thank you.
It's got to be.
Backdoor kings.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We got there in the
backdoor
end.
tens would do as well. Backdoor tens, backdoor kings. Thank you. I genuinely was like, I don't even see the pathway, but now I do now.
Wow, look at this. Moshe improves to the nuts. Hadi Kadra doesn't slow it down.
Yeah, needs to just play possum here. Obviously, you know, could potentially be letting Kadra realize equity with an 8x above a 6 kicker, and that kicker finds another card. But like these cards are going in anyway. It's
Don't
like
believe we ever raise here without it.
No.
In terms of perception, at least.
Yeah.
Moshe playing this one like a treat so far.
Yeah, he's sort of playing it like an 8, but also like an 8 that he doesn't love.
Pretty much a perfect river. If Kadra did have an 8.
Or if Kadra did have the 6-2 boat blockers, he got there.
Adi gives it up. Moshe shows the effective nuts. Of course, quad deuces is out there. Rigs in a nice one. But yeah, back to what you were saying. We do wish Darren Barry the best of luck. Big fan of Barry. It was my first, the pleasure of him joining me in the booth at the IPO in Dublin.
Oh, of course.
We
yeah,
hadn't met before.
Yeah.
Very charming, very fun man.
He's very funny, man.
He is.
Very funny, man.
I've very much enjoyed some of his kind of trolly tweets recently. He's really been going for it, stepping up his game.
Very disappointed not to
Very
see him
funny.
up for Twitter User of the Year.
Next year.
The Jamie Kerstetter Memorial Twitter User of the Year trophy. They should just they should name it after her and then not let her win it anymore. That's it, isn't it? But I genuinely mean that.
Yeah, yeah.
If someone just always wins, like if someone's the streamer every year, Lex gets it. Now it doesn't, like Spraggy got it last year. But if there's an award where it's just like so boring because the same great person at that thing wins it, they should just call the trophy after them and then not let them win anymore. Okay. In my opinion.
Don't mind it.
If you win it 3 in a row or something like that.
And that's it, and it's yours.
It's just like, it's the Jamie Kerstetter Twitter User of the Year trophy.
Like Messi with the Ballon d'Or.
You could just say it's the Messi trophy now, and then don't let him win it again.
Yeah, okay.
For playing his pigeon football wherever he is, wherever in the world he is.
Pigeon football, wow. So we see Kadra back at it, race to 200, multiple callers, and Hamed. Pocket kings and queens.
Shout out, by the way, if there's anyone out there who would like to vote for this live stream for best live stream at GPIs, the awards are out there. The ballots are available. All you have to click on the GPI website. Don't just hit the like and subscribe button. Do that, obviously, but also go to the GPI website and vote for this for best live stream. Don't let those people at PokerStars win. Don't let them have it.
See a big squeeze here from Hamed. No limit players loving that holding. Pocket kings and queens. He gets a horrific ace-9-3 board. Kadra in front. And look at this from Hamed, David. Wow. Undeterred. Kadra can't love this.
Yeah, it's basically
tiny bet. It's a little action freezer.
Yeah, the worst possible board imaginable for Hamed, but I suppose he's betting so incredibly small that it's just sort of working as a, I'm going to represent you know, top set and hope no one has an ace. And if they don't, they can't really stick around unless they've got a good flush draw. Ayada has a decent flush draw. He is going to stick around. And this pot is big now, Andrew.
Yeah, very interesting spot where none of the three players are happy with their holding, right?
No, it's all very uncomfortable.
Which is fairly rare. All three. Pretty look at this. Hamed. And this is gangster.
This might work.
It's going to work, I think.
Wow.
What a sick play.
What a sick play. Wow. No, Kadra's going to be sticky. Well, I suppose he does have all those good kickers.
This is pretty sick from Hamed.
Does he have a third shell?
It's tough not to root for him here.
Oh, there's so much in there now.
If he finds a shove here, this is the hand of the day. Don't think anybody finds this line.
He's not going to do it. Surely not. Oh my goodness me, what are we witnessing?
Oh my days, he has found it.
Wow.
Hamed, if it works or not, David, this is bravery, wizardry, madness, insanity of equal measure. How can Kadra call?
One pair.
Kadra cannot bluff either. This is sick.
This is so sick. This is so sick. Kadra's made some curiosity calls in the past. He's made some moves of his own. Clearly, it's been massaged like it's top set the whole way.
Absolutely.
And the guy's like not loving how it's run out with 10 jack being possible, but also going like, well, there's so much in there.
Could
who
just
cares?
be repping ace, ace, 10 jack also. Something like this.
Yes, true that.
Oh my goodness me. What a bluff in progress from Hamed. If it works or not, David, it's absolute sickness of the highest order, and I'm here for it. Kadra finds a call.
Wow.
What a hand.
What a hand.
Hand of the day.
What a bluff. What a call of that bluff.
How has Kadra found the call?
How has he not run into our boots now for the high fives yet? I'm expecting him at any moment.
What a ridiculous hand. Gotta say, kind of loving it from both.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Like, it's wild hand.
How has Hamed even found this line? And
nice
it probably,
Habibi.
I don't want to say should have worked, but
I kind of think it should have
certainly
worked.
could have worked.
I wonder how much poker they've played against one another. Like, we're coming in cold to that dynamic. Maybe they fire off bluffs across the bow, you know, on the regular. But that is pretty sick hand.
Take a bow, Hamed. Take a bow, Kadra. Hand of the day for us here in the booth. 2550 PLO. Absolutely fantastic to watch. That was an incredible hand.
Oh, I'm breathless.
How much? 4, yeah?
Mustafov and Kadra about to tangle here. Mustafov on the straddle, Kadra isolating. Pretty legit from Kadra here, the Jack 10, 9-8 run down, one suit.
What a beautiful hand. I'm still reeling from that hand. I just can't believe that Hamed had the creativity to land on this line, which I really respect, by the way.
Yeah, no, like it's
just a kind of outrageous hand. I think basically deciding neither of my opponents has pocket aces, like you said, and just sort of disregarding his own hand in many ways and deciding I'm just going to go for this. It's kind of old school street poker.
Yeah, it's it. There are no words for a hand like that.
That's the type of hand where if I'm bluffing there and they call me, I'm absolutely fuming.
Oh, devastated.
I'm just fuming when I see what I got called by. I'm like, how have you not laid it down?
Kadra straddling this time. He actually has some good cards lurking. Ace Jack 10-4 double suited. Bimbiris going to bump it up though with the Ace King Queen 9. Do not be surprised if Kadra goes for the big isolation here, particularly after this string of calls. Ayada also double suited King Queen 10-5. Hamed flicking in the call with Jack 8-7-6. A sort of wonky rundown of his own. Does have hearts. Well, those hearts are smothered by Kadra, who has the Ace-Jack 10-4, and I think is going to bump this up. And that is what we all expected. And I'm not so sure we won't see a multi-way massive pot here. We might be in for the pot of the day. If one or two of the players in early position make a call, we could see them all call.
Yeah, this is pretty sick.
This could be a 10k in the middle job. Well, Bimbiris is in there.
Ayata's in there too. Strikes me as a guy who's pretty over it and ready to gamble.
Oh my God, here we go. And this is what you get when you get a straddle from Kadra and someone dares even open the pot.
This is big.
And it comes a string of calls at that 400. You could bet your bottom dollar Kadra would make this squeeze just because he loves the wildness of it.
Here we go, biggest pot of the day developing. Ayata flops the flush. 10 high flush.
Some of these guys with virtually no chips back.
80% favorite Ayata, pot of 12k. Only has 1600 back.
So Bimbiris top 2.
Yeah, he's likely to flick it in.
Like, hating the fact Ayata obviously...
Just getting such an insane price.
Yeah, so Ayata with a bit of a stranglehold over this one with the clubs. But Bimbiris at this price can't fold top 2, and nobody else can really participate in this one. I don't think Kadra...
Oh, he's in.
Okay.
I mean, this is pretty wild. Oh, sorry.
It's only it's only 1650.
He has 2 pair, Kadra. I didn't recognize. Does have ace-4.
Yeah.
Bimbiris now. You're absolutely hating life here, but the price is probably too good. Almost 10 to 1, David, to make that ace or king.
And then you're just wondering, well, can I get some kind of rebate back if I am behind Ayata for the main pot? Can I just ship it in here and get called by
yeah, actually
Kadra?
Makes some sense. He may think he's drawing dead here if someone has aces.
So
Ayata on the verge here of a 15k pot. Just has to fade an ace or 4. Does do so. They are only running this one once.
Huge gambling moment there for Ayata. Remember, he was very shallow at the beginning of the hand, so I think he's manufactured a kind of a triple, quadruple up.
Quadruple up, more than I would say. 2400 plus 6, yeah, quadruple up. Feels as if the fires are starting to swell. Action brewing. Very combustible lineup of players. Didn't even mean to get another fire pun in, but I managed.
Beautifully done.
So you guys, we will take a look at the chip counts. Or will we? Yes, we will. Hadi Kadra, 517 bigs. It's a pretty big stack. 26k in front of him. He's still down on the session, is that correct?
He is down on the session, but he's going to be battling away. And you know, when he plays in the style that he plays, it can be just one hand. It can just be one hand that flips it the other way. Interesting to see here. Obviously, 8 guys, I should say, bought in for the minimum at the start of the date, 40k. There's now about 120k on the table. So, you know, it's an inferno.
Very nice. Fire puns. I'm going to search for more and more. Koza, David's Academy Award winner on the evening. Double suited, Ace King 4-3.
Who's going to win the Oscar this year? The Cillian Murphy of the Mirror Poker Room.
I need to watch Oppenheimer. Yet to see it. Is it good? Have you seen it?
It's very good.
Very good.
It's very good.
Moshe here. Double suited himself, 9985. So we take you through our last hand here before a short commercial interlude. We are going 4 ways. 4 ways limp, David. Haven't seen much of that. Jack 7-7, not flush draw for Koza.
Yeah, we've gone from a 12k in the middle pre in the last hand to 200 in the middle pre this hand.
This is arguably more exciting. Tough to argue it.
Yeah.
Moshe just steps out, full pot. Just a pair of 9s. Let's have a gutter. Koza within that flush draw, not going anywhere yet. Makes the call. Turn is a blank. You can see Moshe still best. Obviously cannot know it here with just a pair of 9s.
It's a spade too.
He's asking if it is a spade or a club. Gets the irrelevant to him news, but actually important news because Koza does have clubs, so he hasn't got there.
Kind of loving that, basically saying.
No flush for you?
No flush for you, sir. Full pot again. Some out of character for Moshe this hand, David. I would posture. Koza hating it. Gonna get out of the way. Moshe, well played.
Yeah, and I think he's blasted a jack off its hand there, so he probably only gets action from a 7.
With that, guys, I'm going to go to a quick commercial. See you in a couple of minutes.
And we're back. And straight back into the action. Bimbiris straddling here. Ace is lurking underneath. That's going to be interesting if this pot gets bumped up, which is almost certainly going to by Kadra, regardless of holding, and especially when he's got the ace, king, king, 9. I'm just wondering how many chips these guys could get in pre. This might be our first all-in pre.
This might go in, yeah. Bimbiris.
Because he loves the back raise in this spot. We've seen it before. It's not really a back raise now because it is his straddle.
Yeah.
And he's getting to put in a more comfortable amount. We saw the last one, he got to put in a third, and then he didn't like calling it off. But now he can put in almost half.
Yeah, this one probably goes heads up.
Yeah,
you never know.
The queen shrivel up
in
big
this
time
game.
here.
I love Moshe.
A very good hand, but not enough.
Very good hand, but not good enough.
Mustafov, so if he was really deep there, I wonder if he would consider the call, because Kadra's there with a raise that he's probably just going to flat most of the time. But not.
By the way, David,
here.
It's gone in.
Oh, of course.
Very comfortable board here for the aces.
Dream spot for Bimbiris. Double him up.
Yeah, no sweats. No diamonds materializing. No king.
And a little bit of revanche, given it was Kadra who blasted him off. Actually, more equity. 58%, 42 as I recall.
That's right. Very precise. We see Bimbiris get the full double. Bit unlucky there, I think, for Kadra, based on how aggro he's been, right? Ace in hand, blocking aces.
Oh, it's
not flush draw.
It's insanely unlucky.
Because
he ends up with a hand that's really a horrible equity hand against the hand you're up against too.
Of course.
It's a really gross spot. Very unlucky.
Nice Arabian English.
We see another pot upwards of 5 figures.
No.
Shipped over to Bimbiris.
Burası seyret.
Little bit of the Liam Neeson's there.
Little voice note there, very sinister voice note.
It really was. I have a very specific set of skills. I will find you, and I will stack you.
I will flat for half my stack and induce a 6-way to the flop. I will make a small flush, and it will hold.
And it did. Apologies, everyone. Getting a little doolally in the booth. Can't be bad.
You could almost call those movies a Western flavored sort of thriller.
Kind of is, like a modern
because it's a revengey thing.
Sure.
Yeah, it's like The Searchers.
I'm
or,
with you.
You know, you're trying to rescue the girl.
I haven't seen many westerns, but I enjoyed. What is it? The Train to Iwo Jima.
Oh, that was good.
I enjoyed that. Christian Bale. And there was the one. They did a remake. What's the remake? Matt Damon and where they're transporting the girl across the country. What's it called?
It's a remake.
Yeah, it is. Of a very famous western.
Oh, it's come to me in a moment.
You know what I'm talking about?
I do. Tell us in the chat there.
Okay, good. Yeah, please let us know.
Yeah, it was a very
good
one.
film.
Definitely a remake.
Kurt Russell, I believe. Is that right?
Yes.
Kurt Russell, Matt Damon.
Yeah.
Good movie. So we see Kadra just getting after it again. What a legend. Just 3 of spades. Raising the flop to 1K. Gets it done. Hard graft? No.
Oh.
Hard something.
True grit?
True grit. Hard graft.
True grit.
Pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Great movie. Enjoyed that one. But that is my Western. That's all I have for you. I've never watched like an old spaghetti Western, David, I don't believe. I know you're a man with fine tastes in cinema.
Yeah, so this is the one I was thinking of. So I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot of Breaking Bad fans out there, and obviously Breaking Bad is very much in the Western genre of TV making. And the final episode of Breaking Bad is called Felina, which is obviously an anagram of finale, which is sort of a play on that. But more importantly, Felina is a very famous Western movie where the main character has to go back and rescue the girl. And that is sort of the story of what Walter's doing, because he's going back to try and rescue Jesse from the fundamentalist white guys.
Got you. As we see, sorry, we'll come back to it. Some big clashes brewing. 5 ways. Mustafov, beautiful looking holding. So you have aces of Koza under repped. They are getting very deep now, David, so unlikely to want to get aces in pre-flop as much.
Absolutely.
Mustafov here, equity favorite as the flop checks through. Aces of Koza actually still best, I believe.
Yeah, so hard to know they are, but they are.
They are best. Mustafov gonna take a little stab, test the waters, see if his overpair is good. Has the queen high hearts working for him. Very awkward this for Hamed. Does have top pair and a pretty average flush draw of his own.
Yeah, Koza does release.
Yeah, it's tough to blame him multi-way.
Hamed has a hand he could more consider flatting for sure, because it just has more ways to go.
Yeah, the queens are going to win here at Showdown. If it goes check-check, you'd imagine it does. Oh, here he comes.
Oh, wow, again, another
Gotta
bluff.
hand it to Hamed. I've really liked some of these bluffs.
And it's a really terrible hand now for Mustafov.
Does have an 8, blocking some 2 pairs, but of course not blocking any straights. We do have hearts in our hand, which we don't like. Prefer our opponent to have a bricked flush draw.
No.
Yeah, you do feel like you might be up against a
Jack-9.
Jack-9 ace
Heart
kind of
hand,
hand that was sort of wrapping.
Certainly. Very difficult here to imagine you're good, and well played, Hamed.
Hamed the bluffer, my goodness
Very
me.
impressed. You could argue both bluffs should have worked. Timing perfect. Again, very nice. Showing his chops. Tough to blame Mustafov there. Really difficult to hero here.
I love, and sorry, I have my own imaginary world now, but we see Moisha on the phone there. I'd love if he just had received that voicemail from your man across the way. I will get you. I will take your chips.
Good luck. Good luck.
How brilliant would that be if he just like played the voice message and it was what your man had said 2 minutes ago?
Ah, the signature peel. Love it.
My granny used to hold cards like that as well when I was playing sevens with her on the balcony in York Street.
Tell you something, Moish has been a bit of a shark in this session. One of our big winners thus far. Koza. A lot of connectivity, double suited. Elects to limp.
No, you, no action.
Do you have four-way limp pot?
No action.
Ace 10-4. No player with an ace in hand.
No, nobody can be really loving their hand right now. Hamed obviously over paired to the second and third pair. It's actually in good shape because there's no one with an ace.
Koza just firing indiscriminately here with no hand, no draw.
I guess he's got backdoors, and that's all we can say about it.
Turn is an 8.
So he does pick up that backdoor.
How is Bimbiris still in this pot?
Backdoors as well.
What is happening? What is happening?
Yeah, we are definitely. We had gooder
Bimbiris was
backdoors.
set mining. Pretty wild. Koza, creativity, gets it done. As we see the man himself, James Dempsey, has returned. Our conquering hero of the Diamond Buffet. Looks like a man to you. David's had
well fed.
Had a little
a
little glass of prosecco, a little dessert potentially. What do we think?
No,
no to both.
No, dessert definitely. Dessert definitely.
No to both.
He's shaking his head, but I don't believe that he didn't have dessert.
I know he's a professional.
I only tried that.
A nice light salad. Keep himself fresh for the booth. Shake of the head would indicate not. Final hand now, guys. And then James will jump in. Going to relieve Mr. Lappin, allow him to go get himself something to eat.
No, the buffet is closed, sir.
Yeah, there's always something to eat around here, you know that. We see Moshe and Koza limp. Bimbiris. Gonna pump it up here.
Oh, here we go. My last hand in the boot. Let me call it.
Go on.
For old time's sake.
Please do.
Ayada with the aces just flat. If we find a back raise by someone here, Ayada can get very frisky. Jakovljevic just going to call along with the queen-queen 3-deuce here. And, well, our normal squeezy candidate not in the hand, Kadra. Nowhere to be seen in this six-way affair.
Give him his hand back.
And Bimbiris with enough flush draw. And Ayada still has aces over pair, kind of 5 to go with. Not a huge amount of anything else for anybody else. Queens over pair with the 3-deuce, connecting with the deuce. Yeah, there's just smatterings of equity all over this. Interesting to see how it pins out as we go to turn. Bimbiris is going to bet his no flush draw and middle pair.
Ayada can't be happy with this, David. I actually don't mind this at all.
No.
Nothing really working for us in terms of backup equity. This one should now get through.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this will get through, so I'm going to turn off my mic. Assuming that, unless the queens of Jakovljevic get frisky, which they don't.
Very nicely done. Bimbiris, as we bid adieu to Mr. Lappin for the time being. And welcome back the venerable Mr. James Dempsey, fully refreshed, back in action. Hello, James. How was your break?
Well, it was just delightful. Actually, didn't go to the buffet for a couple in that last minute. I went for ran a little 10k instead.
A little what now?
I just decided to run a 10k instead.
Did you really?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I didn't. How easy is it to bluff you?
Well, hopefully not that easy in the future, or I'm in trouble. I just trust you, James. You see, I have a very trusting nature.
Was that me?
That was you.
I
will punish you by letting you.
Yeah, I think you best mute that mic. I apologise. For the viewers at home, I was pulling my laptop cord out from one side of the desk to the other, and it's like I wrapped around a mug of tea, which has spilled everywhere. I'm very sorry to Andrew. Whilst he deals with the cleanup, Kadra will pop this one up with the ace-10, 7-6. I mean, we have a camera in here, but it doesn't adorn the desk. Oh, the poor man! I got it all over him. I'm very sorry. He's popped up to 400. Mustafov, man who, when I was last in here, was certainly getting a rough ride of it. Doesn't appear to have got any better given his stack size. Kadra has been the most aggressive player throughout this day. Bias here. Fadi with top pair and the 5 high flush draw, of course, still involved. Well, now has kings up with that flush draw, much more attractive hand. So you never like chasing 5 high flush draws in this game. We're preparing deuce. The worst card for him to see. Kings up raised to be the best and could potentially get paid off here, given all the Broadway combos and the heart draws have missed. If he was up against a solitary king, it would be tempted to call, especially for such a small size as well. As it is, though, Kadra is just garbage. Not going to pay him off. If you're just joining us, like I am just joining the boys. We are playing some 2550 PLO here at the Merit Crystal Cove. Very spicy game at that. It's the main event going off in the room. Day 1B. We'll be covering that main event from day 2 onwards. Today, and potentially tomorrow, some cash game action. There's still a chance maybe we stream day 1 of the main tomorrow. Depends how things go, but the plan is for cash games. But as you all know, watching at home, it's hard to plan for cash games. This one may run all night. Players might not want to play tomorrow. Jose. Doing very well in this game. Going to limp over that shredder with 2 queens. Actually makes it all the way round. And Fadi completes from the big with 8-5-4-4. And it looks like Kadra has decided to pop it up. Unsurprising with that holding, but it will take a lot less than that to see a raise from that seat. Ace 10, 7, 6 double, more than qualifies. And well, he flops a flush on this Ace King Deuce 3 club board, but so does Mustafov with the 8 high clubs, and Jose with the queen blocker, the nut flush blocker. And look at this. He's in a mood to get into some nonsense. And he is, it looks like click raising it, which is pretty spicy. Yeah, just throwing 1,000 more on top. I had to part of me as well, also with a flush. A 3 players flopping a flush here. But it's Jose, the man with the nut flush blocker, creating most of the action. And this will freeze certainly Ayata with a bet and a raise in front of him. With this hand, and Mustafov, you'd have to feel the same. The action or decision point will be Kadra's, you would imagine. Credit to Ayata for thinking this long. He's suspicious. I wonder how much is playing to Kadra's hands. If this is a tank fold, then does he assume there's more bluffs because potentially 2 clubs are gone? He does fold. I wonder. I think he may factor that in, that there are 2 clubs gone there. As he makes the call for now with the 10 high flush. But when we raise the flop with the queen of clubs on this board, we're not looking to bet 1 street. We're not even looking to bet 2. We're surely going all the way. Here we go. Brick on the turn. Check sees another bet. Little under half pot. Kadra passed the test at the first time of asking, but it's so hard to pass it over 3 streets, Andrew. You're mostly dry now.
Mostly being the operative word. We'll get back to that. One thing I will say, Kadra has shown himself willing to station down more than any other player on this table. And Koze, well, we've told this story. We're saying we have the nut flush.
And he's gone super small, really, for the pot, like a 35% pot bet.
Would this make some sense, James, to like not be greedy, right? With, or like if we bomb it?
Well, I think we go 2 ways here. If we're betting the river after raising flop, betting turn, we're saying we've got the nuts.
So let's go big.
Yeah, but then you have the opposite argument. It's like I'm saying I've got the nuts, so why would I go big? I want to get called by something.
I want you to call me with a 10 high flush, right?
Right.
Pretty sick.
The only thing I've seen here that would make me want to call is when I've seen Koze before, he's been very deliberate. That was quite a swift bet on the river. It wasn't like a tanking, what should I do? Now, obviously, in this situation, it should be a clear-cut decision. He's either got the queen of clubs or he's got the queen of clubs with another club.
Interesting that on the turn, Kadra did have a redraw to a full house. Might have factored in that turn call, James.
Yeah, fractionally for sure,
right?
yeah.
So interesting stuff. Getting a great price here, of course. About 4 to 1.
Yeah,
we are bluff catching, obviously.
It comes down to, I guess, obviously I'm not privy to the last 80 minutes or so, but whether Kadra thinks Koze ever goes these really small sizes with the nuts, or does he just bet big? So he'd just be replaying the last 5 hours these guys have been playing together, 6 hours.
Counting out calling chips.
And trying to work out, hey, when this guy's had it, he's bet big, or has he had it and bet small? If you can't remember a hand where he's had it and bet small, then you can potentially find a call, but it will still be super tough. I think maybe, as I say, Ayata took a minute to fold. Kind of looked like he was folding a flush. That might be a factor into it. 2 of the missing clubs, perhaps.
Yeah, this has been a very fascinating hand. Got to tip the cap to Koze for finding this bluff. Of course, one of the more natural spots in PLO to run one. Kadra doesn't like it, James. There are a few little wrinkles to inform you of from earlier on. Do that after this hand. So we'll watch it play out. Really does look like he's milking his opponent. Decision looks to have been made. Doesn't want to let it go, James.
No, I think
into the muck they go.
Oh.
Good fold.
He says very good fold.
Ne vardı sende?
Shows him the queen of clubs. Well, we know that was a given. We know he had the queen of clubs. There's a question of what was with it.
So I'm going to fill you in on a few things. Loving Koze's. Now David claims he likes to appear as a little, oblivious, perhaps. There was a hand when you were away, I think you were away, where Kadra made a boat and Koze had the effective nut boat, and he thought he lost. Or he said, you win. They turned the cards over, and he was like, oh my, I'm so sorry, I win. David, you know Lappin, cynical man. I thought it was an honest mistake.
I have 2 quabs.
Koze, potentially a little bit of action, a little bit of posturing to get himself a little bit of extra credit, potentially.
Maybe.
But we saw Kadra.
I love this deconstruction here. That Ayata was like, I had 2 clubs, and I think Fadi said, I did as well. And then you see Kadra going, oh, really? 4, 6 I can see. 3 on the board is 9. You show me the queen 10. Now I've got 3 outs to have a flush. Yeah. But yeah, that's funny. Yeah. So now you're seeing someone, well, if it's true, I didn't realize that, someone's less experienced, you think, are they capable of making all these complex bluffs?
That's right.
It's a big part of it for sure.
Yeah. We did see Kadra and Hamed in a really sick one when you were away. Hamed ran pretty outrageous bluff 3 ways, where he squeezed king, king, queen, queen, and barreled it off on ace 9, 3, 7, 8, 3 streets. And Kadra looked it up with just 1 pair of aces with ace king. Pretty sick one. Does have form for stationing down, but Koze gets that one through. So we go 3 ways here. Moshe with the best of it over a pair of kings. Small stab here from Kadra, perhaps looking to get a cheap turn. Has worked. Ace on the turn is all Moshe. Was already in front.
Yeah, Kadra obviously super aggressive. Makes sense. He's going to certainly be making his top pairs with these unrelated overs.
Moshe going to announce himself now. Looks like half pot or so. Be very difficult here for either opponent to continue. Looks like hand over, James.
Yeah. Whoa.
Look at this.
Hamed, who is a new player to me. I know I saw him as I walked out getting mic'd up. Getting super sticky with the worst of it. Obviously chasing a gut shot.
Yeah, gonna go check. Moshe gonna take this one down with 2 pairs.
Pick your poison. You can lose to an ace or you can lose to kings.
Hamed actually has made 2 pretty sick bluffs. Both looked as if they should work. Kadra, non-believer on one occasion, managed to bluff Mustafov in a very interesting spot. Similar to that where he got sticky turn his hand into a bluff in the river. Moshe continuing to accumulate chips.
Little look back at how things are going. Kosa obviously the big winner thus far, especially after that latest little bluff. Kadra, the man driving the action, is also the one that unfortunately finds himself down the most. Such is the risk with a play style like that. Fadi just can't get anything going. Still playing relatively short stack, but you'll be looking around this table, seeing a lot of action and thinking good things can happen. Moshe as well, of course. The other big winner, up over 10k also.
Now, you said I was mostly dry. We're getting there. Apologies to a very small section of the Brazilian rainforest that will have to be sacrificed for the amount of tissue
I'm not
just
really
wasted.
sure how it happened. The cable was over this side for the most part. I pulled and I feel like I must have knocked
honest,
something
James.
into the tee.
Let's be honest, you were very careless and reckless. And
For
didn't regard my well-being and
How did
covered
you-
me in cold tea.
Obviously, you've had glimpses inside our booth. You'll see I'm sat a good meter plus away from Andrew, so it was very well mastered by me that I could just pull a cable over here to attach to my laptop and throw tea all over him.
Very well mastered. That's one way of putting it.
Gone all over his notes as well, which is
I know. I'm noting down this heroic bluff of Kosa.
nice. Mimbris with the hand that is a bounty in my game. 3 6s in his hand. Trips in your hand is the 7 deuce of PLO.
Blökt mıydı gerçekten? Blöktü değil mi?
By that I mean quite often played as a bounty in a
Vallahi
cash game.
blöktü
Win with
ya.
trips, turn up there.
10. Ben,
A lot harder to
10,
win with trips
but
in your hand
then-
than it is with 7 deuce though.
Oh, blökt.
Winning, sir.
10.
You have.
Doesn't stop me trying. I've lost a lot of money with trips in my hand.
Yeah, you gotta keep trying, don't you?
9, 10.
My game at home, I was the one to
Nice.
introduce it to the game.
Sinek.
I think everyone had collected the bounty
Ne yapıyorsun canım?
10
Aydın
times
geliyor.
before I had my first success, and I'd lost a few thousand times the big blind
Telefona cevap
in
verin.
my efforts to get it done.
Yeah, but it was a moral victory when you
Oh,
eventually got
another.
there.
Oh yeah.
That's the only thing that matters.
Gelmiş
Look at
ya.
this, Moshe. Kind of love him. Very gangster. Just complete airball here.
Yeah, he's got some moves.
Huh?
He's very
Look at
impressed.
Jack High
Because he
first.
plays a lot of hands, kind of like as
Yeah.
you know, pretty ABC. I've seen
Yeah.
him like turn up and just play pretty cautious, but then he does just
Fire
fire in these no equities.
I have
Love
two
it.
flops.
Recognizes a good board, sees this big
8-5.
conversation going on, thinks, well, no one's paying attention. I'll have it.
I'll have this.
I think
Kafadan
he
bir
not
şey
bluff
var mı
with this
sen?
amount if you bluffing because he's scary. Small bet maybe is bluff, but big bet is.
Forecast is so dangerous.
Fadi, Kadra. Try and dissect
Very
that
good.
hand involving Koza, Kadra a few moments ago. Trying to decide, James, if the small bet is
luck.
more
Good.
bluff heavy
No, sir,
or more value heavy. Much like we were doing in the booth.
If you want, put
Pas.
Does our opponent just
Okay,
blast with the nuts? Does he bet small?
Yeah.
Trying to induce calls. Very interesting. Don't confess to having the experience level to know.
That's the thing. It really does depend. There's two ways of going with it. I think quite often you'll see like bigger bets on the turn and then smaller bets on the river. So you're betting the turn there. I mean, when you're betting the turn there, you're seeing it with the nut flush. You're trying to like deny equity to the sets,
Full houses and stuff, right?
So you price them out.
So you front load the turn and then potentially downside the river.
And then when you're still betting the river, you're still saying you got the flush, but you've still got the nuts. There's no more cards to come.
Okay. And you're targeting those smaller flushes, so smaller bet would make some sense.
Yeah.
Okay. That would make sense to me. Another day,
but
another
But
lesson.
it's like different. As long as you're consistent, it's all that matters. So you can just go bomb. If you always go bomb with it and without it, then it's fine.
As a Hold'em player there, I would have bombed.
Yeah, my default is just bomb.
Yeah.
I do like just going big, but
look at this.
And it also depends how often you are running that play with the bear. Obviously, it's a bit weird when you run the bear queen, like on an ace king board versus the bear ace, because you do have more. You're going to have more bear queens in a theoretical starting range. When you've got an ace in PLO, a lot of the time it's going to be suited.
Okay.
When you've got a queen, it's less important that it's suited, right? Because the value of it is in run-down kind of hands and maybe a pair of queens and stuff.
So we see a very interesting pot developing. Top set for Kadra. Moshe with those all-important 10 blockers in hand. And a queen. And Posa with the second nut flush draw. And gut shot to Broadway. Very interesting. Moshe just going to overcall for now. Is open-ended, of course.
Yeah, open and keeping his options open. And there's an argument that you wouldn't necessarily want to always raise with a straight here, even with a nut straight. If you've just got bear king 10, no improvers.
Okay.
They're playing deeper now, you see.
Yeah.
The shortest stack in this pot's 15k. So this is where Omaha gets far more interesting when we get out of the 100 big blind range. We get into the 300, 400, 500 blinds. It's a very different game.
As we see Kadra turning the second nuts.
Well, the pure nuts.
Oh, the pure nuts, he has
got the
9.
blocker.
That's right.
Yeah.
Comes in with around about 60% pot. Pretty tough, James, for either player to continue, I'd imagine now. Moshe with the decision. This is the thing, though. Kadra played such a wild style. Is going to get action, right?
Yeah.
Moshe blocking those full houses.
Yeah, he is blocking the straight.
Yeah.
Pretty weighting his opponent more to perhaps some flush. Oh, wow.
My goodness.
I was about to say he's setting up, Moshe's setting up to bluff here if it comes to it. But now he gets the worst card in the deck for him. He blocks top boat and he makes an overfull. Finds a check. And surely now Kadra, even though he has queen, queen 9, just has to size, hoping his opponent has made a full house or has a full house. You just think they've got 9 jacks somehow.
Target the pocket jacks. Jack 9. Yeah, full pot. Wow. Any escape, James? Or against Kadra, you just close your eyes and call? Pretty gross. You're not happy with this. Yeah, and it goes.
Yeah, I mean, we can't fold. We've done that. We got a queen, blocking queen's full.
Right.
You got 2 10s. It's just a cold run out. Obviously, I'm not going to use the term unforced error, but you get my point. It was like one that was in there. But this is it. He's in there fighting now. Sometimes when you're fighting and you get kicked in the head.
That's exactly right. Kadra wins a huge one. Unfortunate river for Moshe. Pot of $16,000, not insubstantial. First real large hit we have seen Moshe take, or at least I've seen him take since being back in the booth. Intrigued to see how he responds. Very welcome boost to the stack of Kadra.
Yeah.
Tam yakaladı ya. Kimse inanmazdı. Ona inanmazdık. Tam denk gelmiş.
Crazy action. But deserved action because he's given so much.
There's certainly some opponents you might consider a hero fold, not against Kadra.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if we ever want to even raise.
Yeah, bluff.
Holding a queen. Well, not
Yeah.
bluff, but like we've got a queen. Unlikely they got queens full. They're more weighting them more towards nines full, and
Okay. Yeah, okay.
it would seem optimistic.
Yeah.
You know, we don't block jacks full, which is the most likely at that point.
Roman.
Four card, it's certainly consideration. As soon as you start playing 5 or even 6 card, there'd be no chance.
See the straddle back on. Limps from 3 players. 4-way limp pot.
Wait, what's happened here?
I think it was a straddle and 3
Where are
limps and a
Kadra's
check.
cards?
He has folded a few since you left. He
No.
has.
We
Yeah,
just
yeah.
won a big pot. This is not right.
He's folded at least 5 times.
You cannot fold. Ayata flopping number 2. Bimbiris. Nut hearts and a pair of jacks. Moshi in here with jacks and 8. And of course that 10 working, little does he know. Not working on a scoop front, of course.
No. But I take now.
Now it's working for a chop.
I now take before 2 minutes. No
Pardon
chance,
me,
no
not for a chop, of
finish.
course. Ayata with 10-7. Nothing working for
Then
her.
you
Can't
need-
make that queen high straight. Moshi
Will you cry?
with the best
Come
of
on.
it as it checks
Finish.
through. Bimbiris bring aces up.
Powerbank. You bluff me, really? You bluff me, really? No queen flush? Wow.
Moshi
so
is going to
close.
get to value bet this river, having had it brick out.
Like,
So it gets grim. Like I say, for Ayata, we're not playing that queen high straight. We're playing the jack high straight. We lose to all the 10x.
bluff or no?
Or 10x with a connected card. You know what I mean?
What you have, queen and what?
Spot where I would have to fight against man no limit hold'em brain.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as the turn came in my head, I was like, oh, well.
Sure.
I like to lose money. Really. I feel good.
I have got a lot of duck in my belly, though, so mine working a little slow.
Let's flick it in, James. Gonna get the bad news. Moshe rebounding after that large hit.
You hope I take all this?
Takes down a 4K1.
Straight. Better. 10.
There you go.
Then
The
queen.
explanation being given. Ayata thought he was chopping.
Yes, you have jack, he have queen.
Anlamadım ya. Nedir o şimdi anlamadım.
Open card, open card.
I will bluff you again.
You have 7, 8, 9, 10 jack. He have 8, 9, 10 jack queen. Okay.
One bluff, one bluff. I have to. One bluff, right?
Could see that happening to me, James, in PLO. Arguing my point. No, it's a chop.
I've seen some funny ones in my time. I ran a bluff in a game
Oh no.
many moons ago. It was against a Hold'em player who was starting to play ANR. In the local casino, he was starting to dabble in the Omaha games. 'Cause he likes action, and the Hold'em games are always a bit dry, and Omaha was where all the action was. And he's sitting there, and I've decided to, I don't know why,
Bluff you, big bluff. If you call,
because I'm an idiot, but I've set up somewhat of a kamikaze bluff on a board that had 3 9s on it.
not enough.
I just was so sure this guy had aces or kings, I thought maybe I can make him fold. I was in there with some, I like 10s or something, but I knew it wasn't good, so I tried to bluff. Starts tanking.
Do you
And
have
eventually
lucky?
folds. I'm like, oh.
I'm lucky?
He shows his
Do you
hand.
have lucky?
It's 9 9 9
Another
on the
game,
board.
not this tonight.
He shows a 9,
Oh no.
If you have lucky,
and
we
everyone
need
was like,
together
what?
play a big game.
Nuts. He was so new to Omaha, he got confused about using 2 cards.
Of course, yeah.
So he was like,
I would, I think.
yeah, he was like, oh, well, I'm only using
I say,
1 9 from my hand.
you,
Obviously,
you and me together.
oblivious to
big
the fact
game.
that his king
If
comes
you
from his
have
hand.
lucky,
He was just,
big
he
game.
sat there for ages thinking about it,
If
and I was
you
thinking, oh, come on, fold your kings. Fold
No,
your
no
aces.
tired game.
Wow.
Little I know, he was actually trying to work out if his
We
quads
knew
are actually
together.
in play. That was perhaps the luckiest bluff of my
No.
life.
The
For
life of
another
James Dempsey, ladies and
Players,
gentlemen.
but big game.
I'm a gentleman. I gave him back his river bet.
That's nice.
I took the rest of the pot and laughed.
200,000,
I love when poker
300,000.
players prefix a story with decided to run a bluff, no idea why.
Yeah, it was a bad bluff. Oh, Hadra.
Oh, hello there.
Flops 2 pair.
Should we nip out and tell him? He
Kimlikleri
has to use both
şey,
cards.
bozdurmak
This time he is. He's happy.
We fold in this one.
Şunları istiyorsan.
Yeah, the PLO 2 pair.
Günlük mü istiyorsun?
Ha, 100'lük istiyorum.
Potential trouble for Hamed,
Ne
James, or
verebiliyorsan ver.
not too much?
Wouldn't have thought so, but
Yeah,
let's see if Hadra. I mean,
just has this image though.
yeah,
Psychosis.
it's not often I advocate checking, but you have to
Bunları
check
görmüyorsa
this one. I think.
Yeah.
Just ace, queen, queen. There's nothing.
Vazgeç, istemiyoruz.
At least now there's another heart. There's some more straight draws out there, and obviously he's facing a bet from Hamed, and why not? Hamed must think he's got the best of it here with aces up. King kicker looks tidy, and here we go. Like Moshi just found just enough that he wants to have a little look. Perhaps a little bruised from that last encounter. Hadra now as played, I think, yeah, we just have to call. He's in position against these two as well, of course.
Yeah, hope for some improvement.
Oh, he's raised.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the delayed raise. It does look fishy, though.
Yeah, right.
Hamed sticks around once.
Have seen Hamed be very sticky, James, before you came back from your break.
The problem is Hamed can have a queen here. He could easily have checked one from the big blind on the flop. He would check in flow with the game.
Right.
And then come out betting up the turn. So he doesn't have to always defend ace king. Yeah, I like that. You can play with your queen x.
Yeah, no action for Kadra, unfortunately for him.
Kadra's the one player that still though can get away with raising turns because he has the loser's image. So
yeah, hoping he was running into pocket aces or nines. Maybe.
Yeah, you never know. I just like calling there because when you've got the man calling in between, good chance he makes a hand on the river, a 5-card hand.
Or he could bluff something, right?
Right.
Although unlikely, 3 ways.
So when you've got the board on lockdown though, it's...
Yeah.
And Hamed, of course, could still have fired big on the river. He's the one that can have ace-queen. The others have checked the flop. He's blocked an ace. You can just bomb river. Try and make some bad queen x hands fold.
Sure. Mustafov had nothing, right? I feel like we haven't seen him involved.
Well,
and
obviously
he's not that type of player, of course. Not a type player.
No, and whilst you were on break, he just was getting torn apart by the deck, really. It was just, he kept getting unfortunate situations, outdrawn. Never really getting the chance to punish anyone. And actually, when I came in, I was surprised to see with his stack size that he was still only in for the same amount of bullets. So he's still wielding about 6k. I assume when I came in and saw that, I thought, oh, he's probably done a couple more here because it was going that way.
Right. So we see Yakovlevich is best.
Yeah.
Pocket eights playing.
Trips on board. Kadra's going for the micro bet. Wow, and got the 8s to fold, but Bimbiris calling with the 6s. You can understand with 8s, it's like, doesn't look great when it's gone bet and a call in front of you.
Absolutely.
It's very unlikely you've got the best, and he's going to feel a bit sick when this goes checking through.
Efendim.
Four.
Buna gitti mi?
In TV?
Pot goes to Bimbiris.
Yeah, weird one.
Ne diyor? Arabadan bir haber var mı?
Trips on board, always such a peculiar proposition in PLO.
Yeah.
Because obviously it just changes the hand values around and the hands are so much more protected, like the 4s and the 6s there, they can't get outdrawn at that stage.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, you're playing PLO, there's always a chance someone's got the quads out there. It happens a lot. It's, you know, 32 cards dealt out at the start of her hand.
Yeah, I'm very much enjoying this learning curve. If you're just joining, guys, 25.50 PLO cash game action here. Western Series, North Cyprus. At the Merit Casino. Myself, Andrew Headley. James Dempsey calling the action. Are we in for a late one, James? Does it come down to when the players have had enough?
I do believe a finish time has been decided upon, but it's not for a couple of hours yet.
Right.
For those of you watching, we're 2 hours from now, I gather we're going to finish around 12:45 local time on the stream. No doubt this game will continue later into the night on a table away from the bright lights. Hey, I'm not going to put my name on the list before the end of the night. Sneak out there. Get a couple of hours against the boys. Although I do have one problem with that. That is, I have no cash. Not ideal when you want to play cash game.
See a couple of limps. 4 limps, in fact. 5 limps.
Oh, yep.
Could be our first 7-way pot.
Ooh.
Sure is.
Who's out?
Nobody. I think
Are
everybody's
we playing 7-handed?
Yeah, I think so. 7 ways to the flop. Jack 5-3 rainbow.
No, we're missing.
Oh, we're missing one.
Yeah, we are missing Moshi, right?
Okay. Keen eye,
How dare he let us down from the small blind of all places?
Yakovlevich here, top and bottom.
I'm having to switch TV screen. I can't see that one from that far away when there's 7 players involved. Graphics department in overtime.
Yeah, do have a flop 2 pair for Koza and Yakovlevich. Top 2 versus top and bottom.
Yeah,
Stafov in there with a gut shot to go with his top pair.
Yeah. Backdoor king high diamonds, little as you know, is up against backdoor ace high diamonds.
Sorry.
And the 5 pairing Kosher with the effective nuts.
Very welcome development. 4-handed.
It's kind of a good card actually for Yakovlevich to bluff if you're going to run a bluff, is when you hold Jack 3 in the middle card pairs. But perhaps, given he received multiple callers, so there's too good a chance that someone is in there with 5-3 or 5-Jack.
Nice sizing choice here, James, I think. Gone relatively small. Hamed here with a 10-high flush.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because that he has the king high flush, as in reducing a lot of the hands that want to call.
Sure.
Hamed does have a flush, but it's very hard to call here because all that I just mentioned, you know, the 4 players have got the turn and the board's paired up.
Yeah, we don't close the action.
Yeah, you got everyone behind still. Yeah, nice fold.
Very nice.
Yakovlevich, interesting, with a 7-high flush, blocking the boats.
Right, with a 3.
A different proposition. Has a Jack, has a 3.
Yeah, it makes more sense. Does flick it in. Any potential to bluff our hand there, holding the Jack and the 3?
Yeah.
Or a bit unnecessary?
I think if we'd bet the turn, but I think once we check turn, it's like, really? Do we check a boat in this 4-way pot? But it's certainly a contender. I think you'll see more of that if the bottom card are paired and we have top 2, like blocking the nut houses, the more common bluff. But the 3 not really much used as a blocker in the sense that
would have bet the turn with it.
But we're trying to rep like a big house when we raise, right? So
right.
No problem, no problem.
So yeah, it's a contender. I like where your mind's at. You're looking to get frisky. You're seeing these guys splash around. You're thinking, I want to get in there and punish them.
Just trying to add a few more strings to my bow, my friend. Koza, big winner in the game. Saw him execute a very nice triple barrel bluff with the nut flush blocker against Kadra. Seen him win several other substantial pots. Some Academy Award level acting. He is up, I believe, around about $16,000, $17,000.
Yeah, he's been doing very nicely.
We see Ayata here open the action with a limp. Kovlovic. The weakish kings. Does isolate them. Makes it 200 to go. Kadra in there. Koza in there with a very ropey 998 deuce. Ayata completing. Ace 5-6. Kadra flopping best. Wrapping around the 5-6 and with top pair. Just like that. Turns the nuts. 7 high straight. See here, everybody drawing dead except Koza. Looking for that gut shot 7.
Yeah, so nice with Kadra having it with the redraw in the form of the ace-3, and even this coming now, hoping that someone might have a 4x. As it happens, there is a 4 out there in Ayata's hand. He doesn't have a straight, but that does make it a bluff counter. Kadra just checking again.
Very out of character for Kadra. He has been building all of these pots.
Yeah.
Perhaps deciding he just has too much hand.
This is funny now when the man who never bets turns over the nuts from the first seat.
Just a little too much hand in his mind.
Is he showing 3-4? Get the gamesmanship here.
Chen.
Yeah, he did, because there's a 7 now. I kind of like that. If you can get away with showing 3-4, like, oh, I kind of made the straight on the river, but it was a 4-liner, I'll just check. None of them falling for that. They're like, well, we want to see all 4.
That small one goes the way of Hadi Kadra.
You gentleman. Then sıradır. Ondan sonra siz...
Hadi 5000. Aynen.
No. 2, 5.
Yeah, that's a... By Shredder, you're just going to raise.
Everybody want check. Check.
I don't want that. I want to play some deeper poker.
Ayata again opens the action with a limp. Ace King Jack 8.
Yeah, I mean, I just like when you've got someone like Kadra at the table. You do like playing a heavy limp strategy.
Yeah.
You don't want to dissuade him raising. You want to have the option of seeing if it goes off, you can get away, and also you want to always preserve the option of limp raising.
Yeah. We open the action. Does indeed raise Kadra. A lot of playable hands here.
Yeah.
If we're going 5-way, unless Yakovlevich elects to reopen. Seems unlikely.
Yeah, the way the flow of the game's going, no one's really punished these, but this is certainly a contender to do it.
Oh.
He is. I like it.
You have called
Because this hand just plays way better heads up, and it certainly plays a lot better heads up against Kadra.
Interesting sizing choice.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what this accomplishes.
Yeah, I think we should always go pot when we do this.
But everyone's going to call now, right?
Koza certainly is, obviously, with this particular holding. Obviously, it's not ideal being no suit, but 4 big cards in this kind of wild game. Bimberis, I think, best served with a fold here, obviously holding 9-9-7-3. If you can get him out, at least you've thinned the field by 1. Oh, and is there a call out of turn from Ayata? Bimberis decides to call as well. This is what I like, the late into a PLO game. They've been playing for 6+ hours. It's like, we're not folding 9-9-7-3 now.
5 ways, bloated pot.
Yeah, I would have liked this tickle raise more if he had like a really nutted hand, like a Ace King Jack 10 double. You relishing the extra action. As it is, he does flip the 10 high flush. Ayata with top 2.
Koza once more, James, with that Queen of Spades blocker. We've already seen him run this bluff before. May get the opportunity here.
Ayata going to come up betting with top 2.
This seems like a very strange decision.
Right, especially when you're betting into a man who's repping you know, with the limp raise, going to have aces at a reasonable frequency. Sure. Obviously, unlike him, we hold one and we see one, but still, you could easily be betting into a hand that's got you drawing dead.
And Koza with action as played now, unable to use that blocker.
Well,
I think. No, could have used it.
It's kind of a bit more credible when it's a multi-way pot.
Okay.
The problem is if you pump it up there and you think someone's just over it and doesn't fold a set of aces, then here comes the board pair. This way, Jakubovic can certainly start to bluff. Has an ace, is the man who has aces more pre-flop than anyone else. So he's actually bluffing now with the best of it, of course. This is the beauty of PLO, look at this.
Yeah, lovely.
How it's switched around. Ayata, though, obviously suspicious because he holds ace-king blocking the aces. And there may be some king-king XX that wants to limp raise, but he's just goose in this pot.
So Jakubovic targeting those stronger flushes.
Yeah.
On the turn.
Good bluff.
Gets it done.
Flush.
Well, even though he had the best of it. You're with me.
Nice. Jakubovic sort of shows what he's making out somewhat of a bluff. Well, with that hand, we're going to throw things to a quick commercial. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Back with the action in a spot where Kadra does have 4 cards this time. So he's raised. Ayata, the lone defender from the big blind, ace king 10-3 with a nut suit. Can't enjoy seeing the jack deuce fall too much. Kadra with an unlikely 2-pair and gut shot draw, but I have to stick around here. Like, semi-wrapped on the jack, has a gut shot, has backdoor hearts, is now up against a full house. This is a spot where you could elect to slow down. Obviously, Kadra has the widest range, could have just loads of air balls he wants to give up on here and elicit a river bluff. But of course, you might think if Ayata's got a hand like ace-jack, probably not going to fold.
Right. Yeah, we have seen Ayata be very willing to bluff rivers. Of course, Kadra couldn't know that he had such a marginal flop holding.
Yeah, against that hand, it was just, you know, getting more. That's the worst hand you can have. But
sure.
Jack and a gut shot. Maybe he still calls.
One time, sadder. You're winning, it's okay.
I also do like Kadra just always looking when he's got a hand to always be going for 3 shoots of value because of his image.
Yeah.
It's probably how he needs to be playing his hand. So bet makes sense.
See if Mustafov can get something going,
Yeah.
James. He looks very, very over it. Understandably so. Very card dead for the last hour. Not even sure if you looked at that hand.
Look at 3 in muck. Look at 2 in muck. Nah, you can never look at 2 in muck. You might have aces behind.
Kadra, the love for the game continues. It's got to be one of the worst starting hands, right?
Yeah. Not ideal. Kosa was just a great seat. Obviously sat behind him, done very well with it. I say it's not as good a seat as it is in, say, Hold'em. You know, we love to be left with the player, but the problem is obviously a bit like Hold'em, but it's accentuated in PLO is that you have to act and the rest table's then acting behind you.
Ayata deciding just to call with ace 7-8.
Yeah, from the small blind, 8k deep.
Interesting.
Wow, what a flop. We've got top set for Kosa, nut clubs for Ayata with a double gut shot. Ahmed bottom 2, Kadra with 5 is blocking some stuff with clubs himself. Now, Kosa, whoa.
Everybody checks.
What? Kosa checked the cutoff with top set. This is...
Asking for trouble.
Yeah, and he's got
Receiving
it because we have a couple of straights out of here now. Ayata, of course, with the nuts and the nut club draw.
Look at this, James. Kadra also with a set of 5s.
Yeah, and we've got 2 straights out there in Hamed and Bimbiris as well.
This could be brutality. Although Ayata full pot.
Yeah, Hammer can't enjoy this deuce 3 with a table to act behind him. But Kadra with a set and a flush draw. Oh, look at this. He is going to have a little look.
Wow.
Non-believer with the bottom straight.
What is happening now for Kosa?
Yeah, and I don't blame Kadra for calling here thinking if it pairs up he's good because everyone checked this flop.
So we just have to call, James?
And Kosa has to call because he's got the top boat draw. He's got to call 2k to win 8 direct odds and then obviously make it a chunk more. Do you think he's just realized or something that he's got top set the way he's like...
Wow.
No. No.
Kosa.
It was bizarre he checked the flop.
Just realizing Bimbiris with a straight also.
Yeah, everyone turned something there.
Wow, what a wild hand.
But Bimbiris obviously is absolutely no chance he can play this, surely. So Ayata, loving life.
Is vulnerable. But currently with the nuts.
Oh, what a great river to see. It's again a spot, obviously, when he bets a repping nuts only. So he can go much smaller sizing if he wishes. Although with 6.8, it's sometimes it's easy just...
right? 80% pot.
Might as well just bet all of it kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's a spot where if he had 15k, maybe you just bet like half pot, but...
Throwing this back to Kosa somehow.
Okay, he does go for this. I like this going for the smaller sizing, like I say, because you're saying you got the nuts when you bet. It's the only thing you're repping, so you don't need to bet big.
Another little wrinkle in PLO.
I think we either had a graphics misread or a player misread in Kosa's seat, because there's no way he checked 10s on this 10-6-4 flop. And there's no way he foddered for 2k. Oh, look at this, Hamed. Pays it off.
Perhaps painted himself into a corner, James, with the turn call.
Yeah, it's just tough. I can see he's obviously made us straight, but with the whole table to act behind.
Yeah. Is Ayata really going crazy, full pot?
And the thing is, if Ayata, though, is bluffing the turn, then he is going to bluff the river at a really high frequency. So the river call isn't as much of an issue as I think the turn call. But it's hard. You've got in there. You've made your straight.
Tough.
I think something wasn't quite right there with Kosa's hand.
And yeah, we have seen him, show himself to be very skilled. I would be shocked, multi-way, for him to check that flop.
Right.
And full turn, right?
And it looked like he was just like not interested in the pot. It wasn't looking like he was making a tough fold.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you. Really interesting hand. Mustafov reaching. does find a playable one. In fact, he's in the straddle. Kadra, King, Queen, 10-9. Makes it 400. Mustafov with a very nice looking hand in the straddle.
Yeah. This is a hand he could certainly look to thin the field with. He doesn't play that great multi-way. If it was like a bunch of calls here and you could just ram in a load of money, you know, I would quite like that. But obviously, as it is, he's best served with a call against just 2 players.
Let's choose that option.
Check.
Kadra. Missing the flop, finding a jack wrapped around that. Trips from Mustafov, who... Sorry, boat from Mustafov on the turn.
Yeah, tries to seek river value, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is it. Even when he hits, he's like, no action. No one's betting, no one's bluffing.
Yeah, frustrating spell for Faradin. Let's pick up a small one. Be hoping to heat up in the final sort of hour and a half of our coverage this evening.
So in the hand of a person, new Benado, go play 100, play 200, anti 200, 1, 2, 2, black, black.
Kadra. With the customary raise.
What, yeah?
Djokovic. Kings coming in from the small.
Very impressed with Moshe. Lots of disciplined
Yeah.
laydowns. Doesn't step out too often, and when he does, invariably so far has got it right with his bluffs.
Yeah, he's played a lot of hands, kind of, sometimes that really surprised me. I was watching him, you kind of think you get an idea of how a player's going to play, and then he seems to take different lines. He'd be very tough to play against. Whilst I was rabbiting on, you were pointing at the screen there, because a couple of players have flopped trips, haven't they?
And the two of the deepest stacks, Yakovlevich and Kadra, both with more than 15,000 in front of them, and Yakovlevich has gone big, 75%. Kadra here,
Yeah,
the best of it, ace kicker.
Yeah, and in position as well. Nice spot to be in. Yakovlevich will like seeing that turn card. Obviously, 7 with a king is a very strong hand. If you're up against another 7, life is good, because obviously Kadra plays basically every hand.
Absolutely.
So against a normal range, you'd be worried perhaps about some ace-7 stuff in there. Against this man, you shouldn't be, although he has checked. But probably as a mix of checking because I want to give him a chance to bluff, but also just a little pot control. As you see, they're that much deeper. Look at this full pot. And Kadra now suddenly at 7 with specifically 2 kings shrinks up. Yeah. I mean,
this is big trouble, James.
Yeah, you
against
can't fold this against Kadra, like you say. But obviously, it's so hard to get there when you've got a pair in your hand.
Yeah, huge river coming up.
And the offsuit deuce.
Wow. Yakovlevich with only pot left. Feels as
He's going blocky.
He is.
Seems to be the play at the table, isn't it?
Does this stop?
Well, Kadra's instant reaction was like, really, if you actually somehow got here, if you do have 7 deuce, is that what you're saying? Obviously, it's the only hand realistically he's losing to. The way this is played out is your opponent had 7-5 or quad 5s, they would surely check again. But then you can't raise here with this.
Have quads?
Wow. Flicks in the call.
With
It's good.
When you're Kadra and you've got the widest range at the table,
you lose minimum.
No, I lose maximum.
No, I promise you lose minimum.
Kaçırma ama.
It's a weird bet, man.
I must
Are you
play all
playing?
in.
What are we playing? I hit you 10k, you're gonna snap.
I must play all in. You must fold.
yeah, the block.
10k river, you snap.
You snap?
10k river, you check. I bet 10k, you...
No, I must play all in river.
Yeah, they're saying the same thing.
I fold?
I know. You must fold. But I think...
You're bluffing?
I don't get it. I think Yakovlevich
you know what you're
saying that he
you're
should have
bluffing,
bluff
no?
shoved.
Yeah.
Not sure about that.
No. I mean, Kadra's, like I say, he's in there with any 4. So he's got 7. More likely than not, the kicker's smaller than a king.
Yeah.
Yes.
Really?
Normal ranges,
Not angry,
you're
I
always
love you.
concerned when the middle cards
But
break because
I'm
people
a
are in there
child, I need some money,
with
you know?
ace-x hands.
Need to buy apartment and university, right? How do I get these?
So yeah, the block bet paying off there in the sense that he
Saved
saved
6K.
5.5k. You know,
Yeah.
bet 4.5 was going to be facing a 10k bet.
What can I do?
I mean, he won't feel that way right now.
Minimum.
He lost 10k in the pot.
Yeah, interesting.
Minimum
Instinctively
10,000
for
I
me,
lose.
I would just
Minimum.
check and allow Kadra to potentially bluff
11,000
it off.
I
or-
lose.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's,
11,000 I lose.
Interesting one.
it's hard for him to bluff
Ask
once he's been
him.
checked.
Once
all
he
the
gets
guests
called
all the
out.
time.
I lose 11,000.
Interesting hand.
No, you don't pay. If I put all in, you fold.
Why would you all in? You all in with quads?
No, I think you have 7 pin.
Then you win. Why all in?
Exactly.
Because I think I put 4,700 because I think I win. You have okay now.
Check.
Same hand how it is him 6 I lose. Same hand.
Fuller.
How much? 500. Okay. Bravo.
A little bit of steam coming out of Yakovlevich, I would suggest.
Yeah, I think it's one of those ones he's sort of
Understandable.
laughing to himself, but it's what can I do? The lunatic
Contact.
gets a
Absolutely.
hand, you pay them off. That's just
So I take your money.
the nature of it. Yeah, I like the river buy.
Now it's your turn.
It's kind of weird because I don't think we get called that often by worse,
Right.
but we do stop ourselves getting stacked by better. I'm just trying to think if we check. Can we ever check fold? It doesn't seem possible. Do we expect him to bluff though? Do we expect him to value worse 7s? Maybe he led out. Curious one.
Absolutely.
What?
Round 2 Kadra, multi-way limp pot, as has been his MO.
I reckon he's going
pump
to
it up.
raise. Has he got any cards yet?
Yeah. Ace Jack 9-7, Badugi variety. 32k in front of him now.
Badugi's still so much better on a Scottish accent.
Badugi.
Yeah.
I like to Badugi.
I like the Badugi.
How much?
We have seen Moore should be very disciplined pre. I'd imagine he's going to come in this time, James. No. A lot of connectivity. In this kind of splashy game, thought he might get in the mix. Is it down?
Kind of, yeah.
I understand the fold, of course.
It's a little weak in every direction, isn't it? It's kind
Yeah.
of one of those heads up, you quite like it. But
Thought perhaps in a game with
yeah.
lots of very, very wide ranges, he might widen.
Yeah, these kind of games being on the button is just worth a lot.
Yeah.
Nice turn for Ayata.
There's not 8k in the middle here, right? Can't be.
No.
Can there?
Yeah. There was 600 pre, wasn't it? Four ways, 24.
Wow.
There was a flop bet.
Wow, this pot inflating rapidly.
Kadra just going hard here with Iata. Having nut spades and, of course, a very strong ace, but...
Kadra repping boats already?
Yeah, was it Iata did the betting on the flop, right?
I don't think so.
I actually missed the action here, I think. I'm going to go to VAR.
Go on, go to VAR. Iata here. You can see 82%. Doesn't like it, James. Wow, lays it down. Kadra gets away with skullduggery.
Yeah, and you're right, it was Kadra leading out 1k on the flop.
Wow, big fold.
Yeah, it's just hard. I mean, what are you beating there? Just the really random bluffs like that one.
Ace Jack 9-7. But I hear you.
Really tough.
Can already be dead.
Paired board, yeah. You have the spade yourself, which is potential bluffs.
Right.
Could have been up against a flop 2 pair that just going for it now.
Do love watching Kadra. Very interesting player to watch. Gets it done in PLO and no limit.
Never slows it down.
Yeah, 1 gear.
Straddle?
Yes.
It is full throttle.
If you want.
Bimbiris here in the straddle.
Happened.
Coco. Call.
Round 2, Moshe. He's in there. Ace King 4-3. Folded round. Excuse me, limped round to Kadra. Does he exercise the usual strong right arm?
He just mucks from the small. Ace 8-3 deuce is absolute garbage, and he's basically got out of it now as well. So let's just chill out for a minute. He's just got a spicy one through as well. Kosa, every time I look, has this sort of hand. King, Queen, 10-8 type.
$750.
Bon appetit. Good. Win 100k and eat shrimp.
Step off getting that one through with the best hand.
What a difficult game. Really. So difficult. So difficult. Maybe I have the note. Always I have to improvise. In the end they will catch me by my neck. This guy, he bluffed me, he valued me. Everything he does is right. Like he's cheating. It's a confirmed bluff, by the way.
The demeanour of the players at this table, Andrew, is starting to have that of a game that's been
both?
running for 7 hours. Everyone's looking a little bit
I don't believe.
not dishevelled, but we're heading down that road.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, long old grind.
I fought.
See Iata under the gun. Kings.
Yeah, you're gonna buy pair the board.
Nice hand there, Ace Queen Jack 9 with a nut suit.
But I don't
This is
believe
one of the spots
he
where I
bought with
think
this amount.
he could well be served with an over limp and then ramming it over the Kadra inevitable raise.
Sure. As it stands, Kadra gets to take a peek.
And I think he said to him.
Koza with bad
in the
aces.
Turkish phone.
Does have nut clubs.
Yeah, but he's playing 20k deep with Kadra on the button.
Not getting this one pumped up.
No.
So smart, this guy. I got bluffed even before the
Checking
hand.
the window, a couple of diamonds behind, monster flop for the Ace Queen Jack 9.
Bit of trouble for Moshe, James. Second nut flush
Yeah.
draw, top pair, and an open ender.
Yeah.
This could get messy.
And Ikovic actually checked this one. Spicy. He's checking with a view to check call or check raise, or just see it go check through and make the nut flush.
Yeah, I mean, at depth, with Kadra calling this Moshe bet,
Yeah.
feels like a spot to just pump it in there, James,
Yeah,
to me.
I'm with you. I mean, even you're a favorite against all the two-pair combos.
Yeah.
You're going to get called by many worse hands like the straight draw with flush draw combos that you've got in really bad shape.
No.
Yeah, Moshe going to be
Difficult.
There's no...
in a very difficult decision point momentarily. He can't fold it, James, right?
Oh, he's just deciding to call.
Wow.
Again, he wants to keep in the worst flush draws is my guess, but I think this is best served is just raising it up and running it against any hand. You just can't be in bad shape. But how about call, make a flush against a second nut flush? Moshe just want to play a bit of pot control, and Kadra, the one with 0%, cannot help himself. Look at that!
Oh,
look at the acting job.
Brilliant.
He's like, oh, really? Fine, whatever.
Oh, no, and then raises, though.
Oh.
Min raise. This is intriguing.
Moshe suddenly was checking to try and elicit a bluff from Kadra.
Wow.
And then sees a check raise from Jakrakovic. But he might be thinking this is like it might be a raise of a weaker flush, maybe. I don't really know what's going on here.
Yeah, we are in the streets with that Kadra stab. I'm very shocked to see
Kadra.
him open the action.
What's Kadra doing here?
I have no idea what he's thinking, stab and turn.
Yeah, but what's he still thinking about now?
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
He doesn't.
He thinks this is a bluff and that Moshe's in there with a set and
Wow.
therefore his straight draw's still alive?
Or he wants to bluff river somehow with no diamond
with
blocker. Pretty wild. Yakovlevich, loving life. Lose to one hand and one hand only.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because obviously having just lost that last pot, he may look steamy.
Pretty grim spot now for Moshe, James.
It's just an all-round bizarre hand. We love him.
Yeah, getting such a good price, deciding he cannot lay it down.
What's going on here?
I really
Wait.
don't know.
I raise one and win, but I pass. Pass. Simple win.
Did he like misread his hand? Did he think he had Queen 7 diamonds?
Wallah, he tricked me. I know nothing.
Full double up. Little interest from the man in the middle, Kadra. That was a strange one.
Pretty surreal hand, James. I know they like to test us here in the booth. As I've said, PLO, not my strong suit. Giving our best fist at it, defer to the knowledge of Mr. Dempsey. That was a strange one, though. Kadra, once again, muddying the waters, confusing things, I think. Very often for us in the booth and for the players at the table. So I begin to wind down my final stint.
I think Moshe just get up there. I think he just got up from the table. I don't know if he's gone for a break or whether he just thought, that's enough for me. Yeah, it looks like he's gone, that's enough for me. Losing that pot. Maybe a little upset with himself for getting, not stacked there, but getting taken for the full payout.
Yeah, pretty
it's been a long session as well. I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah, 7 hours. He didn't play him for.
Yeah, GG to Moshe.
It's enough for the young men.
Absolutely, I'd be knackered myself. Well-earned rest for Moshe. Really showed a lot of skill throughout his stint.
Yeah,
a little dent at the end there, but it happens to the best of us.
Flummoxed me on a number of occasions, so I would have been confused. He'd have had me going.
Raised to 400 here from Mustafov. Quiet of late. Finds some options. Jack 987. Kadra in there. 6-3 deuce deuce. Look to be going 4 ways. Look at this flop for Kadra. Unbelievable. 3 deuce deuce flop. Flopping 2 full houses.
Yeah, board lock. But it's such a vulnerable hand. To up against another 3, you basically can't improve.
Right.
They can. You don't really want to have both deuces. You want someone to have that hand. And
Hamed here.
yeah, kind of sat against this player, sticking around with the 4, 5, 5, 6. I think if we didn't have the pair as the extra juice, maybe not doing it, but when you can hit 4, make them nuts. Oh, look at that Kadra just stealing a bit of room. And Hamed's going to feel he's got the best of it now. And river that straight, but yeah, checks it on over.
This is pretty grim, James, against a player as aggressive as Kadra.
Yeah, we're just snapping. I mean, he might even have a hand like ace-4 at this point.
Blocking pocket 5s also important consideration.
Yeah, we're snapping.
Gonna get the bad news.
Kadra really on a rush.
Turns 6-3 deuce deuce into a $10,000 pot. Shade under. Hamed.
Yeah, I can't pull Hamed there.
Yeah, that is a grim spot. Against the man that will play any 4. Very difficult to fold the 6 high straight.
Look at that tower he's building.
Yeah. Kadra with the bones of 40,000 USD in front of him now,
Yeah,
James.
is that him ahead now, I think?
It's got to be
Near
close.
enough.
Got to be close.
Well, we're about to find out, because as we change dealer, we typically have a little look at our leaderboard. I say leaderboard, I mean stacks. And as I say that, we're not taking a look. There it is. Paddy Kadra, there we go, just 4K down now. Koza the biggest winner thus far. Now Hamed with that one, really unlucky. Now down 18K, but what else could he do there against the opponent he's up against? That's the thing. You give action, you get action. And Hadi Kadra definitely deserves action.
Creeping ever so closer to the black.
You love poker?
Was stuck a lot earlier in the day. Kadra, can be feeling pretty good now as we move towards the last hour and a half or so of the stream.
تفضل على الساحة.
You come? Come, حبيبي.
Ah, it's all smiles now, isn't it? It's the Kadra.
River bet nuts. Yes.
I never play with him.
Nuts.
10-5-6.
He called pre-flop, but river bet
Top
nuts.
2 this time for Hamed. If he's in here, actually, I think he folded pre.
He did fold,
The
yeah.
graphics still on him, and rightly so.
Welcome.
Bimbiris best, I believe.
Huh?
That over pair.
Easy cheesy, don't talk. 2-2. 2-2.
So one of these curious small little bets from Kadra, probing.
Yeah, I don't try and assume I know what's going on anymore when Kadra's playing the hand.
There you go.
Kadra solver. Well, that's what you do. You just
He's
bet with bottom.
Bet 400. Turn in trip 5s. Making sure pocket kings are in behind when they won't believe you. Quick call.
Fold out to. Oh, okay. Bimbiris
Yeah.
called. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Call from Bimbiris.
I missed the chip.
Does have an open ender to go with those kings, James.
Yeah.
Problematic. Kadra with the check mark again.
Minus. Every day minus. Yeah, but doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, Hadra, I mean, normal situations you get slightly concerned in these kind of spots where you bet flop being called. A lot of the hands that do call and then call turn are the 10-5 and 5-6s that have improved. But when you're Kadra, you get to bet a lot and you get to get paid off. And here's another case of that. Bimbiris beating all the misdraws, has the overpair.
And with that pot, Kadra, believe, going to be in profit now, James.
Yeah, I think it was in for a bizarre number. I think 42k. So I think he's like sub 1k down still. It's like
should have bet more on the river.
Yeah, there we go. An incredible claw out.
David Lappin comes into the booth full of mirth at his own jokes. Some things never change. James, I will bid you adieu, my friend.
You saying David Lappin's got jokes?
Yes, I'll back him up. He made me laugh a couple of times. See, he just made one in the background. No. And I'm not going to reference it because I might get in trouble. Right, everybody?
Well, thanks you, Andrew.
Enjoy.
We'll see you tomorrow for a continuing cash game coverage here. But for now, we'll send you off to bed.
Good night, everybody. We'll leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Lappin and Mr. Dempsey.
Yeah, 2-3 seconds.
Mr. J joining the table, sitting down first hand, putting in a straddle. And he sees something very rare at this table, and that is a Kadra fold. Bimbiris with the raise. So the no action from Kadra. He decides he's got to make it happen and finds a 2-diamond flop to go with the king high flush draw in his hand. Took a moment there for the changeover, didn't it? Because Andrew spilt a tea or something and to take out all his.
He always leaves a warm seat.
Koza with the set on the 6-3 deuce. Checks it over to Bimbiris, who is going to bet, of course, with that flush draw. Handmade with jacks, but not a board you can get involved with. Koza pulls out one of those 1k chips.
No.
Okay, so James, any update on the Kosei scandal? Is he the Daniel Day-Lewis of the Mirror Poker Room, or is he legitimately confused in situations? Any further evidence over the last 80 minutes or so?
There was one very bizarre hand he played, but I just believe he must have misread his hand.
Because he claimed to have misread his hand in this other one as well.
Okay, well he folded in this one. He didn't bet the flop with top set, where top set was the nuts, and then multi-bet pot in the cutoff, and then he also didn't call the turn when facing a small bet with top set. So.
Interesting. Well, Bimbiris facing a
wow.
bet from
Okay.
Kosei, and he did pick up more equity, so it's...
Well, Kosei went with the limp call, and then has come out with a lead, the check call, pardon me, and now leads on what is a pretty safe board, and fires again, and well, all in is not a, well, all in 1600, of course. Bimbiris ever cries us off. He's rivered the faintest amount of a hand, but how can you ever think you're good here when the player's check called, bet turn, bet river? You're putting him on like a nut flush draw, but that hand probably doesn't want to play this way. I actually think he's got, you have to have the cards you've got basically, the 8-9 with not diamonds or something.
It's
very
annoying
hard.
because it's so little into
right.
the pot.
Yeah, you only got to call 1600 to win over 10k. So the pot not quite 27k.
Yeah, the way the hand played out, obviously Bimbiris with no actual hand, so no reason to raise for the last little bit on the turn, hoping to hit one of his draws. In the end, hits that that king and
well
didn't
saved.
know what to do.
Saved a little bit.
No.
It's a player I haven't seen before.
First hand at the table was that very hand. Mr. J. Oh, she just got up after a 7-hour slog.
Did he finish in the red? In the black?
I think the black. He lost a reasonable sized pot in his last hand he played, and I think he drew a line on it. Second nut flush against nut flush.
Ouch.
I think he just decided, that'll do me. Thank you very much, gentlemen. See you all tomorrow.
Kosei still in the ascendancy by the looks of things?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm going with the Oscar worthy performance tonight. I think he's been playing the naive newbie. I think he's been the
all an actor.
yeah, looking like the innocent flower but being the serpent under it. Like that.
It's the Western series, my friend.
An old school Western.
Iata with the nuts. Mustafa with a set. Kosei with a pair. Going to do the front running, it looks like.
Yeah, it's a bit optimistic from Kosei.
That was the word I was going to use.
Ayada obviously can go one of two ways here. It can just flat and lay the trap, hope for a safe one. Also, you know, running hearts is quite a pleasant thing for him.
It's kind of a lockdown board, like flying in the cutoff, keep the rest of your range in there. And
into the lead, jumps Mustafov.
Yeah.
An unassailable lead.
100. One.
And inexplicably going again here, Kosei.
this, I mean, obviously, Mustafov, I'm about to say, can't enjoy this when he sees a follow-up bet of 1,000 and a call from Iata. I don't blame him for folding these 10s full, the bottom boat. It's
so
just
quickly as well.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to be so annoyed at the end of this hand.
The only way he's good here is if Iata just flat with the nuts and Kosei was just airballing it, which is the case he's found himself in, but how could you predict that?
Oh, he's going to be so annoyed here. I wonder if Kosei has another bet, because it's the only one that could win is the bet now. I'm not sure Ayada would even value bet this straight. No, never.
Should hope not.
And
He thinks he's got the best hand, but what pays you off?
yeah.
You're hoping.
I think we're about to see a very tilted Mustafov.
Yeah, the check back incoming. Shows ace queen. And Mustafov's hand in the foreground there, waved in the air.
Now he's got the pain of looking at Kosei, looking at his hand for the next 11 seconds.
No.
Oh, the pain. Oh, it's a vicious game, poker. Sometimes.
Good bet.
When it's not your night, it's not your night. He finally has the best of it and makes a very good fold and is in the 1 in 25 times where he was actually good.
Yeah, but how I call 10s. Bad call. Bravo.
Bravo, he says.
Mr. J's like, okay, this is the sort of game I'm in, is it? Sits down, starts showing this, and
Bimbris, limp in here.
Adieu. Şöyle bakayım hangisi. Tamam.
Queen Jack 6-4 board. This is Mr. J. Fire out with a gut shot and a live king high flush draw. Ayata with top pair and a gut shot of his own. Not done with it just yet. In the open ender, with the nuts both ways, going to have a little look for the cheap price from the button. And a board pairing 6. Gives Ayata the best of it. Not ideal for Mr. J having both a a 5 and a 7 in his hand, and of course those diamonds.
Yeah, unlikely to see money go in here. Obviously, Jakovljevic with position and the opportunity to bluff.
Yeah. You might think his 10s are good at some percent as well. So against 2 misdraws. As crazy as it sounds, I've seen it happen. I think that I once saw a monster pot one with 8 high at Showdown PLO. It was like a 3-4 kind of board or 4-5 board where it was one wrap against another.
Oh wow!
They both missed, and the slightly worse wrap, but the slightly better holding, ended up winning. Or something like that, anyway.
No Kadra at the moment, I see.
He just gone to the toilet, I think.
Okay.
Now, I gather you have some news for us as to what we have in the store tomorrow.
Yeah, I've been the intrepid reporter for the
Well,
past
that's what you are. For the
hour and
past
20
20
minutes.
years? Oh, sorry.
Oh, well, thank you. It's always nice to
Wow.
meet a reader.
I've never seen you speechless before.
Never been complimented by you before. It
wasn't a compliment.
Spoke to the staff, and there is word, not the promise of yes, but the word is out there. We're going to have a 51 PLO game tomorrow. That's dollars, not cents. 5,100.
So the same game, this PLO, and the same players, potentially.
So what I was told was the players who've been in the game will be given first option on
Okay.
playing the game tomorrow for double the stakes. If they defer their place, it will go to the people next in line. And there are a couple of people who are actually on the waiting list today who are interested in that game anyway.
Right.
So I think we'll probably see a couple of those people in. And then if, unfortunately, there isn't the appetite for that game, which I think there will be anyway. Speaking of appetites.
Wow, this is unfortunate for Fadi yet again. Ace King on this board against a man who's only got $1,000 left, who's flopped the boat.
Yeah, and this is all you can eat.
I like he's actually check jammed it as well.
I don't think Fadi has a choice here for 7
No,
more.
because the jam can just be a king at this point for only $1,000.
And you have
But
actually, and you've good kickers to overtake a lot of kings too if you are chopping with ace king.
Right. Fadi's been so beaten up though. He took a second, think about it.
You're just like, oh yeah, I have 2%, cool. Twice.
3 times the lady. No dice for Fadi.
Doesn't want to waste a king or queen.
See his face, he just walked into the absolutes again. It's a brutal game.
It's a very sick game.
Because the funny thing there is if the opponent has more, he probably doesn't lose that much.
No, exactly, yeah. Like if the opponent has
3,000, yeah.
he doesn't call 700.
Perfectly stacked opponent to get the max out of that hand.
Yeah. So yeah, the game will commence at 4 p.m. Probably running till around 12 p.m. local time. So with a half-hour delay, that's going to be 4:30, similar to today. We were scheduled for 4 p.m. today. I think it ended up being like 20 past 4.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised.
It
Obviously,
happens.
guys taking their seats, they're getting their chips.
Got to get the
all that
cash
kind
on
of
the table, get
All
everyone
that
mic'd up, all the things that happen. We all know the players don't want to get down early, do they now?
No, but what was very encouraging was it was only 15 or 20 minutes after the fact today, so I expect that will be the same tomorrow. We have had times here in Meredith we're just wrangling poker players, a bit like wrangling cats. Can be difficult, and sometimes it gets delayed by more than that, but I don't anticipate that, nor do the staff here.
If you wish to wrangle a cat, this is a place you can do such a thing.
Yeah, you can herd cats
I
here.
had to encourage one out of my room last night when I got back to it.
Did you?
Yeah, I was just chilling on my bed.
Really?
I left my balcony door open.
Oh, well.
Aired the room out. Poor cat looked rather upset that I'd come back. He thought it had lucked out. Jose with the raise. Funny how this game changes slightly when your action man is away from the table, suddenly different players raising. Clearly they need to play a little bit bigger. Kose with 25k, deciding he wants to play for more with a suited ace.
Yeah.
Mohamed, deciding he wants to play this one for as much as he can, and why not with the ace, king, jack 3 double and a shallow stack. What great shape he's in against Kose here. Ace, jack 7, 6. Covered. Kose's thinking, why did I raise this? Usually Kadra's job. I like calling for 250.
Yeah, there is almost like a threshold that these guys kind of like pre, and when we bump up beyond that threshold, we create a very shallow stack situation. Obviously, this is emphasized when Hamed's in the pot here with what's going to be about 35–40% of pot remaining behind. Hard to see Hamed not put the rest of it in with any peaks, but he has actually got one of the worst boards he can imagine. No idea in his mind that he's actually an equity favorite right now.
Yeah, but for the, like you say, for the 1300, with 3.6 out there, he does have to just run it. And of course, he's going to get a lot of folds from the non-paired hands, which obviously he's ahead of. They're just going to put him on aces a lot. So as long as it doesn't run into a 10 or a flush draw, and even if he runs into a flush draw, he does have ace king high. But it's not like 9s are going to call him here.
What's going on here? He's keeping chips back here.
Oh, he's gone for like 500. Like, for milk, but actually it's a 500 and fold.
Yeah, it's actually kind of cool, isn't it? Although it would be a bit of a disaster if you folded against a flush draw.
Right.
And had actually
had the best hand.
Price. Yeah.
Well, he's going to be happy to see Kose fold and IR to do the long look.
Yeah, like he's kind of got the 9-10 Jack Queen, including 3 cards in his hand, so he's probably just going like, oh wow, for 500, I wasn't thinking about this bet.
On a pair board with 2 diamonds though.
Yeah.
Not something he can do.
I think so. It's going to be a slow fold here.
I actually quite like this bet from Hamid in that sense.
Give me the turn card. I want to see.
Yeah, I quite actually like that bet from Hamid with all that in mind, because he does save a bit potentially if he wants to fold, and it's kind of a fun line when you've got it as well.
And does it ever maybe like get folds, more folds from a hand like 7-6-5-5?
Probably the same number of folds. That's what I'm thinking, yeah, maybe. I don't think that hand can continue. Wasn't going to continue to a jam, wouldn't continue to that 500. So yeah, I kind of like it. It gets. Yeah, the only disaster is, as you mentioned, if you fold to an ace-high flush draw that you're actually beating.
Well, to keep you guys posted, I have been reliably informed that we have about 35 minutes of play remaining. These guys have the option, of course, to take it to the outer tables, but in terms of the live stream, in terms of our coverage for this evening, we will be putting things off around about
Probably a little bit longer.
12:30.
That's 12:30. I thought 12:45. I thought you're stealing poker from me. Promised me more time, David.
Yeah, there was initially a sort of a feel that it was going to be a little longer, but they did say actually they're going to do a hard midnight.
Midnight for them, 12:30 for us. All right. Nine, 3-3. Mr. J flopping everything.
Yeah, this is a family pot. Well, almost.
Family pot, but he's the driver of the boat, if you will. Kose with a 3 and a board pairing 9 gives Mr. J the old quads.
Very hard to get paid here. Obviously, Kose with the 3, maybe if he was to pair that 6.
Oh. Yeah. It's nice. You got quads of people who are just folding instead of checking. He checked it again, is he? Has anyone? Have we had a bet now?
He has bet 300.
Okay.
And I wonder, like, there's just no bluff. Like, well, I guess if Cadro's out there, maybe there's bluffs. Jaklovich going to make an honest man of him with the jacks here.
Oh, with a flush.
Oh, sorry, with the flush. My apologies.
Bimberis makes a flush on the end and pays it off. Obviously, a double pair board. Much harder to have houses in this game. Wants to have a little look. Jose's going, yep, I had a 3. Managed to dodge that one. Useful.
River show nuts every time. This is very good strategy. I want the same.
Jaklovich limping in with the kings here. 9-6 of clubs to go with. Mr. J limping along with suited ace, ace king, 9-8. He's got diamonds working. Cadra's back, and that means a Cadra pot-sized raise.
There we go. Let's get this game out of the muck. This game is the furthest thing from the muck, must be said.
It is a different game when he's not around, though. Dynamically, does change everything. People can almost predict a raise coming from him, or a re-raise if it's been raised. Queen Jack 3 rainbow here. A little bit of equity for everybody.
Yeah, Ahmed with the open end up. Jaklovich with the over pair that now turns into kings up.
Yeah, Jaklovich obviously wary of the Queen X, but way the best now. Is it a spot to bet small? Just check it.
Well, there's been a small bet. It's come from the place you'd expect.
Yeah. And it's not that small.
It really isn't. Gets the pot done.
Wow. So this is, like, I've noticed here he's up to 43k, which I think he's probably in for, is my guess.
I think he was in for 42. He looked at
Yeah.
the last count, so he's out of it.
Yeah, what
he's
a
in
wild
the green.
Ride. What a wild ride playing that style. Like, again, V-pipping
Close
nigh
to
on
100.
100%.
Yeah.
And what's the best counter strategy? Obviously, we're watching it through the lens of the dynamic at this table, what he's doing. We've definitely seen a few occasions where people have been willing to limp, expecting the raise, maybe thinking there'll be lots of calls and then they can back raise. We saw that a couple of times. But actually, for the most part, these guys willing to just, like, get in there, see a flop for whatever he makes it 3, I would say, like, 3/4 of the time.
Yep.
And that's probably not the right counter strategy against him. They probably have to embrace some variance against him, take him on, knowing that he is in there with like 4 random cards a lot of the time.
Yeah, I would like to see a little bit more punishment
Yeah.
of that, especially if you're in like Faddy's seat as an example when he is closing the action, if you like. Just going to raise huge. But it's not the worst thing though that if you're in there and you're playing just pretty tight, it doesn't hurt to play multi-way pots against these super wide ranges. If you start squeezing out, maybe you lose some of the other players. If you're playing a very tight strategy, then it's kind of good to play these multi-way pots. Neither route's bad. Yeah, I would like to have seen what we've seen so far. Some of these players go a bit more punishy.
Bimberis with a absolute lock on this hand on the flop. Nobody catching a piece really. The 2 10s in his hand, helpful because they blocked the one straight throw out there in Jaklovich. Also would make a bout. Should the 2 10s come. Cadra in there though. Now out.
Even sometimes some like tickle raises. You know, when you've got really good, but like not necessarily a hand you necessarily want to get it in with. When you start playing a few hundred big blinds deep, you then pin, the guy makes it the 5-6 blinds, you get 3 or 4 callers. Now make it maybe like 13 blinds, where you know everyone's going to call still. You've got a great hand. You also you find the rat if there's someone in there with a monster.
Yeah.
But you're playing hands that play really well multi-way, doing that sometimes. So you're, you know, your ace, queen, jack, tens of the world. Kadra popping up, ace, king, king, queen. Talking about monster hands, Ayata behind with the aces.
This could be a big, big pot here. Well, the fact that he's just flatted, unlikely to squeeze behind. Actually, it's going to let in Jakovljevic with a nice little run down.
Yeah, again, I find this is you either have to 3-bet a lot of hands, or you 3-bet pretty much no hands.
Sure.
So as long as you stick to one of those strategies, if you fall into the trap of just 3-betting with aces and at the super premiums, then it gets very easy to play against you. And obviously this is one that he would have got some action. 600 the bet. Ayata with aces, no spade, has to get out of there. Oh, doesn't he? No, he just sticks around. And why not? Kadra is in there blasting away.
Yeah, and you do look like a flush yourself now, so you're somewhat protected.
You are protected. You're spot on there. Jakovljevic, of course, ruining it somewhat by coming along with top 2. Ayata, though, is he going to try anything here? Like you say, he does look like he could have a flush. Ooh, top boat. The nuts. Jakovljevic.
Dreamy river. And you'll be very optimistic that there is a flush that could pay. Also might be hoping that there is another boat out there, given that it went bet call. Makes sense that someone might be in there with 4s or 7s.
Yeah, look, he definitely looks like a man who could have like a reasonable strength flush that's just kind of thinking, I can't possibly win this.
Yeah, I don't know. Ayata, obviously.
Yeah, with the potential to bluff. And Ayata certainly looks like he could have a full house. He was the one who peeled the flop.
1.7.
Checked back turn. Certainly has a potential.
This does feel like what it is, though, because he was the overcaller on the flop.
Right, but yeah. But could it be 7s full or 4s full?
Right. Oh.
He's got cooling chips to have. I don't like that. I don't know what the bluffs could be here that. Yeah, it was a bluff candidate for sure.
Fortunate for him, he didn't choose to use it as such. Straight into the action, straight into the straddle is Kadra.
Yeah. Who's surprised?
I think
Anyone?
bigger hand in
Bueller?
tonight.
No, I didn't think so.
Biggest. I think. Me and him pull out. No, 6-6. No, 7-7. Yeah, but 7. No, I think biggest.
A little bit of equity for everybody again here. Hamed got the flush draw. He's got a pair. Mr. J just top pair, but actually that has a lot of equity because nobody else has top pair. Turn is the Queen of Diamonds, so flush possible. Bimbris has a small flush, and Hamed has a big flush. Expected to thin out to just the two of them.
You usually want to have the big flush in the situation.
Well, another diamond, which does make things a little awkward for Bimbris. Obviously, combinatorically, slightly fewer flushes in Hamed's range. Maybe this will drag a call out of him. It does. Nice sizing from Hamed, not too greedy.
Yeah.
Aware that he was targeting a fairly narrow range there. Came out fighting right out of the gate there, hour and a half ago or so, Hamed. The King, King, Queen, Queen fired off a triple barrel.
Nice.
Against Kadra, who found the most heroic call we've seen today. Really was an implausible call. But credit to him, maybe he knew something, found it.
Yeah, I mean, there's bound to be quite a lot of history between these players. Hamed does strike me as someone who's very capable in that front, being able to be at it. So the straddle coming way around. Mustafov limping. I like this right. Let's see. You get the Kadra raise. We get the Kadra raise in the big blind? Probably not with this hand, but usually raises.
Do you not always get the Kadra raise? Is it not compulsory?
Don't always. You don't always, but he should have done because he just flopped the wheel. Mr. J with bottom set. Mustafov, his kings have got an open ender with the flush draw as well, actually.
Yeah. No.
Pardon me, he's flopped the nuts with the flush draw.
No, Mustafov has all of it here.
Yeah, took me a second there. It's late. I'm looking at the TV that's a long way away. I don't know why I'm doing that. Let me get close with you, David.
I assume Mustafov has just gone for the call here with so many players act behind.
Well, no, he's in the small blind, so he's checked. Kadra's made the action.
I'm sorry, I saw it the other way around.
Jakubovic obviously having the wheel. Now Mr. J comes along with a raise.
Two wheels and a set is raising. Wow.
I mean, this is a spot where I guess Mustafov just goes with it because you think you're up against 5-6 a lot and you're free rolling against that hand.
Correct.
You do want to deny Jakubovic, who looks like he might have a set himself, obviously. Just calling the bet.
And Mr. J probably priced in here.
Yeah, I don't think he can make it 1,500 then fold for only 2,700, I guess. Mustafov's much shorter, so.
Yeah, it just needs to be 25% or so, and that is what he has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're hoping you're up against the nuts rather than obviously another set, but that is the most likely hand that's going to check jam, of course. Might even be ahead against a flush draw some of the time. I don't think.
Does an ace-5 of spades ever do this?
I feel like that hand doesn't really need protection, does it? Maybe it does. Maybe you can knock out other ace-5s, so yeah. Yeah, I think you would. Just jam that and try and make another ace-5 fold. Get the sets out because you don't want them in there. Yeah, Mr. J. It's a little gambly, but as long as you haven't got, as long as you don't pick up a set, you're obviously getting the price.
Yeah, he sort of made his bed for himself there.
Yeah.
I think they're going twice.
I think they are. I think that's what I saw. No.
Push.
Well, that's what Mr. J likes to hear, flush, because then he thinks, oh, maybe he's just on a flush draw. He doesn't have the straight.
And straight.
Flush and straight. We'll do it. No pair up.
Win both.
Roman.
Mr. J sent to his pocket.
I have 5-6.
Just joining the game. And finally, for Fadi, something goes right.
Yeah, it's been a tough day at the office for Faradine Mustafa, must be said. A couple of weird hands sort of blasted him off great equity and the winner on a couple of occasions. I think he's been a little bit frustrated by the pace of play. I think a few of these players taking a little more time than he would wish. And yeah, I think just, as you said there, just probably not getting the best run of cards. And maybe a little frustrated, feeling like he's one of the best players at this table and would like to be stomping them.
Of course. You have flush? Oh, you pay ace 5?
Ace 5. Yeah, I win.
No 6 in the deck? You can have 5-6. Maybe you're drawing dead with ace 5. I don't understand.
Yeah, but maybe he have 5-6.
Little post-mortem there between the players. Again, no Cadra in
Mr.
this
J,
one.
just I want to see if this is a good hand or not. It is a very good hand, just declaring pot. This is a spot where, yeah, they're potentially limping in and picking off the common raise from Cadra. Well, but it says he's only got 400 back, but I think he did reload there. So
Any double.
I think you get 5-6.
he did sort of turn to the floorman, I think. So I think he's got more than this.
Yeah, I'd say the chips aren't there, but he's playing behind.
O 5000'i kullanamaz yalnız.
Play next hand.
Oh, was that? That's the thing, are they in play next hand? So maybe he is just left with this 1000 for this one.
Well, he mightn't need the
Yeah.
the top up if he can get a quintuple.
It's a beautiful hand to look down at. 31% equity in a 5-way pot. Run that for the rest of your life and you'll do just fine.
And
yeah, he is.
Looks like we will bring in Jakovljevic at that price now. Or not. We shed another and 3 ways.
Yeah, he does have just the 400 back.
Kızım annen dedi açsana.
And he smashes the flop, and he's actually going to get the 400 through, isn't he?
Annenle birlikte
That's
değil
what's
mi?
funny here.
Yeah.
Aha, o yatmaya gitti o zaman.
I'm just going like, really?
Senin yanında kim var?
I don't have.
It's like, why didn't I not have 7,000 in that hand? I guess same outcome.
Yeah, that's the hand though. Like obviously there when you only 1,000 makes sense to do his front running, but I like that. Just limp in with these kind of hands. Let Cadra do the bumping up and then just smashing these pre.
And then Cadra will isolate for you maybe.
You never know. Might just try and run down your supposed aces and actually you're in there with ace, king, queen, jack, right on top of it.
I didn't see
That'd be
you
fun.
in the game.
But obviously with 1,000 played it perfectly.
Henüz orada.
Yeah.
Tamam. Tamam hadi görüşürüz. Hadi görüşürüz. Tamam.
I wonder, as we know, we're kind of winding down now, our last 20 minutes or so, whether any of these players are in that mindset of just, all right, the day is a day, the number is a number. Let's just get out of here and feel good about tomorrow.
Yeah, well, they might value being well rested for a 50-100 game that starts at 4 p.m. tomorrow over playing deep into the night tonight.
Yeah, Kokovic, what a hand. Ace is double.
Oh, and
Popping
Cadra
up.
now.
And he has been popping up quite a few hands as well. Mustafa just calling Cadra. Is going to raise it up. I think he said raise to 1,000. Here we go. Kokovic is deep. He's out position.
And how much can he make it here, James? About 3.5?
Yeah, 3.6, I guess.
1,000.
Now, if he does just flat, does Mustafa go for it?
Yeah, it's a nice back jammer. Kind of get almost all his ticket.
It really is. Jakubovic, if he just calls here.
Like you said, it's a great hand, but it would be very transparent.
Yeah, I like the fact he's gone for it, because this hand does, I mean, aces double just plays great regardless. It's funny though, if he had just laid the trap there, I wonder if Mustafov would have gone for it. I'm not saying you can, I'm just saying you should. Just that it might have been a case for it.
Here we go, big pot guys, buckle up.
Yeah.
Gonna be about 8k in the middle.
So to make it 3.5, could have gone a fraction larger. 5. Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. 7.5 in there as we see Queen 9 3. Kadra top and bottom. Jakubovic with the nut flush draw. In they go. It's already in.
Twice or once?
7?
He go in.
How much?
All in, all in.
So the 7.5k bet and a snap all in from Kadra in a straight flip.
Yes.
Biggest part of the night?
Oh yeah, by far. I think they said twice, did they? Well, threes full of queen.
Boat for Kadra.
Yeah, and it's funny because Jakubovic sees that run and thinks, oh, that's not bad. Paired the bottom card. Should be a safe card for me.
Still sweaty.
Yeah, picking up the second flush draw and bricking out. That is brutal for Jakubovic.
Oh, neither. And he's only dawning on him now.
Yeah. How did he turn the diamonds a second time out and miss? First time out, the river pairing 3 looks like a good card. If he's up against Queen 9, he's there.
Oh, he's half the deck going to the river on the second one. Still in disbelief as this enormous 16k stack gets shipped over to Kadra, who, let's be honest, has given all the action. He's gotten some back.
He's earned it. Jakubovic, though, that's sickening because he was just down to just a few K a moment ago after getting cold decked against this man. They both had a 7 on a 7-7 board, Ace-7 v King-7. Lost a big pot. Only had around 5-6k left. Spun it back up to 18 there, and then losing it there in a brutal spot where he finally got the hand. Aces double up against the lunatic. You find a flush draw on the flop, even with the backdoor flush draw. You get it in flipping, you lose both.
Yeah. Kadra, must be said, star of the show here today. He has been in 95% of pots.
Yeah.
And he has driven the action, and in the end, his aggression, his willingness to gamble has really paid off here. Obviously, the night is not over yet, but it's hard to believe there would be a significant enough pot between now and the end that would put more than a dent in that huge stack.
Yeah, he was down like 25k at one point, and now must be up basically 20. So a huge turnaround for him. Somebody tells me he's in for the 50 hundy tomorrow.
Yeah. And he'll be straddling.
A little smile at the dealer there as he put that one in. He just gave her a little flashlight. Thank you.
I think Kosa saw it too.
Mustafov now trying to generate something as we come towards the end of the night. It's Queen double jack 7 double suited.
Yeah, and is the
good card.
When the Kadra raise is normally coming, but it doesn't on this occasion, I wonder if Mustafov was sort of wanting to play a big one by raising.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he's had some raises and something again off this stack size. I think he's best served with just the limping, but
well, I ain't a side card kind of relevant here.
Catcher with aces and 4s.
Kosa's got a bit of a wrap going on.
Aces full of 4s up against how many flushes? Just the one? Just Mustafov?
Kadra going to try to find value here. Probably hard to find.
It's not hard when you're Kadra.
Well, Mr. J with queens, unlikely.
No, but Mustafov Jack high flush. He'd be folded round to him as well. It's not like he has to call with bodies in front.
Yeah, it's almost pot size.
He's just been in this position so many times today against Kadra. Just facing these river bets.
And he's got it right most of the time.
He really has. And way more than mine would have done because he faces so many of them.
And again.
Yeah. He's folded so many good hands.
Wow.
Wow.
Open the video.
Nailed it.
but canım.
There is too much things there. There is a flush. There is.
Fadi, even when losing, exudes class.
Very impressive.
Şu an böyle hep devam
After
ediyor
this
mu?
cannot buffing.
What do I do?
I don't know. You can
Huh?
put everything. All questions. What are you doing?
Huh?
Ha, o zaman geç geliyor demek.
No, what you doing?
Çok geç geliyor.
Pekuliar man.
Ben de birazdan kalkarım zaten. Fotoğrafımı çekeyim, önümü kalkarım, ararım seni.
Oh, bit of gamble from Mr. J late in the day. Is that a 3-bet from Kadra or a flat?
Is it open? Is it a call from, call from Mr. J in a ISO. I say ISO, of course, never going to actually work as an ISO. That's what us tournament geeks would think is an ISO, right?
Yeah.
I think if I 5x over this guy's limp, surely everyone's going to fold behind me.
Well, it looks like we're going to have a big family pot again. Kosa in there with a fairly random hand. Obviously, he's one of the big winners of the night. No ace in anyone's
Mr.
hand.
J.
Oh, there it is.
That's the one. I was like you, scanning. It's not an ace he's going to enjoy.
No, not at all. And Kadra going to take a stab.
Just 7-6-3 deuce. Yeah, why not?
Wow, what a vicious bet.
He's just relentless, isn't he? It's just like he's stabbing here into, what, 20 cards?
Yeah.
In the hope that no one's got that card. Now, there's some merit to doing this in games when the board comes like 3-3, because players don't tend to play with threes. But I don't know if you're aware, the ace is kind of a good card in poker games, and players tend to play with them.
Mr. J probably feeling like he just has to be sticky.
Right.
Like
against this
player.
guy. But it's just, you just got just such little chance of improving.
Oh, that makes you feel better.
It makes you feel like you might be live. You are behind.
Surely Kadra can't find another bet here.
Stop calling me Shirley.
Hanging on grimly, Mr. J, praying for a check.
I think he will get one.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, he's gone small as well. He's gone milky.
Oh, I think
it's gone 700 and 2500. This has to work. Surely he can have straight set at this sizing.
because even the rappy stuff, exactly.
Right, he could even have, backdoored like Jack Queen. Oh, Mr. J has obviously been watching the screen.
Not having it.
None of that nonsense. I've got an ace.
وانا كمان بس سبيكر ما عندي كبير بصير عم بيجيك هيك انا
صوت بركي بتكب اسمع لك خلق تدعي.
I love it. He's just desperate to try and win every pot. Goes for a little
savagery.
700.
Absolute savagery. Kadra, it must be said, hugely entertaining. Looks like he's doing a bit of trading on the side there. So we scan over the top of his phone.
Okay.
Hope he's having a good trading day. Can you be in every pot when you're trading? Is that a thing?
I know a man who probably would.
Checking the price of Bitcoin, maybe?
Mustafov in the straddle with ace, king, king, 10. Want to see an open here and a bunch of calls, but he's not going to see that.
No!
Kadra's busy texting.
Kadra's busy maybe exploring another revenue stream online.
It's cruel when he's thinking they could just go raise a few calls away around and I just bomb it up at the end of the night. Trying to get out of it.
pot declared Mustafov.
Taking things up to 600.
These are nice kings as well. These are very nice kings.
Fully coordinated with the ace blocker.
Haydi komşu. Avaş avaş.
Interestingly, Bimbiris is the equity favourite multi-way here. Wouldn't have predicted that.
Yeah, ace is shared out. 3 kings out. He's got what, a live suit. Yeah, as the field tends to see things move back to the kings in that respect.
Welcome to the party.
Well, Hamed with a very badly dominated hand. His baby flush draws dominated. His ace king very much dominated.
Yeah, Mr. J. William, well, live, of course, with nut clubs. And there's the ace high board, but Mustafov does have diamonds.
Yeah, and Hamed has diamonds and an ace of his own. This is actually trouble for him.
Yeah, ace in the gut shot. Yeah, especially if he's only got sub 4K behind.
Yeah, I see him actually trying to get a stack in here. And Mustafov is going to be licking his chops.
Yeah, he's in the worst shape he can be here, you think.
So Mr. J double guttered there, is he? Double guttered.
Yeah, 3 or 6, but no diamond in hand, no dice.
Mustafov delighted with life here.
He just throws the triangle in, all in. And Bimbiris, well, he's not going to play that one.
So very much in search of a 5-3 or deuce.
Yeah, obviously as you can see right now, chopping as things stand.
No.
They're shaking heads to each other. Oh, he's got there with full house. Falls full of kings. The unlikely route to victory.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm running it twice.
Might get quarter.
Does get a quarter. The sevens, of course, counterfeiting what would have been a river. Aces and 3s.
Nothing in this game for 3 pairs.
Ace king and full house. Okay, 75% for me.
Yeah, it will be 75, 7,700 I think over to Faradine. Just over 2.5k to Hamed.
This is where you see the dealers and players that used to play mixed games.
And I think we'll have time for one more hand.
Oh, at least.
Yeah,
Come on now. We're not going to finish with that.
Finish with a quartering.
Yeah.
I see my diamonds.
Yeah, but I saw this.
Yeah, I see my diamonds.
ولا كبه والله انا دخلت فيه دائما
Let's take a moment to sort this one out. Like I say, you can tell the players who haven't played mixed games use the quartering pots. We're doing it the mistake-free way, at least. Bring everything in. Do the pot and 2, do the pot and 2.
Before is better.
Hadra
He was before.
with a very fitting straddle. Will be one of our final hands.
Oh, and Bimbiris going to set the trap here behind.
With only a K behind, is that right?
Yeah.
You
pull up anything more?
I don't know actually.
I feel like we would just raise.
It's very profitable to short stack this game if you're allowed to for a period because of Kadra.
No, it does look like he's quite short there.
I think I would just raise, even though, you know, you had a good chance of getting the raise. But look at this. And Jose with top and bottom. Aces and fives.
Little wrap for Kadra.
Yeah. Yeah, Kadra coming out here with that wheel wrap, does 3-4. Gets jammed on by Bimbiris for his remaining checks. Didn't realise that Jose's still in the pot. So keen to get in with that top set. Probably thinking, why not reload for the last few hands?
All in.
You want to push the chips?
Raise.
I'm going to hazard a guess that they only run it once, given how short Bimbiris is.
Yeah. I think Hadra will probably just give the option to his man.
If you come, I cannot play. If you come, I cannot play.
Mohamed, let me think here with King Queen 8-3 with 2.5k behind.
Surely not.
Is he just waiting for the housekeeping to be done? I think that was the case. Like just getting the bet sorted before folding.
So one more showdown before we end things this evening. Fitting.
Stop denying me.
Kadra is part of it.
One. Stop denying me. Give me the sweat that we've got more to go.
Oh, there it is.
Finds the wheel. Shows.
Quickly shows it.
And they are running at once.
Have been run down. And Kadra picks up yet another pot. Most of the glee of Mustafa. Who is he saying he folded the nut spades?
Strasse, huh?
Sure. Someone folded him. I nearly got the mosquito.
Oh.
I made contact. It's the first time I tried to get it. In fairness. Well, you called it. It does look like that. Is the end of our evening. Hadi Kadra ending up big. 16k. Not the biggest winner, though. That goes to Buda and Jose, picking up 18k. Wasim Hamed joined us late and has had a torrid time, down 19k. Fadi was trying his best to get out of it. Didn't manage. Mr. J barely played with us. And of course, Alatin Ayata been here from the start as well.
Yeah, it started off in a funny way for Hamed. He arrived in late, immediately came out of the gate bluffing, got run down by Kadra there. It was an amazing call when I think back, and I suppose it was a sign of things to come maybe for him. Incredible stuff. Obviously, we watched Kadra, a wrecking ball. He was in every pot. He was down, you said, what, 25k at his lowest point. Ends up probably 25k at the end, or what was it?
16k.
No, 16k, I'm sorry. But yeah, incredible comeback from him. Playing that style, not easy to be a winner in any game. Credit to him.
Should note as well, just during that final hand, he walked into the commentary booth here and came in, gave us a big smile, shook both of our hands, was really happy that he put on a show, and he really did. Without him, this game would have felt a lot more stale.
Yeah, and I think he really did play up to the cameras in a way. I don't know if this sort of 95% VPIP is standard. He maybe holds back a few more hands, but maybe had in his mind like a challenge, like maybe I'll try and play every hand on stream, see if I can still come out of it winning, and yes, he did.
Well, speaking of playing on stream, he can do it again tomorrow, as can the rest. We'll be back at the same time, around 4:30 local for you guys watching, for the same game, but double the stakes. We'll see you then.